Section 0 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Preface. The word chivalry is taken from the French cheval, a horse. A knight was a young man, the son of a good family, who was allowed to wear arms. In the story How the Child of the Sea was made knight, we are told how a boy of 12 became a page to the queen, and in the opening pages of the story The Adventures of Sir Gareth, we get a glimpse of a young man growing up at the court of King Arthur. It was not an easy life, that of a boy who wished to become a knight, but it made a man of him. He was taken at an early age, sometimes when only 7 years old, to the castle of the king or knight he was to serve. He first became a page or valet, and under the instruction of a governor, was taught to carve and wait on the table, to hunt and fish, and was drilled in wrestling and riding on horseback. Most pages were taught to dance, and if a boy had talent he was taught to play the harp so he could accompany his voice when singing to the ladies. By the time a boy was 14, he was ready to become an esquire. He was then taught to get on and off a horse with his heavy armor on, to wield the battle-axe, and practice tilting with his spear. His service to the ladies had now reached the point where he picked out a lady to serve loyally. His endeavor was to please her in all things, in order that he might be known as her knight, and wear her glove or scarf as a badge or favor when he entered the lists of a joust or tournament. To become a knight was almost as solemn an affair as it was to become a priest. Before the day of the ceremony, he fasted, spent a night in prayer, confessed his sins, and received the holy sacrament. When morning came he went, clothed in white, to the church or hall, with the knight's sword suspended from his neck. This the priest blessed and returned to him. Upon receiving back the sword, he went and knelt before the presiding knight and took the oath of knighthood. The friends who accompanied him now came forward and handed him the spurs, the coat of mail, the armlet and gauntlet, and having put these on, he girded on his sword. The presiding knight now bade him kneel, and, touching him 3 times on the shoulder with the flat of his sword, he pronounced the words that received him into the company of worthy knights. In the name of God, of Saint Michael and Saint George, I make thee a knight. Be valiant, courteous, and loyal. After this, he received his helmet, his shield, and his spear, and the ceremony was completed. The knight's real work, and greatest joy, was fighting for someone who needed his help. Tournaments and jousts gave them chances to show off their skill in public. We must remember that there were no big open-air theaters in those days, such as the Greeks had, no public races or trials of strength such as the Greeks held in the stadiums, nor were there chariot races or fighting gladiators such as the Romans had at an earlier day. Tournaments or jousts were the big public entertainments, and you will find a famous description of one by Sir Walter Scott in Ivanhoe, in the volume Stories That Never Grow Old, The Tournament of Ashby de la Zouch. In it you will find a clear description of how the field of contest was laid out, of the magnificent pavilions decorated with flags, and the galleries spread with carpets and tapestries for the ladies. The same qualities that made a manful fighter then make one now. To speak the truth, to perform a promise to the utmost, to reverence all women, to be constant in love, to despise luxury, to be simple and modest and gentle in heart, to help the weak and take no unfair advantage of an inferior. This was the ideal of the age, and chivalry is the word that expresses that ideal. In all our reading, we shall perhaps find no more glowing example of it as something real, than in the speech of Sir Jean de Vienne, governor of the besieged town of Calais, who, when called upon by King Edward III of England to surrender unconditionally, replied, "We are but a small number of knights and squires, who have loyally served our lord and master as you would have done, and have suffered much ill and disquiet, but we will endure far more than any man has done in such a post before we consent that the smallest boy in the town shall fare worse than ourselves." And this story you can find in the volume Tales of Courage and Heroism, entitled The Noble Burghers of Pwyll. William Patten. End of section 0.
Section 1 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 1, of Arthur's Birth and How He Became King. The Story of King Arthur. This great treasure house of stories is to the English race what the stories of Ulysses and Aeneas were to the Greeks and Latins, a natural inheritance of which they should be, and are, proud. The high nobility, dauntless courage, and gentle humility of Arthur and his knights have had a great effect in molding the character of English peoples, since none of us can help trying to imitate what he admires and loves most. As a series of pictures of life in the Middle Ages, the stories are of the greatest value. The geography is confused, as it is in the Iliad and the Odyssey, and facts are sometimes mixed up with magic, but modern critics believe there was a real Arthur, who lived about the year 500 AD. Of Arthur's birth and how he became king, retold by Beatrice Clay. Long years ago, there ruled over Britain a king called Uther Pendragon. A mighty prince was he, and feared by all men. Yet when he sought the love of the fair Igraine of Cornwall, she would have naught to do with him, so that, from grief and disappointment, Uther fell sick, and at last seemed like to die. Now in those days, there lived a famous magician named Merlin, so powerful that he could change his form at will, or even make himself invisible, nor was there any place so remote that he could not reach it at once, merely by wishing himself there. One day, suddenly he stood at Uther's bedside and said, "Sir King, I know thy grief, and am ready to help thee. Only promise to give me, at his birth, the son that shall be born to thee, and thou shalt have thy heart's desire." To this the king agreed joyfully, and Merlin kept his word, for he gave Uther the form of one who Igraine had loved dearly, and so she took him willingly for her husband. When the time had come that a child should be born to the king and queen, Merlin appeared before Uther to remind him of his promise, and Uther swore it should be as he had said. 3 days later, a prince was born, and, with pomp and ceremony, was christened by the name of Arthur. But immediately thereafter, the king commanded that the child should be carried to the postern gate, there to be given to the old man who would be found waiting without. Not long after, Uther fell sick, and he knew that his end was come. So, by Merlin's advice, he called together his knights and barons, and said to them, "My death draws near. I charge you, therefore, that ye obey my son, even as ye have obeyed me. And my curse is upon him, if he claim not the crown when he is a man grown." Then the king turned his face to the wall and died. Scarcely was Uther laid in his grave before disputes arose. Few of the nobles had seen Arthur or even heard of him, and not one of them would have been willing to be ruled by a child. Rather, each thought himself fitted to be the king, and strengthening his own castle, made war on his neighbors until confusion alone was supreme, and the poor groaned because there was none to help them. Now when Merlin carried away Arthur, for Merlin was the old man who had stood at the postern gate, he had known all that would happen, and had taken the child to keep him safe from the fierce barons until he should be of age to rule wisely and well, and perform all the wonders prophesied of him. He gave the child to the care of the good knight Sir Ector to bring up with his son Kay, but revealed not to him that it was the son of Uther Pendragon that was given into his charge. At last, when years had passed, and Arthur was grown a tall youth well skilled in knightly exercises, Merlin went to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and advised him that he should call together at Christmas time all the chief men of the realm to the great cathedral in London, "For," said Merlin, "there shall be seen a great marvel, by which it shall be made clear to all men who is the lawful king of this land." The Archbishop did as Merlin counselled. Under pain of a fearful curse, he bade the barons and knights come to London to keep the feast, and to pray heaven to send peace to the realm. The people hastened to obey the Archbishop's commands, and, from all sides, barons and knights came riding in to keep the birth feast of our Lord. And when they had prayed, and were coming forth from the cathedral, they saw a strange sight. There in the open space before the church stood, on a great stone, an anvil, thrust through with a sword, and on the stone were written these words, "Whoso can draw forth this sword is rightful king of Britain born." At once there were fierce quarrels, each man clamoring to be the first to try his fortune, none doubting his success. Then the Archbishop decreed that each should make the venture in turn, from the greatest baron to the least knight, and each in turn, having put forth his utmost strength, failed to move the sword 1 inch, and drew back ashamed. So the archbishop dismissed the company, and having appointed guards to watch over the stone, sent messengers through all the land to give word of great jousts to be held in London at Easter, when each knight could give proof of his skill and courage, and try whether the adventure of the sword was for him. Among those who rode to London at Easter was the good Sir Ector, and with him his son, Sir Kay, newly made a knight, and the young Arthur. When the morning came that the joust should begin, Sir Kay and Arthur mounted their horses and set out for the lists, but before they reached the field, Kay looked and saw that he had left his sword behind him. Immediately Arthur turned back to fetch it for him, only to find the house fast shut, for all were gone to view the tournament. Sore vexed was Arthur, fearing lest his brother Kay should lose his chance of gaining glory, till, of a sudden, he bethought him of the sword and the great anvil before the cathedral. Thither he rode with all speed, and the guards having deserted to their post to view the tournament, there was none to forbid him the adventure. He leaped from his horse, seized the hilt, and instantly drew forth the sword as easily as from a scabbard. Then, mounting his horse, and thinking no marvel what he had done, he rode after his brother and handed him the weapon. When Kay looked at it, he saw at once that it was the wondrous sword from the stone. In great joy he sought his father, and showing it to him, said, "Then must I be king of Britain." But Sir Ector bade him say how he came by the sword, and when Sir Kay told how Arthur had brought it to him, Sir Ector bent his knee to the boy and said, "Sir, I perceive that ye are my king, and here I tender you my homage." And Kay did as his father. Then the three sought the archbishop, to whom they related all that had happened, and he, to much marvelling, called the people together to the great stone, and bade Arthur thrust back the sword, and draw it forth again in the presence of all, which he did with ease. But an angry murmur arose from the barons, who cried that what a boy could do, a man could do. So at the archbishop's word, the sword was put back, and each man, whether baron or knight, tried in his turn to draw it forth, and failed. Then, for the third time, Arthur drew forth the sword. Immediately there arose from the people a great shout, "Arthur is king! Arthur is king! We will have no king but Arthur!" And, though the great barons scowled and threatened, they fell on their knees before him while the archbishop placed the crown upon his head, and swore to obey him faithfully as their lord and sovereign. Thus Arthur was made king, and to all he did justice, righting wrongs and giving to all their dues. Nor was he forgetful of those that had been his friends. For Kay, whom he loved as a brother, he made seneschal and chief of his household, and to Sir Ector, his foster father, he gave broad lands. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William PATTEN. The Story of King Arthur, Part 2, The Round Table. The Round Table, retold by Beatrice Clay. Thus Arthur was made king, but he had to fight for his own, for 11 great kings drew together and refused to acknowledge him as their lord, and chief among the rebels was King Lot of Orkney, who had married Arthur's sister, Bellicent. By Merlin's advice, Arthur sent for help overseas to Ban and Bors, the 2 great kings who ruled in Gaul. He overthrew his foes in a great battle near the river Trent, and then he passed with them into their own lands and helped them drive out their enemies. So there was ever great friendship between Arthur and the kings Ban and Bors, and all their kindred. And afterwards some of the most famous knights of the Round Table were of that kin. Then Arthur set himself to restore order throughout his kingdom. To all who would submit and amend their evil ways, he showed kindness, but those who persisted in oppression and wrong he removed, putting in their place others who would deal justly with the people. And because the land had become overrun with forest during the days of misrule, he cut roads through the thickets, that no longer wild beasts and men, fiercer than the beasts, should lurk in their gloom, to the harm of the weak and defenseless. Thus it came to pass that soon the peasant ploughed his field in safety, and where had been wastes, men dwelt again in peace and prosperity. Among the lesser kings whom Arthur helped to rebuild their towns and restore order was King Leodegrance of Camelard. Now Leodegrance had one fair child, his daughter Guinevere, and from the first he saw her, Arthur gave her all his love. So he sought counsel of Merlin, his chief adviser. Merlin heard the king sorrowfully, and he said, "Sir King, when a man's heart is set, he may not change, yet it had been well if ye had loved another." So the king sent his knights to Leodegrance, to ask him of his daughter, and Leodegrance consented, rejoicing to wed her to so good and knightly a king. With great pomp, The princess was conducted to Canterbury, and there the king met her, and they two were wed by the archbishop in the great cathedral, amid the rejoicings of the people. On that same day did Arthur found his Order of the Round Table, the fame of which was to spread throughout Christendom and endure through all time. Now the Round Table had been made for King Uther Pendragon by Merlin, who had meant thereby to set forth plainly to all men the roundness of the earth. After Uther died, King Leodegrance had possessed it, but when Arthur was wed, he sent it to him as a gift, and great was the king's joy at receiving it. 150 knights might take their places about it, and for them Merlin made sieges or seats. 128 did Arthur knight at that great feast. Thereafter, if any sieges were empty, at the high festival of Pentecost, new knights were ordained to fill them, and by magic was the name of each knight found inscribed, in letters of gold, in his proper siege. One seat only long remained unoccupied, and that was the siege Perilous. No knight might occupy it until the coming of Sir Galahad, for without danger to his life, none might sit there who was not free from all stain of sin. With pomp and ceremony did each knight take upon him the vows of true knighthood, to obey the king, to show mercy to all who asked it, to defend the weak, and for no worldly gain to fight in a wrongful cause. And all the knights rejoiced together, doing honour to Arthur and to his queen. Then they rode forth to right the wrong and help the oppressed, and by their aid the king held his realm in peace, doing justice to all. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William PATTEN. The Story of King Arthur, Part 3, Merlin the Magician. Merlin the Magician, retold by Beatrice Clay. Of Merlin and how he served King Arthur, something that has been already shown. Loyal he was ever to Uther Pendragon and to his son, King Arthur, and for the latter especially he wrought great marvels. He brought the king to his rights, he made him his ships, and some say that Camelot, with its splendid halls, where Arthur would gather his knights around him at the great festivals of the year, at Christmas, at Easter, and at Pentecost, was raised by his magic without human toil. Blaise, the aged magician who dwelt in Northumberland and recorded the great deeds of Arthur and his knights, had been Merlin's master in magic. But it came to pass in time that Merlin far excelled him in skill, so that his enemies declared no mortal was his father, and called him Devil's son. Then on a certain time Merlin said to Arthur, "The time draws near when ye shall miss me, for I shall go down alive into the earth, and it shall be that gladly would ye give your lands to have me again." Then Arthur was grieved, and said, "Since ye know your danger, use your craft to avoid it." But Merlin answered, "That may not be." Now there had come to Arthur's court a damsel of the Lady of the Lake, her whose skill in magic some say was greater than Merlin's own, and the damsel's name was Vivien. She set herself to learn the secrets of Merlin's art, and was ever with him, tending upon the old man, with gentleness and tender service, winning her way to his heart. But all was a pretense, for she was weary of him, and sought only his ruin, thinking it should be fame to her, by any means whatsoever, to enslave the greatest wizard of his age. And so she persuaded him to pass with her overseas into King Ban's land of Benwick, and there one day he showed her a wondrous rock formed by magic art. Then she begged him to enter into it, better to declare to her its wonders. But when once he was within, by a charm that she had learned from Merlin's self, she caused the rock to shut down that never again might he come forth. Thus was Merlin's prophecy fulfilled, that he should go down into the earth alive. Much they marveled in Arthur's court what had become of the great magician, till on a time there rode past the stone a certain knight of the Round Table, and heard Merlin lamenting his sad fate. The knight would have striven to raise the mighty stone, but Merlin bade him not to waste his labor, since none might release him save her who had imprisoned him there. Thus Merlin passed from the world through the treachery of a damsel, and thus Arthur was without aid in the days when his doom came upon him. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William PATTEN. The Story of King Arthur, Part 4, The Sword Excalibur, by Sir Thomas Malory. Merlin took up King Arthur, and rode forth with him upon the knight's horse. As they rode, King Arthur said, "I have no sword." No matter, said Merlin. Hereby is a sword that shall be yours, Sir King. So they rode till they came to a lake, which was a fair water and abroad. And in the midst of the lake King Arthur was aware of an arm clothed in white samite, that held a fair sword in the hand. Lo, said Merlin unto the king, yonder is the sword that I spake of. With that they saw a damsel going upon the lake. What damsel is that? Said the king. That is the lady of the lake, said Merlin. And within that lake is a reach, and therein is as fair a place as any is on this earth, and richly beseen. And this damsel will come to you anon, and then speak fair to her that she will give you that sword. Therewith came the damsel to King Arthur and saluted him, and he her again. Damsel, said the king, what sword is that which the arm holdeth yonder above the water? I would it were mine, for I have no sword. Sir King, said the damsel of the lake, that sword is mine, and if ye will give me a gift when I ask it you, ye shall have it. By my faith, said King Arthur, I will give you any gift that you will ask or desire. Well, said the damsel, go ye into yonder barge, and row yourself unto the sword, and take it and the scabbard with you, and I will ask my gift when I see my time. So King Arthur and Merlin alighted, tied their horses to 2 trees, and so they went into the barge. And when they came to the sword that the hand held, King Arthur took it up by the handles, and took it with him, and the arm and the hand went under the water, and so King Arthur came to the land and rode forth. Then the king looked upon the sword, and liked it passing well. Whether liketh you better, said Merlin, the sword or the scabbard? Me liketh better the sword, said King Arthur. Ye are more unwise, said Merlin, for the scabbard is worth 10 of the sword. For while ye have the scabbard upon you, ye shall lose no blood, be ye never so sore wounded. Therefore keep well the scabbard always with you. Then Arthur proclaimed that all the lords, knights, and gentlemen of arms should draw into a castle that was called in those days Camelot, and the king would have a council general and a great joust. So when the king was come thither, with all his baronage, and lodged as him seemed best, there came a damsel, sent on message from the great Lady Lily, of Avilion. And when she came before King Arthur, she told him from whom she came, and how she was sent on a message unto him for these causes. And she lent her mantle fall, that was richly furred, and then she was girded with a noble sword, whereof the king had great marvel, and said, Damsel, for what cause are ye girded with that sword? It beseemeth you not. Now shall I tell you, said the damsel, this sword, that I am girded withal, doth me great sorrow and remembrance, for I may not be delivered of the sword, but by a good knight, and he must be a passing good man of his hands, and of his deeds, and without villainy or treachery. If I may find such a knight that hath all these virtues, he may draw out this sword of the scabbard. For I have been at King Rience, for it was told that they were passing good knights, and he and all his knights have essayed it, and none can speed. This is a great marvel, said King Arthur, and if besooth I will myself essay to draw out the sword, not presuming upon myself that I am the best knight, but that I will begin to draw at your sword, and giving example to all the other barons, that they shall essay every one after the other, when I have essayed. Then King Arthur took the sword by the scabbard and girdle, and pulled at it eagerly, but the sword would not pull out. Sir, said the damsel, ye need not pull half so hard, for he that shall pull it out shall do it with little might. Ye say well, said King Arthur. Now essay ye, all my barons, but beware ye not be defiled with shame, treachery, nor guile. Then it will not avail, said the damsel, for he must be a clean knight, without villainy, and of gentle stream of father's side and mother's side. Most of all the barons of the Round Table that were there at that time essayed all in turn, but none might speed. Wherefore the damsel made great sorrow out of measure, and said, Alas! I weened in this court had been the best knights, without treachery or treason. By my faith, said King Arthur, here are as good knights as I deem any be in the world, but their grace is not to help you, wherefore I am greatly displeased. It happened so, at that time, that there was a poor knight with King Arthur, that had been prisoner with him half a year and more, for slaying of a knight which was cousin to King Arthur. The knight was named Balin the Savage, and by good means of the barons he was delivered out of prison, for he was a good man named of his body, and he was born in the Northumberland. And so he went privily into the court, and saw this adventure, whereof his heart rose, and would essay it as other knights did. But for because he was poor, and poorly arrayed, he put him not far in press. But in his heart he was fully assured, if his grace happened to him, as any knight that was there. And as that damsel took her leave of King Arthur and the barons, this knight, Balin, called unto her, and said, Damsel, I pray you of your courtesy, to suffer me as well to assay as these lords. Though I be poorly clothed, in mine heart meseemeth I am fully assured as some of these other lords, and meseemeth in my heart to speed right well. The damsel beheld the poor knight, and saw that he was a likely man, but, because of his poor array, she thought he should be of no worship without villainy or treachery. And then she said to the knight Balin, Sir, it is no need to put me to any more pain or labour, for it beseemeth not you to speed there as others have failed. Ah, fair damsel, said Balin, worthiness and good graces and good deeds are not all only in raiment, but manhood and worship is hid within man's person, and many a worshipful knight is not known unto all people, and therefore worship and hardiness is not in raiment and clothing. By God, said the damsel, ye say truth, therefore ye shall essay to do what ye may. Then Balin took the sword by the girdle and scabbard, and drew it out easily, and when he looked upon the sword, it pleased him well. Anon after Balin sent for his horse and his armour, and so would depart from the court, and took his leave of King Arthur. The meanwhile that this light was making him ready to depart, there came into the court a lady which hight the Lady of the Lake, and she came on horseback, richly beseen, and saluted King Arthur, and there asked him a gift that had been promised her when she gave him the sword. That is sooth, said King Arthur, a gift I promised you, but I have forgotten the name of the sword which ye gave me. The name of it, said the lady, is Excalibur. That is as much to say, cut steel. Ye say well, said King Arthur. Ask what ye will, and ye shall have it, if it lie in my power to give it. Well, said the Lady of the Lake, I ask the head of the knight that hath won the sword, or else the damsel's head that brought it. And though I have both their heads I care not, for he slew my brother, a full good knight and true, and the gentlewoman was causer of my father's death. Truly, said King Arthur, I may not grant you either of their heads with my worship. Therefore ask what ye will else, and I shall fulfill your desire. I will ask none other thing of you, said the lady. When Balin was ready to depart, he saw the Lady of the Lake there, by whose means was slain his own mother, and he had sought her 3 years. And when it was told him that she demanded his head of King Arthur, he went straight to her and said, Evil be ye found. Ye would have my head, and therefore ye shall use yours. And with his sword lightly he smote off her head in the presence of King Arthur. Alas, for shame, said the king. Why have you done so? You have shamed me and all my court. For this was a lady that I was much beholden to, and hither she came under my safe conduct. I shall never forgive you that trespass. My lord, said Balin, me forthinketh much of your displeasure, for this lady was the untruest lady living, and by her enchantment and witchcraft she hath been the destroyer of many good knights, and she was the causer that my mother was burnt, through her falsehood and treachery. Then King Arthur and all his court made great dole, and had great shame of the death of the Lady of the Lake. Then the king full richly buried her. My time hieth fast, said King Arthur unto Sir Bedivere. Therefore take thou Excalibur, my good sword, and go with it unto yonder waterside, and when thou comest there, I charge thee, throw my sword into that water, and come again, and tell me what thou shalt see there. My lord, said Sir Bedivere, your command shall be done, and lightly bring you word again. And so Sir Bedivere departed, and by the way he beheld that noble sword, where the pommel and the haft were all of precious stones. And then he said to himself, If I throw this rich sword into the water, there shall never come good, but harm and loss. And then Sir Bedivere hid Excalibur under a tree, and as soon as he might, he came again unto King Arthur, and said that he had been at the water. What sawest thou there? Said the king. Sir, said he, I saw nothing but waves and wind. That is untruly said of thee, said King Arthur. Therefore go thou lightly and do my command, as thou art to me life and dear. Spare not, but throw it in. Then Sir Bedivere returned again, and took the sword in his hand. And then he thought it sin and shame to throw away that noble sword, and so after he hid the sword and returned again, and told the king that he had been at the water and done his command. What saw ye there? Said the king. Sir, said he, I saw nothing but the water lap and waves wan. Ah, traitor untrue, said King Arthur. Now hast thou betrayed me 2 times, who would have weened that thou that hast been unto me so self and dear, and thou art named a noble knight, and wouldst betray me for a rich sword. But now go again lightly, for thy long tarrying putteth me in great jeopardy of my life, for I have taken cold. And but if thou do not as I command thee, and if I ever may see thee, I shall slay thee with mine own hands, for thou wouldest for my rich sword see me dead. Then Sir Bedivere departed and went to the sword, and lightly took it up and went to the water's side. and there he bound the girdle about the belts. And then he threw the sword into the water as far as he might, and there came an arm and a hand above the water, and met it and caught it, and so shook it thrice and brandished. And then the hand vanished away with the sword in the water. So Sir Bedivere came again to the king, and told him what he had seen. Alas, said the king, help me from hence, for I dread me I have tarried over long. Then Sir Bedivere took King Arthur upon his back, and so went with him to the water's side. And when they were at the water's side, even fast by the bank hovered a little barge, with many fair ladies in it, and among them all was a queen, and they all had black hoods, and they wept and shrieked when they saw King Arthur. Now put me into the barge, said the king. And so he did softly, and there received him 3 queens with great mourning. And so these 3 queens sat them down, and in one of their laps King Arthur laid his head. And then that queen said, Ah, dear brother, why have ye tarried so long for me? Alas, this wound on your head hath taken overmuch cold. And so then they rode from the land, and Sir Bedivere cried, Ah, my lord Arthur, what shall become of me now ye go from me, and leave me here alone among mine enemies? Comfort thyself, said King Arthur, and do as well as thou mayest, for in me is no trust for to trust in. For I will into the vale of Avilion, for to heal me of my grievous wound, and, if thou never hear more of me, pray for my soul. End of section 4. Section 5 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 5. Sir Launcelot and the Adventure of the Castle Perilous, retold by Beatrice Clay. Now as time passed, King Arthur gathered into his order of the Round Table knights whose spears shall never be found in any age, and foremost among them all was Sir Launcelot de Lac. Such was his strength, that none against whom he had lain lance in rest could keep the saddle, and no shield was proof against his sword dint. But for his courtesy, even more than for his courage and strength, Sir Launcelot was famed far and near. Gentle he was, and ever the first to rejoice in the renown of another, and, in the jousts, he would avoid encounter with the young and untrained knight, letting him pass to gain glory if he might. It would take a great book to record all the famous deeds of Sir Launcelot, and all his adventures. He was of Gaul, for his father, King Ban, ruled over Benwick, and some say that his first name was Galahad, and that he was named Launcelot de Lac by the Lady of the Lake, who reared him when his mother died. Early he won renown by delivering his father's people from the grim King Claudas, who, for more than 20 years, had lain waste the fair land of Benwick. Then, when there was peace in his own land, he passed into Britain, to Arthur's court, where the king received him gladly, and made him knight of the Round Table, and took him for his trustiest friend. And so it was that, when Guinevere was to be brought to Canterbury to be married to the king, Launcelot was chief of the knights sent to wait upon her. Now on a day, as he rode through the forest, Sir Launcelot met a damsel weeping bitterly, and seeing him, she cried, Stay, Sir Knight, by your knighthood I require you to aid me in my distress. Immediately Sir Launcelot checked his horse, and asked in what she needed his service. Sir, said the maiden, my brother lies at the point of death, for this day he fought with the stout knight, Sir Gilbert, and sorely they wounded each other. And a wise woman, a sorceress, has said that nothing may staunch my brother's wounds unless they be searched with the sword and bound up with a piece of the cloth from the body of the wounded knight who lies in the ruined chapel hard by. And well I know you, my lord Sir Launcelot, and that, if ye will not help me, none may. Tell me your brother's name, said Sir Launcelot. Sir Meliot de Logris, replied the damsel. A knight of our Round Table, said Sir Launcelot, the more am I bound to your service. Only tell me, gentle damsel, where I may find this chapel Perilous. So she directed him, and, riding through forest byways, Sir Launcelot came presently upon a little ruined chapel, standing in the middle of a churchyard, where the tombs showed broken and neglected under the dark yews. In front of the porch, Sir Launcelot paused and looked, for therein hung, upside down, dishonoured, the shield of many a good knight whom Sir Launcelot had known. As he stood wondering, suddenly there pressed upon him from all sides 30 stout knights, all giants and fully armed, their drawn swords in their hands and their shields advanced. With threatening looks they spoke to him, saying, Sir Launcelot, it were well ye turned back before evil befell you. But Sir Launcelot, though he feared to have to do with 30 such warriors, answered boldly, I turn not back for high words. Make them good by your deeds. Then he rode upon them fiercely, whereupon instantly they scattered and disappeared, and, sword in hand, Sir Launcelot entered the little chapel. All was dark within, save that a little lamp hung from the roof, and by its dim light he could just espy how on a bier before the altar there lay, stricken cold, a knight sheathed in armor. And drawing nearer, Sir Launcelot saw that the dead man lay on a blood-stained mantle, his naked sword by his side, but that his left hand had been lopped off at the wrist by a mighty sword cut. Then Sir Launcelot boldly seized the sword, and with it cut off a piece of the bloody mantle. Immediately the earth shook and the walls of the chapel rocked, and in fear Sir Launcelot turned to go. But, as he would have left the chapel, there stood before him in the doorway a lady, fair to look upon and beautifully arrayed, who gazed earnestly upon him, and said, Sir knight, put away from you that sword, lest it be your death. But Sir Launcelot answered her, Lady, what I have said I do, and what I have won I keep. It is well, said the lady. Had ye cast away the sword, your life days were done. And now I make but one request. Kiss me once. That may I do not, said Sir Launcelot. Then said the lady, Go your way, Launcelot. Ye have won, and I have lost. Known that, had ye kissed me, your dead body had lain even now on the altar bier. For much have I desired to win you, and to entrap you, I ordained this chapel. Many a knight have I taken, and once Sir Gawain himself hardly escaped, but he fought with Sir Gilbert and lopped off his hand, and so got away. Fare you well. It is plain to see that none but our lady, Queen Guinevere, may have your services. With that she vanished from his sight. So Sir Launcelot mounted his horse, and rode away from that evil place, till he met Sir Meliot's sister, who led him to her brother where he lay, pale as the earth, and bleeding fast. And when he saw Sir Launcelot, he would have risen to greet him, but his strength failed him, and he fell back on his couch. Sir Launcelot searched his wounds with the sword, and bound them up with a blood-stained cloth, and immediately Sir Meliot was sound and well, and greatly he rejoiced. Then Sir Meliot and his sister begged Sir Launcelot to stay and rest, but he departed on his adventures, bidding them farewell, until he should meet them again at Arthur's court. As for the sorceress of the chapel Perilous, it is said she died of grief that all her charms had failed to win for her the good knight Sir Launcelot. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 6. Sir Launcelot and the Falcon. Sir Launcelot rode on his way, by march and valley and hill, till he chanced upon a fair castle, and saw fly from it, over his head, a beautiful falcon, with the lines still hanging from her feet. And as he looked, the falcon flew into the tree, where she was held fast by the lines becoming entangled about the boughs. Immediately from the castle there came running a fair lady, who cried, Launcelot, Launcelot! As ye are the noblest of all knights, I pray you help me to recover my falcon, for if my husband discover its loss, he will slay me in his anger. Who is your husband, fair lady? Asked Sir Launcelot.
Sir Felot, the knight of North Gallis, and he is of a hasty temper, wherefore I beseech you help me.
Well, lady, said Sir Launcelot, I will serve you if I may, but the tree is hard to climb, for the boughs are few, and in truth I am no climber. But I will do my best. So the lady helped Sir Launcelot to unarm, and he led his horse to the foot of the tree, and springing from its back, he caught at the nearest bough, and drew himself up into the branches. Then he climbed till he reached the falcon, and, tying her lines to a rotten bough, broke it off, and threw down the bird and bough to the lady below. Forthwith Sir Felot came from among the trees, and said, Ah, Sir Launcelot, now at length I have you as I would, for I have long sought your life. And Sir Launcelot made an answer, Surely ye would not slay me, an unarmed man, for that were dishonour to you. Keep my armour if you will, but hang my sword on a bough where I may reach it, and then do with me as you can. But Sir Felot laughed mockingly and said, Not so, Sir Launcelot. I know you too well to throw away my advantage, wherefore shift as ye may. Alas, said Sir Launcelot, that ever a knight should be so unknightly. And you, madam, how could ye so betray me? She did but as I commanded her, said Sir Phelot. Then Launcelot looked about him to see how he might help himself in these straits, and espying above his head a great bare branch, he tore it down. Then, ever watching his advantage, he sprang to the ground on the far side of his house, so that the horse was between him and Sir Phelot. Sir Phelot rushed upon him with his sword, but Launcelot parried it with the bow, with which he dealt his enemy such a blow on the head that Sir Phelot sank to the ground in a swoon. Then Sir Launcelot seized his sword where it lay beside his armor, and, stooping over the fallen knight, unloosed his helm. When the lady saw him do that, she shrieked and cried,
Spare his life, noble knight, I beseech you!
But Sir Launcelot answered sternly, A felon's death for him who does felon's deeds. He has lived too long already. And with one blow he smote off his head. Then he armed himself, and mounting upon his steed rode away, leaving the lady to weep beside her lord. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur Part 7, The Adventures of Sir Gareth, retold by Beatrice Clay. Gareth was the youngest of the sons of Lot and Bellicent. He had grown up long after Gawain and Mordred left their home for King Arthur's court, so that when he came there before the king, all humbly attired, he was not known even by his own brothers. King Arthur was keeping Pentecost at Kynon on the Welsh border, and as his custom was, he waited to begin the feast until some adventure should befall. Presently there was seen approaching a youth who, to the wonderment of all that saw, leaned upon the shoulders of two men, his companions, and yet as he passed up the hall, he seemed a goodly youth, tall and broad-shouldered. When he stood before the king, suddenly he drew himself up, and after due greeting said, Sir King, I would ask of you 3 boons, one to be granted now, and 2 hereafter when I shall require them. And Arthur, looking upon him, was pleased, for his countenance was open and honest. So he made answer, Fair son, ask of me aught that is honourable, and I will grant it. Then the youth said, For this present, I ask only that you will give me meat and drink for a year and a day. You might have asked and had a better gift, replied the king. Tell me now your name. At this time I may not tell it, said the youth. Now King Arthur trusted every man until he proved himself unworthy, and in this youth he thought he saw one who should do nobly and win renown. So laughing he bade him keep his own counsel since he would, and gave him in charge to Sir Kay, the seneschal. Now Sir Kay was but harsh to those whom he liked not, and from the first he scorned the young man. For none, said he, but a low-born lout would crave meat and drink when he might have asked for a horse and arms. But Sir Launcelot and Sir Gawain took the youth's part. Neither knew him for Gareth of the Orkneys, but both believed him to be a youth of good promise who, for his own reasons, would pass in disguise for a season. So Gareth lived the year among the kitchen boys, all the time mocked and scorned by Sir Kay, who called him Fair Hands because his hands were white and shapely. But Launcelot and Gawain showed him all courtesy, and failed not to observe how, in all trials of strength, he excelled his comrades, and that he was ever present to witness the feats of the knights in the tournaments. So the year passed, and again King Arthur was keeping the feast of Pentecost with his knights, when a damsel entered the hall and asked his aid. For, said she, my sister is closely besieged in her castle by a strong knight who lays waste all her lands. And since I know that the knights of your court be the most renowned in the world, I have come to crave help of your mightiest. What is your sister's name, and who is he that oppresses her? Asked the king. The Red Knight he is called, replied the damsel. As for my sister, I will not say her name, only that she is a high-born lady, and owns broad lands. Then the king frowned and said, You would have aid, but will say no name. I may not ask knight of mine to go on such an errand. Then forth stepped Gareth from among the serving men at the hall, and said, Sir King, I have eaten of your meat in your kitchen this 12 months since, and now I crave my other 2 boons. Ask and have, replied the king. Grant me then the adventure of this damsel, and bid Sir Launcelot ride after me to knight me at my desire, for of him alone would I be made knight." "It shall be so," answered the king. "What!" cried the damsel, "I ask for a knight, and ye give me a kitchen boy. Shame on you, Sir King." And in great wrath she fled from the hall, mounted her palfrey, and rode away. Gareth but waited to array himself in the armor which he had kept ever in readiness for the time when he should need it, and mounting his horse rode after the damsel. But when Sir Kay knew what had happened, he was wroth, and got to horse to ride after Gareth and bring him back. Even as Gareth overtook the damsel, so did Kay come up with him and cried, "Turn back, fair hands! What, sir, do ye not know me?" "Yes," answered Gareth, "I know you for the most discourteous knight in Arthur's court." Then Sir Kay rode upon him with his lance, but Gareth turned it aside with his sword, and pierced Sir Kay through the side, so that he fell to the ground, and lay there without motion. So Gareth took Sir Kay's shield and spear, and was about to ride away, when seeing Sir Launcelot draw near, he called upon him to joust. At the first encounter, Sir Launcelot unhorsed Gareth, but quickly helped him to his feet. Then at Gareth's desire they fought together with swords, and Gareth did knightly till, at length, Sir Launcelot said, laughing, "Why should we fight any longer? Of a truth, ye are a stout knight." "If that is indeed your thought, I pray you make me knight," cried Gareth. So Sir Launcelot knighted Gareth, who, bidding him farewell, hastened after the damsel, for she had ridden on again while the two knights talked. When she saw him coming, she cried, "Keep off, ye smell of the kitchen." "Damsel," said Sir Gareth, "I must follow, until I have fulfilled the adventure." "Till ye accomplish the adventure, Turnspit? Your part in it shall soon be ended." "I can only do my best," answered Sir Gareth. Now as they rode through the forest they met with a knight sore beset by 6 thieves, and him Sir Gareth rescued. The knight then bade Gareth and the damsel rest at his castle, and entertained them right gladly until the morn, when the two rode forth again. Presently they drew near to a deep river, where 2 knights kept the ford. "How now, kitchen knave? Will ye fight, or escape while ye may?" cried the damsel. "I would fight though there were 6 instead of 2, replied Sir Gareth. Therewith he encountered the one knight in midstream, and struck him such a blow on the head that he fell, stunned, into the water, and was drowned. Then, gaining the land, Gareth cleft in two helmet and head of the other knight, and turned to the damsel, saying, "Lead on, I follow." But the damsel mocked him, saying, "What a mischance is this that a kitchen boy should slay 2 noble knights? Be not over proud, Turnspit. It was but luck, if indeed ye did not attack one knight from behind." "Say what you will, I follow," said Sir Gareth. So they rode on again, the damsel in front and Sir Gareth behind, till they reached a wide meadow, where stood many fair pavilions. And one, the largest, was all of blue, and the men who stood about it were clothed in blue, and bore shields and spears of that colour, and of blue too were the trappings of the horses. Then said the damsel, "Yonder is the Blue Knight, the goodliest that ye have ever looked upon, and 500 knights own him lord." "I will encounter him," said Sir Gareth, "for if he be a good knight and true as ye say, he will scarce set on me with all his following, and man to man I fear him not." "Fie," said the damsel, "for a dirty knave ye brag loud, and even if ye overcome him, his might is as nothing to that of the Red Knight who besieges my lady's sister. So get ye gone while ye may." "Damsel," said Sir Gareth, "ye are but ungentle so to rebuke me. For knight or knave, I have done you good service, nor will I leave this quest while life is mine." Then the damsel was ashamed, and looking curiously at Gareth, she said, "I would gladly know what manner of man ye are. For I heard you call yourself kitchen knave before Arthur's self, but ye have ever answered patiently, though I have chidden you shamefully, and courtesy comes only of gentle blood." Thereat Sir Gareth but laughed and said, "He is no knight whom a maiden can anger by harsh words." So talking they entered the field, and there came to Sir Gareth a messenger from the Blue Knight, to ask him if he came in peace or in war. "As your lord pleases," said Sir Gareth. So when the messenger had brought back this word, the Blue Knight mounted his horse, took his spear in his hand, and rode upon Sir Gareth. At their first encounter their lances shivered to pieces, and such was the shock that their horses fell dead. So they rushed on each other with swords and shield, cutting and slashing till the armor was hacked from their bodies. But at last Sir Gareth smote the Blue Knight to the earth. Then the Blue Knight yielded, and at the damsel's entreaty Sir Gareth spared his life. So they were reconciled, and at the request of the Blue Knight, Sir Gareth and the damsel abode that night in his tents. As they sat at table, the Blue Knight said, "Fair damsel, are ye not called Lynette?" "Yes," answered she, "and I am taking this noble knight to the relief of my sister, the Lady Lyones." "God speed you, sir," said the Blue Knight, "for he is a stout knight whom ye must meet. Long ago might he have taken the lady, but that he hoped that Sir Launcelot or some other of Arthur's most famous knights, coming to her rescue, might fall beneath his lance. If ye overthrow him, then ye are the peer of Sir Launcelot and Sir Tristram." "Sir Knight," answered Gareth, "I can but strive to bear me worthily, as one whom the great Sir Launcelot made knight." So in the morning they bade farewell to the Blue Knight, who vowed to carry to King Arthur word of all that Gareth had achieved. And they rode on till, in the evening, they came to a little ruined hermitage, where there awaited them a dwarf, sent by Lady Lyones, with all manner of meats and other store. In the morning the dwarf set out again to bear word to his lady that her rescuer was come. As he drew near the castle, the Red Knight stopped him, demanding whence he came. "Sir," said the dwarf, "I have been with my lady's sister, who brings with her a knight to the rescue of my lady." "It is lost labor," said the Red Knight. "Even though she brought Launcelot or Tristram, I hold myself a match for them." "He is none of these," said the dwarf, "but he has overthrown the knights who kept the ford, and the Blue Knight yielded to him." "Let him come," said the Red Knight. "I shall soon make an end of him. As many shameful deaths shall he have at my hands, as many a better knight has had." So saying, he let the dwarf go. Presently there came riding towards the castle Sir Gareth and the damsel Lynette, and Gareth marvelled to see hang from the trees some 40 knights in goodly armor, their shields reversed beside them. And when he inquired of the damsel, she told him how these were the bodies of brave knights who, coming to the rescue of the Lady Lyones, had been overthrown and shamefully done to death by the Red Knight. Then was Gareth shamed and angry, and he vowed to make an end of these evil practices. So at last they drew near to the castle walls, and saw how the plain around them was covered with the Red Knight's tents, and the noise was that of a great army. Hard by was a tall sycamore tree, and from it hung a mighty horn, made of an elephant's tusk. Spurring his horse, Gareth rode to it, and blew such a blast that those on the castle walls heard it. The knights came forth from their tents to see who blew so bold a blast, and from a window of the castle the Lady Lyones looked forth and waved her hand to her champion. Then as Sir Gareth made his reverence to the lady, the Red Knight called roughly to him to leave his courtesy and look to himself. "For," said he, "she is mine, and to have her I have fought many a battle." "It is but vain labour," said Sir Gareth, "since she loves you not. Know too, Sir Knight, that I have vowed to rescue her from you." "So did many another who now hangs on a tree," replied the Red Knight, "and soon ye shall hang beside them." Then both laid their spears at rest, and spurred their horses. At the first encounter each smote the other full in the shield, and the girths of the saddles bursting, they were borne to the earth, where they lay for a while as if dead. But presently they arose, and setting their shields before them, rushed upon each other with their swords, cutting and hacking till the armor lay on the ground in fragments. So they fought till noon and then rested. But soon they renewed the battle, and so furiously they fought that often they fell to the ground together. Then, when the bells sounded for the evensong, the knights rested again, unlacing their helms to breathe the evening air. But looking up to the castle windows, Gareth saw the Lady Lyones gazing earnestly upon him. Then he caught up his helmet, and calling to the Red Knight, bade him make ready for the battle. "And this time," said he, "we will make an end of it." "So be it," said the Red Knight. Then the Red Knight smote Gareth on the hand, so that his sword flew from his grasp, and with another blow he brought him grovelling to the earth. At the sight of this Lynette cried aloud, and hearing her, Gareth with a mighty effort threw off the Red Knight, leapt to his sword, and got it again within his hand. Then he pressed the Red Knight harder than ever, and at the last bore him to the earth, and unlacing his helm, made ready to slay him, But the Red Knight cried aloud, "Mercy, I yield." At first, remembering the evil deaths of the 40 good knights, Gareth was unwilling to spare him, but the Red Knight besought him to have mercy, telling him how, against his will, he had been bound by a vow to make war on Arthur's knights. So Sir Gareth relented, and bade him set forth at once for King Kynon, and entreat the king's pardon for his evil past. And this the Red Knight promised to do. Then amid much rejoicing Sir Gareth was borne into the castle. There his wounds were dressed by the Lady Lyones, and there he rested until he recovered his strength. And having won her love, when Gareth returned to Arthur's court, the Lady Lyones rode with him, and they two were wed with great pomp in the presence of the whole fellowship of the Round Table, the king rejoicing much that his nephew had done so valiantly. So Sir Gareth lived happily with Dame Lyones, winning fame and the love of all true knights. As for Lynette, she came again to Arthur's court, and wedded Sir Gareth's younger brother, Sir Gaheris. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 8. The Coming of Sir Galahad. Retold by Beatrice Clay. Many times had the Feast of Pentecost come round, and many were the knights that Arthur had made since first he founded the Order of the Round Table. Yet no knight had appeared who dared claim the seat named by Merlin the Siege Perilous. At last one vigil of the great feast, a lady came to Arthur's court at Camelot, and asked Sir Launcelot to ride with her into the forest hard by, for the purpose not then to be revealed. Launcelot consenting, they rode together until they came to a nunnery hidden deep in the forest. And there the lady bade Launcelot dismount, and led him into a great and stately room. Presently there entered 12 nuns, and with them a youth, the fairest that Launcelot had ever seen. "Sir," said the nuns, "we have brought up this child in our midst, and now that he is grown to manhood, we pray you make him knight, for of none worthier could he receive the honour." "Is this thy own desire?" asked Launcelot of the young squire. And when he said that so it was, Launcelot promised to make him knight after the great festival had been celebrated in the church next day. So on the morrow, after they had worshipped, Launcelot knighted Galahad, for that was the youth's name, and asked him if he would ride at once with him to the king's court. But the young knight, excusing himself, Sir Launcelot rode back alone to Camelot, where all rejoiced that he was returned in time to keep the feast with the whole order of the Round Table. Now, according to his custom, King Arthur was waiting for some marvel to befall before he and his knights sat down to the banquet. Presently, a squire entered the hall and said, "Sir King, a great wonder has appeared. There floats on the river a mighty stone, as it were a block of red marble, and is thrust through by a sword, the hilt of which is set thick with precious stones." On hearing this, the king and all his knights went forth to view the stone, and found it as the squire had said. Moreover, looking closer, they read these words: "None shall draw me hence, but only he by whose side I must hang, and he shall be the best knight in all the world." Immediately all bade Launcelot draw forth the sword, but he refused, saying that the sword was not for him. Then at the king's command Sir Gawain made the attempt and failed, as did Sir Percivale after him. So the knights knew the adventure was not for them, and returning to the hall, took their places about the round table. No sooner were they seated than an aged man, clothed all in white, entered the hall, followed by a young knight in red armor, by whose side hung an empty scabbard. The old man approached King Arthur, and bowing low before him, said, "Sir, I bring you a young knight of the house and lineage of Joseph of Arimathea, and through him shall great glory be won for all the land of Britain." Greatly did King Arthur rejoice to hear this, and welcomed the two right royally. Then, when the young knight had saluted the king, the old man led him to the siege Perilous, and drew off its silken cover. And all the knights were amazed, for they saw that where had been engraved the words, "The siege Perilous," was written now in shining gold, "This is the siege of the noble prince, Sir Galahad." Straightway the young man seated himself there where none other had ever sat without danger to his life. And all who saw it said, one to another, "Surely this is he that shall achieve the Holy Grail." Now the Holy Grail was the blessed dish from which our Lord had eaten the Last Supper, and it had been brought to the land of Britain by Joseph of Arimathea. But because of man's sinfulness it had been withdrawn from human sight, only that from time to time it appeared to the pure in heart. When all had partaken of the royal banquet, King Arthur bade Sir Galahad come with him to the river's brink, and showing him the floating stone with the sword thrust through it, told him how his knights had failed to draw forth the sword. "Sir," said Galahad, "it is no marvel that they failed, for the adventure was meant for me, as my empty scabbard shows." So saying, lightly he drew the sword from the heart of the stone, and lightly he slid it into the scabbard at his side. While all yet wondered at this adventure of the sword, there came riding to them a lady on a white palfrey, who, saluting King Arthur, said, "Sir King, Nassin the hermit sent thee word that this day shall great honour be shown to thee and all thine house, for the Holy Grail shall appear in thy hall, and thou and all thy fellowship shall be fed therefrom." And to Launcelot she said, "Sir Knight, thou hast ever been the best knight of all the world, but another has come to whom thou must yield precedence." Then Launcelot answered humbly, "I know well I was never the best." "Aye, of a truth thou wast and art still of sinful men," said she, and rode away before any could question her further. So that evening, when all were gathered about the round table, each knight in his own siege, suddenly there was heard a crash of thunder, so mighty that the hall trembled, and there flashed into the hall a sunbeam, brighter far than any that had ever before been seen. And then, draped all in white samite, there glided through the air what none might see, yet what all knew to be the Holy Grail. And all the air was filled with sweet odours, and on every one was shed a light in which he looked fairer and nobler than ever before. So they sat in an amazed silence, till presently King Arthur rose and gave thanks to God for the grace given to him and to his court. Then up sprang Sir Gawain and made his avow to follow for a year and a day the quest of the Holy Grail, if perchance he might be granted the vision of it. Immediately other of the knights followed his example, binding themselves to the quest of the Holy Grail, until, in all, 150 had vowed themselves to the adventure. Then was King Arthur grieved, for he foresaw the ruin of his noble order, and turning to Sir Gawain he said, "Nephew, you have done ill, for through you I am bereft of the noblest company of knights that ever brought honour to any realm in Christendom. Well I know that never again shall all of you gather in this hall, and it grieves me to lose men I have loved as my life, and through whom I have won peace and righteousness for all my realm." So the king mourned, and his knights with him, but their oaths they could not recall. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 9. How Sir Galahad Won the Red Cross Shield. Retold by Beatrice Clay. Great woe was there in Camelot next day, when, after worship in the cathedral, the knights who had vowed themselves to the quest of the Holy Grail got to horse and rode away. A goodly company it was that passed through the streets, the townfolk weeping to see them go. Sir Launcelot du Lac and his kin, Sir Galahad of whom all expected great deeds, Sir Bors and Sir Percivale, and many another scarcely less famed than they. So they rode together that day to the castle of Vagon, where they were entertained right hospitably, and the next day they separated, each to ride his own way, and see what adventures should befall him. So it came to pass that after 4 days' ride, Sir Galahad reached an abbey. Now Sir Galahad was still clothed in red armor, as when he came to the king's court, and by his side hung the wondrous sword, but he was without a shield. They of the abbey received him right heartily, as also did the brave King Bagdemagus, Knight of the Round Table, who was resting there. When they had greeted each other, Sir Galahad asked King Bagdemagus what adventure had brought him there. "Sir," said Bagdemagus, "I was told that in this abbey was preserved a wondrous shield, which none but the best knight in the world might bear without grievous harm to himself. And though I know well that there are better knights than I, tomorrow I purpose to make the attempt. But I pray you bide at this monastery a while, until you hear from me, and if I fail, do ye take the adventure upon you." "So be it," said Sir Galahad. The next day, at their request, Sir Galahad and King Bagdemagus were led into the church by a monk, and shown where, behind the altar, hung the wondrous shield, whiter than snow save for the blood-red cross in its midst. Then the monk warned them of the danger to any who, being unworthy, should dare to bear the shield. But King Bagdemagus made answer, "I know well that I am not the best knight in the world, yet will I try if I may bear it." So he hung it about his neck, and bidding farewell, rode away with his squire. The two had not journeyed far before they saw a knight approach, armed all in white mail and mounted upon a white horse. Immediately he laid his spear in rest, and, charging King Bagdemagus, pierced him through the shoulder and bore him from his horse. And standing over the wounded knight, he said, "Knight, thou hast shown great folly, for none shall bear this shield save the peerless knight Sir Galahad." Then, taking the shield, he gave it to the squire and said, "Bear this shield to the good knight Galahad, and greet him well from me." "What is your name?" asked the squire. "That is not for thee or any other to know." "One thing I pray you," said the squire, "why may this shield be borne by none but Sir Galahad without danger?" "Because it belongs to him only," answered the stranger knight, and vanished. Then the squire took the shield, and setting King Bagdemagus on his horse, bore him back to the abbey, where he lay long sick unto death. To Galahad the squire gave the shield, and told him all that had befallen. So Galahad hung the shield about his neck, and rode the way that Bagdemagus had gone the day before. And presently he met the White Knight, whom he greeted courteously, begging that he would make known to him the marvels of the Red Cross shield. "That will I gladly," answered the White Knight. "Ye must know, Sir Knight, that this shield was made and given by Joseph of Arimathea to the good King Evelake of Sarras, that, in the night of the holy symbol, he should overthrow the heathen who threatened his kingdom. But afterward King Evelake followed Joseph to this land of Britain, where they taught the true faith unto the people who before were heathen. Then, when Joseph lay dying, he bade King Evelake set the shield in the monastery where ye lay last night, and foretold that none should wear it without loss until that day when it should be taken by the knight, 9th and last in descent from him, who should come to that place the 15th day after receiving the degree of knighthood. Even so has it been with you, Sir Knight." So saying, the unknown knight disappeared, and Sir Galahad rode on his way. End of Section 9. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 10 of Junior Classics Volume 4. Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Junior Classics Volume 4. Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 10. The Adventures of Sir Percivale, retold by Beatrice Clay. After he had left his fellows, Sir Percivale rode long through the forest until one evening he reached a monastery, where he sought shelter for the night. The next morning he went into the chapel to hear Mass, and there he espied the body of an old man laid on a richly adorned couch. At first it seemed as if the aged man were dead, but presently, raising himself in his bed, he took off his crown, and, delivering it to the priest, bade him place it on the altar. So when the service was concluded, Sir Percivale asked who the aged king might be. Then he was told that it was none other than King Evelake, who accompanied Joseph of Arimathea to Britain. And on a certain occasion the king had approached the Holy Grail nigher than was reverent, and for his impiety God had punished him with blindness. Thereupon he repented, and entreating God earnestly, had obtained his petition that he should not die until he had seen the spotless knight who should be descended from him in the 9th degree. This his desire was fulfilled later, when Sir Galahad came thither, after which he died, and was buried by the good knight. The next day Sir Percivale continued his journey, and presently met with 20 knights, who bore on a bier the body of a dead knight. When they espied Sir Percivale, they demanded of him who he was and whence he came. So he told them, whereupon they all shouted, "Slay him! Slay him!" And setting upon him all at once, they killed his horse, and would have slain him, but that the good knight Sir Galahad, passing that way by chance, came to his rescue, and put his assailants to flight. Then Galahad rode away as fast as he might, for he would not be thanked, and Sir Percivale was left horseless and alone in the forest. So Sir Percivale continued his journey on foot, as well as he might, and ever the way became lonelier, until at last he came to the shores of a vast sea. There Sir Percivale abode many days, without food and desolate, doubting whether he should ever escape thence. At last it chanced that, looking out to sea, Sir Percivale descried a ship, and as it drew nearer, he saw how it was all hung with satin and velvet. Presently it reached the land, and out of it there stepped a lady of marvelous beauty, who asked him how he came there. "For know," said she, "ye are like to die here by hunger or mischance." "He whom I serve will protect me," said Sir Percivale. "I know well whom ye desire most to see," said the lady. "Ye would meet with the Red Knight, who bears the red cross shield." "Ah, lady, I pray you tell me where I may find him," cried Sir Percivale. "With a good will," said the damsel. "If ye will but promise me your service when I shall ask for it, I will lead you to the knight, for I met him of late in the forest." So Sir Percivale promised gladly to serve her when she should need him. Then the lady asked him how long he had fasted. "For 3 days," answered Sir Percivale. Immediately she gave orders to her attendants forthwith to pitch a tent and set out a table with all manner of delicacies, and of these she invited Sir Percivale to partake. "I pray you, fair lady," said Sir Percivale, "who are ye that show me such kindness?" "Truly," said the lady, "I am but a hapless damsel, driven forth from my inheritance by a great lord whom I have chanced to displease. I implore you, Sir Knight, by your vows of knighthood, to give me your aid." Sir Percivale promised her all the aid he could give, and then she bade him lie down and sleep, and herself took off his helmet and unclasped his sword belt. So Sir Percivale slept, and when he waked there was another feast prepared, and he was given the rarest and the strongest wines that ever he had tasted. Thus they made merry. And when the lady begged Percivale to rest him there a while, promising him all that ever he could desire if he would vow himself to her service, almost he forgot the quest to which he was vowed, and would have consented, but that his eye fell upon his sword where it lay. Now in the sword hilt there was set a red cross, and seeing it, Percivale called to mind his vow, and thinking on it, he signed him with the cross on his forehead. Instantly the tent was overthrown and vanished in thick smoke, and she who had appeared a lovely woman disappeared from his sight in semblance of a fiend. Then was Sir Percivale sore ashamed that almost he had yielded to the temptings of the evil one, and earnestly he prayed that his sin might be forgiven him. Thus he remained in prayer far into the night, bewailing his weakness, and when the dawn appeared, a ship drew nigh the land. Sir Percivale entered into it, but could find no one there. So, commending himself to God, he determined to remain thereon, and was borne over the seas for many days, he knew not whither. End of section 10. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 11 of Junior Classics Volume 4. Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 11. The Adventures of Sir Bors, retold by Beatrice Clay. Among the knights vowed to the quest of the Holy Grail was Sir Bors, one of the kin of Sir Launcelot, a brave knight and pious. He rode through the forest many a day, making his lodging most often under a leafy tree, though once on his journey he stayed at a castle, that he might do battle for its lady against a felon knight who would have robbed and oppressed her. So, on a day, as he rode through the forest, Sir Bors came to the parting of two ways. While he was considering which he should follow, he espied two knights driving before them a horse on which was stretched, bound and naked, none other than Sir Bors' own brother, Sir Lionel. and from time to time the two false knights beat him with thorns, so that his body was all smeared with blood. But, so great was his heart, Sir Lionel uttered never a word. Then, in great wrath, Sir Bors laid his lance in rest, and would have fought the felon knights to rescue his brother, but that even as he spurred his horse, there came a bitter cry from the other path, and looking round, he saw a lady being dragged by a knight into the darkest part of the forest, where none might find and rescue her. When she saw Sir Bors, she cried to him, "Help me, Sir Knight! Help me, I beseech you by your knighthood!" Then Sir Bors was much troubled, for he would not desert his brother. But bethinking him that ever a woman must be more helpless than a man, he wheeled his horse, rode upon her captor, and beat him to the earth. The damsel thanked him earnestly, and told him how the knight was her own cousin, who had that day carried her off by craft from her father's castle. As they talked, there came up 12 knights, who had been seeking the lady everywhere. So, to their care, Sir Bors delivered her, and rode with haste in the direction whither his brother had been born. On the way he met with an old man dressed as a priest, who asked him what he sought. When Sir Bors had told him, "Ah, Bors," said he, "I can give you tidings indeed. Your brother is dead." And parting the bushes, he showed him the body of a dead man, to all seeming Sir Lionel's self. Then Sir Bors grieved sorely, misdoubting almost whether he should not have rescued his own brother. And at the last he dug a grave and buried the dead man. Then he rode sorrowfully on his way. When he had ridden many days, he met with a yeoman, whom he asked if there were any adventures in those parts. "Sir," said the man, "at the castle hard by they hold a great tournament." Sir Bors thanked him, and rode along the way pointed out to him. And presently, as he passed a hermitage, whom should he see sitting at its door but his brother Sir Lionel, whom he had believed dead. Then in great joy he leaped from his horse, and running to Lionel cried, "Fair brother, how came ye hither?" "Through no aid of yours," said Lionel angrily, "for ye left me bound and beaten to ride to the rescue of a maiden. Never was brother so dealt with by brother before. Keep you from me as ye may." When Sir Bors understood that his brother would slay him, he knelt before him, entreating his pardon. Sir Lionel took no heed, but mounting his horse and taking his lance, cried, "Keep you from me, traitor! Fight or die!" And Sir Bors moved not, for to him it seemed a sin most horrible that brother should fight with brother. Then Sir Lionel, in his rage, rode his horse at him, bore him to the ground, and trampled him under the horse's hoofs, till Bors lay beaten to the earth in a swoon. Even so, Sir Lionel's anger was not stayed, for, alighting, he drew his sword and would have smitten off his brother's head, but that the holy hermit, hearing the noise of conflict, ran out of the hermitage and threw himself upon Sir Bors. "Gentle knight," he cried, "have mercy upon him and on thyself, for of the sin of slaying thy brother thou couldst never be quit." "Sir priest," said Lionel, "if ye leave him not, I shall slay you too." "It were a lesser sin than to slay thy brother," answered the hermit. "So be it," cried Lionel, and with one blow struck off the hermit's head. Then he would have worked his evil will upon his brother too, but that even as he was unlacing Sir Bors' helm to cut off his head, there rode up the good knight Sir Colgrevance, a fellow of the Round Table. When he saw the dead hermit, and was aware how Lionel sought the life of Bors, he was amazed, and springing from his horse, ran to Lionel, and dragged him back from his brother. "Do you think to hinder me?" said Sir Lionel. "Let come who will, I will have his life." "Ye shall have to do with me first," cried Colgrevance. Therewith they took their swords, and setting their shields before them, rushed upon each other. Now Sir Colgrevance was a good knight, but Sir Lionel was strong, and his anger added to his strength. So long they fought that Sir Bors had time to recover from his swoon, and raising himself with pain on his elbow, saw how the two fought for his life. And as it seemed, Sir Lionel would prevail, for Sir Colgrevance grew weak and weary. Sir Bors tried to get to his feet, but so weak he was he could not stand, and Sir Colgrevance, seeing him stir, called on him to come to his aid, for he was in mortal peril for his sake. But even as he called, Sir Lionel cut him to the ground, and, as one possessed, rushed upon his brother to slay him. Sir Bors entreated him for mercy, and when he would not, sorrowfully he took his sword, saying, "Now God forgive me, though I defend my life against my brother." Immediately there was heard a voice saying, "Flee, Bors, and touch not thy brother." And at the same time a fiery cloud burned between them, so that their shields glowed with the flame, and both knights fell to the earth. But the voice came again, saying, "Bors, leave thy brother and take thy way to the sea. There thou shalt meet Sir Percivale." Then Sir Bors made ready to obey, and turning to Lionel said, "Dear brother, I pray you forgive me for aught in which I have wronged you." "I forgive you," said Sir Lionel, for he was too amazed and terrified to keep his anger. So Sir Bors continued his journey, and at the last, coming to the seashore, he espied a ship draped all with white samite, and entering thereon, he saw Sir Percivale, and much they rejoiced them in each other's company. End of section 11. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Section 12 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 12. The Adventures of Sir Launcelot. Retold by Beatrice Clay. After Sir Launcelot had parted from his fellows at the castle of Vagon, he rode many days through the forest without adventure, till he chanced upon a knight close by a little hermitage in the woods. Immediately, as was the wont of errant knights, they prepared to joust, and Launcelot, whom none before had overthrown, was borne down, man and horse, by the stranger knight. Thereupon a nun, who dwelt in the hermitage, cried, "God be with thee, best knight in all this world," for she knew the victor for Sir Galahad. But Galahad, not wishing to be known, rode swiftly away, and presently Sir Launcelot got to horse again, and rode slowly on his way, shamed and doubting sorely in his heart whether this quest was meant for him. When night fell, he came to a great stone cross, which stood at the parting of the way, and close by a little ruined chapel. So Sir Launcelot, being minded to pass the night there, alighted, fastened his horse to a tree, and hung his shield on a bough. Then he drew near to the little chapel, and wondered to see how, all ruinous though it was, yet within was an altar hung with silk and a great silver candlestick on it. But when he sought an entrance, he could find none, and, much troubled in his mind, he returned to his horse where he had left it, and unlacing his helm and ungirdling his sword, laid him down to rest. Then it seemed to Sir Launcelot that, as he lay between sleeping and waking, there passed him two white palfreys, bearing a litter wherein was a sick knight, who cried, "Sweet lord, when shall I be pardoned all my transgression? When shall the holy vessel come to me to cure me of my sickness?" And instantly it seemed that the great candlestick came forth of itself from the chapel, floating through the air before a table of silver on which was the Holy Grail. Thereupon the sick knight raised himself, and, on his bended knees, he approached so nigh that he kissed the holy vessel, and immediately cried, "I thank thee, sweet lord, that I am healed of my sickness." And all the while Sir Launcelot, who saw this wonder, felt himself held that he could not move. Then a squire brought the stranger knight his weapons, in much joy that his lord was cured. "Who think ye that this knight may be who remains sleeping, when the holy vessel is so near?" said the knight.
"In truth," said the squire, "he must be one that is held by the bond of some great sin. I will take his helm and his sword, for here have I brought you all your armor, save only these two."
So the knight armed from head to foot, and taking Sir Launcelot's horse, rode away with the squire. On the instant, Sir Launcelot awoke amazed, not knowing whether he had dreamed or not. But while he wondered, there came a terrible voice saying, "Launcelot, arise and leave this holy place." In shame, Sir Launcelot turned to obey, only to find the horse and the sword and shield alike vanished. Then, indeed, he knew himself dishonored. Weeping bitterly, he made the best of his way on foot, until he came to a cell where a hermit was saying prayer. Sir Launcelot knelt too, and, when all was ended, called to the hermit, entreating him for counsel. "With good will," said the hermit. So Sir Launcelot made himself known, and told the hermit all, lamenting how his good fortune was turned to wretchedness, and his glory to shame. And truly the hermit was amazed that Sir Launcelot should be in such a case. "Sir," he said, "God has given you manhood and strength beyond all other knights, and more are you bounden to his service." "I have sinned," said Sir Launcelot, "for in all these years of my knighthood I have done everything for the honour and glory of my lady, and not for my master, and little thank have I given to God for all his benefits to me." Then the holy man gave Sir Launcelot good counsel, and made him rest there that night. And the next day he gave him a horse, a sword, and a helmet, and bade him go forth and bear himself knightly as the servant of God. End of section 12. Section 13 of Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 13, How Sir Launcelot Saw the Holy Grail. Retold by Beatrice Clay. For many days after he had left the hermitage, Sir Launcelot rode through the forest, but there came to him no such adventures as had befallen him on other quests, to the increase of his fame. At last, one night-tide, he came to the shores of a great water, and there he lay down to sleep. But as he slept, a voice called on him. "Launcelot, arise, put on thine armor, and go on thine way until thou comest to a ship. Into that thou shalt enter." Immediately, Sir Launcelot started from his sleep to obey, and, riding along the shore, came presently to a ship beached on the strand. No sooner had he entered it than the ship was launched. How, he might not know. So the ship sailed before the wind for many a day. No mortal was on it, save only Sir Launcelot. Yet were all his needs supplied. Then, at last, the ship ran ashore at the foot of a great castle, and it was midnight. Sir Launcelot waited not for the dawn, but, his sword gripped in his hand, sprang ashore, and then right before him he saw a postern where the gate stood open indeed, but two grisly lions kept the way. And when Launcelot would have rushed upon the great beast with his sword, it was struck from his hands, and a voice said, "Ah, Launcelot, ever is thy trust in thy might rather than thy maker." Sore ashamed, Sir Launcelot took his sword and thrust it back into the sheath, and going forward, he passed unhurt through the gateway, the lions that kept it falling back from his path. So without more adventure, Launcelot entered into the castle, and there he saw how every door stood open, save only one, and that was fast barred, nor, with all his force, might he open it. Presently, from the chamber within came the sound of a sweet voice in a holy chant, and then in his heart, Launcelot knew that he had come to the Holy Grail. So, kneeling humbly, he prayed that to him might be shown some vision of that he sought. Forthwith, the door flew open, and from the chamber blazed a light such as he had never known before. But when he made to enter, a voice cried, "Launcelot, forbear!" And sorrowfully he withdrew. Then where he knelt,
Far even from the threshold of the wondrous room, he saw a silver table, and, on it, covered with red samite, the Holy Grail. At sight of that which he had sought so long, his joy came so great that, unmindful of the warning, he advanced into the room and drew nigh even to the table itself. Then on the instant there burst between him and it a blaze of light, and he fell to the ground. There he lay, nor might he move nor utter any sound, only he was aware of hands busy about him, which bore him away from the chamber. For 24 days Sir Launcelot lay as in a trance. At the end of that time he came to himself and found those about him that had tended him in his swoon. These, when they had given him fresh raiment, brought him to the aged king, Perilous was his name, that owned that castle. The king entertained him right royally, for he knew of the fame of Sir Launcelot, and long he talked with him of his quest, and of the other knights who followed it, for he was of a great age, and knew much of men. At the end of 4 days he spoke to Sir Launcelot, bidding him return to Arthur's court. "For," said he, "your quest is ended here, and all that ye shall see of the Holy Grail ye have seen." So Launcelot rode on his way, grieving for the sin that hindered him from the perfect vision of the Holy Grail, but thanking God for that which he had seen. So in time he came to Camelot, and told to Arthur all that had befallen him. End of section 13. Section 14 of Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 14, The End of the Quest. Retold by Beatrice Clay. After he had rescued Sir Percivale from the 20 knights who beset him, Sir Galahad rode on his way till nightfall, when he sought shelter at a little hermitage. Thither there came in the night a damsel who desired to speak with Sir Galahad. So he arose and went to her. "Galahad," said she, "arm you and mount your horse and follow me, for I am come to guide you in your quest." So they rode together until they had come to the seashore, and there the damsel showed Galahad a great ship, into which he must enter. Then she bade him farewell, and he, going on to the ship, found there already the good knights Sir Bors and Sir Percivale, who made much joy of the meeting. They abode in that ship until they had come to the castle of King Perilous, who welcomed them right gladly. Then, as they all sat at supper that night, suddenly the hall was filled with a great light, and the holy vessel appeared in their midst, covered all in a white samite. While they all rejoiced, there came a voice saying, "My knights who I have chosen, ye have seen the holy vessel dimly. Continue your journey to the city of Sarras, and there the perfect vision shall be yours." Now in the city of Sarras had dwelt long time Joseph of Arimatheas, teaching its people the true faith, before ever he came into the land of Britain. But when Sir Galahad and his followers came there after long journey, they found it ruled by a heathen king named Estorause, who cast them into a deep dungeon. There they were kept a year. But at the end of that time the tyrant died. Then the great men of the land gathered together to consider who should be their king. And, while they were in council, came a voice bidding them to take as their king the youngest of the 3 knights whom Estorause had thrown into prison. So in fear and wonder they hastened to the prison, and, releasing the 3 knights, made Galahad king as the voice had bidden them. Thus Galahad became king of the famous city of Sarras, in far Babylon. He had reigned a year when, one early morning, he and the other 2 knights, his fellows, went into the chapel, and there they saw, kneeling in prayer, an aged man, robed as a bishop, and round him hovered many angels. The knights fell on their knees in awe and reverence, whereupon he that seemed a bishop turned to them and said, "I am Joseph of Arimathea, and I am come to show you the perfect vision of the Holy Grail." On the instant there appeared before them, without veil or cover, the holy vessel, in a radiance of light such as almost blinded them. Sir Bors and Sir Percivale, when at length they were removed from the brightness of that glory, looked up to find that the holy Joseph and the wondrous vessel had passed from their sight. Then they went to Sir Galahad, where he still knelt as in prayer. And behold, he was dead, for it had been with him even as he had prayed.
In the moment when he had seen the vision, his soul had gone back to God. So the two knights buried him in that far city, themselves mourning and all the people with them. And immediately after, Sir Percivale put off his arms and took the habit of a monk, living a devout and holy life until, a year and 2 months later, he also died and was buried near Sir Galahad. Then Sir Bors armed him, and bidding farewell to the city, sailed away until, after many weeks, he came again to the land of Britain. There he took horse, and stayed not till he had come to Camelot. Great was the rejoicing of Arthur and all his knights when Sir Bors was once more among them. When he had told all the adventures which had befallen him and the good knights, his companions, all who heard were filled with amaze. But the king, he caused the wisest clerks in the land to write in great books this quest of the Holy Grail, that the fame of it should endure unto all time. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 15. The Fair Maid of Astolat. Retold by Beatrice Clay. At last the quest of the Holy Grail was ended, and by ones and twos the knights came back to Camelot, though many who had set out so boldly were never seen again about the Round Table. Great was the joy of King Arthur when Sir Launcelot and Sir Bors returned, for so long had they been away, that almost he had feared that they had perished. In their honour there was high festival for many days in London, where Arthur then had his court, and the king made proclamation of a great tournament that he would hold at Camelot, when he and the King of Nortgalis would keep the lists against all comers. So one fair morning of spring, King Arthur made ready to ride to Camelot, and all his knights with him, save Launcelot, who excused himself, saying that an old wound hindered him from riding. But when the king, sore vexed, had departed, the queen rebuked Sir Launcelot, and bade him go and prove his great prowess as of old. "Madam," said Sir Launcelot, "in this as in all else, I obey you. At your bidding I go. But know that in this tournament I shall venture me in other wise than ever before." The next day at dawn, Sir Launcelot mounted his horse, and riding forth unattended, journeyed all that day till as evening fell, he reached the little town of Astolat, and there, at the castle, sought lodgment for that night. The old lord of Astolat was glad at his coming, judging him at once to be a noble knight, though he knew him not, for it was Sir Launcelot's will to remain unknown. So they went to supper, Sir Launcelot and the old lord, his son Sir Lavaine, and his daughter Elaine, whom they of the place called the Fair Maid of Astolat. As they sat at meat, the baron asked Sir Launcelot if he rode to the tournament. "Yea," answered Launcelot, "and right glad should I be if, of your courtesy, ye would lend me a shield without device." "Right willingly," said his host. "Ye shall have my son Sir Tyrie's shield, who was but lately made knight, and was hurt in his first encounter. So his shield is bare enough. If you will take with you my young son, Sir Lavaine, he will be glad to ride in the company of so noble a knight, and will do you such service as he may." "I shall be glad indeed of his fellowship," answered Sir Launcelot courteously. Now it seemed to the fair Elaine that never had she beheld so noble a knight as this stranger, and seeing that he was as gentle and courteous as he was strong, she said to him, "Fair knight, will you wear my favour at this tournament? For never have I found knight yet to wear my crimson sleeve, and sure am I that none other could win it such honour." "Maiden," said Sir Launcelot, "right gladly would I serve you in aught, but it has never been my custom to wear ladies' favour." "Then shall it serve the better for disguise," answered Elaine. Sir Launcelot pondered her words, and at last he said, "Fair maiden, I will do for you what I have done for none, and wear your favour." So with great glee she brought it him, a crimson velvet sleeve embroidered with great pearls, and fastened it in his helmet. Then Sir Launcelot begged her to keep for him his own shield until after the tournament, when he should come for it again and tell them his name. The next morn Sir Launcelot took his departure with Sir Lavaine, and by evening they were come to Camelot. Forthwith Sir Lavaine led Sir Launcelot to the house of a worthy burgher, where he might stay in privacy, undiscovered by those of his acquaintance. Then when at dawn the trumpets blew, they mounted their horses and rode to a little wood hard by the lists, and there they abode some while, for Sir Launcelot would take no part until he had seen which side was the stronger. So they saw how King Arthur was set high on a throne to overlook the combat, while the King of Northgalis and all the fellowship of the Round Table held the lists against their opponents, led by King Anguish of Ireland and the King of Scots. Then it soon appeared that the two kings with all their company could do but little against the knights of the Round Table, and were sore pressed to maintain their ground. Seeing this, Sir Launcelot said to Sir Lavaine, "Sir Knight, will you give me your aid if I go to the rescue of the weaker side? For it seems to me they may not much longer hold their own unaided." "Sir," answered Lavaine, "I will gladly follow you and do what I may." So the two laid their lances in rest, and charged into the thickest of the fight. And with one spear Sir Launcelot bore 4 knights from the saddle. Lavaine too did nobly, for he unhorsed the bold Sir Bedivere and Lucan the butler. Then with their swords they smote lustily on the left hand and on the right, and those whom they had come to aid rallying to them, they drove the knights of the Round Table back a space. So the fight raged furiously, Launcelot ever being in the thickest of the press, and performing such deeds of valour that all marvelled to see him, and would fain know who was the knight of the crimson sleeve. But the knights of Arthur's court felt shame of their discomfiture, and in especial those of Launcelot's kin were wroth that one should appear who seemed mightier even than Launcelot's self. So they called to each other and, making a rally, directed all their force against the stranger knight, who had so turned the fortunes of the day. With lances in rest, Sir Lionel, Sir Bors, and Sir Ector bore down together upon Sir Launcelot, and Sir Bors' spear pierced Sir Launcelot and brought him to the earth, leaving the spearhead broken off in his side. This Sir Lavaine saw, and immediately with all his might he rode upon the King of Scots, unhorsed him, and took his horse to Sir Launcelot. Now Sir Launcelot felt that he had got his death wound, but such was his spirit that he was resolved to do some great deed while yet his strength remained. So with Lavaine's aid he got upon the horse, took a spear, and laying it in rest, bore down, one after the other, Sir Bors, Sir Lionel, and Sir Ector. Next he flung himself into the thickest of the fight, and before the trumpet sounded the signal to cease, he had unhorsed 30 good knights. Then the kings of Scotland and Ireland came to Sir Launcelot and said, "Sir Knight, we thank you for the service done us this day. And now we pray you, come with us to receive the prize which is rightly yours, for never have we seen such deeds as ye have done this day." "My fair lords," answered Sir Launcelot, "for aught that I have accomplished, I am like to pay dearly. I beseech you, suffer me to depart." With these words he rode away full gallop, followed by Sir Lavaine, and when he had come to a little wood, he called Lavaine to him, saying, "Gentle knight, I entreat you, draw forth the spearhead, for it nigh slayeth me." "O my dear lord," said Lavaine, "I fear sore to draw it forth, lest ye die." "If ye love me, draw it out," answered Launcelot. So Lavaine did as he was bidden, and with a deathly groan, Sir Launcelot fell in a swoon to the ground. When he was a little recovered, he begged Lavaine to help him to his horse, and lead him to a hermitage hard by, where dwelt a hermit who, in bygone days, had been known to Sir Launcelot for a good knight and true. So with pain and difficulty they journeyed to the hermitage, Lavaine oft fearing that Sir Launcelot would die. And when the hermit saw Sir Launcelot, all pale and besmeared with blood, he scarce knew him for the bold Sir Launcelot du Lac, but he bore him within and dressed his wounds, and bade him be of good cheer, for he should recover. So there Sir Launcelot abode many weeks, and Sir Lavaine with him, for Lavaine would not leave him, such love had he for the good knight he had taken for his lord. Now when it was known that the victorious knight had departed from the field sore wounded, Sir Gawain vowed to go in search of him. So it chanced that, in his wanderings, he came to Astolat, and there he had a hearty welcome of the Lord of Astolat, who asked him for news of the tournament. Then Sir Gawain related how 2 stranger knights, bearing white shields, had won great glory, and in especial one, who bore on his helm a crimson sleeve, had surpassed all others in knightly prowess. At these words the fair Elaine cried aloud with delight. "Maiden," said Gawain, "know ye this knight?" "Not his name," she replied, "but full sure was I that he was a noble knight when I prayed him to wear my favour." Then she showed Gawain the shield, which she had kept wrapped in rich broideries, and immediately Sir Gawain knew it for Launcelot's. "Alas," cried he, "without doubt it was Launcelot himself that we wounded to the death. Sir Bors will never recover the woe of it." Then on the morrow Sir Gawain rode to London to tell the court how the stranger knight and Launcelot were won. But the fair maid of Astolat rose betimes, and having obtained leave of her father, set out to search for Sir Launcelot and her brother Lavaine. After many journeyings she came one day upon Lavaine exercising his horse in a field, and by him she was taken to Sir Launcelot. Then indeed her heart was filled with grief when she saw the good knight to whom she had given her crimson sleeve thus laid low. So she abode in the hermitage, waiting upon Sir Launcelot, and doing all within her power to lessen his pain. After many weeks, by the good care of the hermit in the fair Elaine, Sir Launcelot was so far recovered that he might bear the weight of his armor and mount his horse again. Then one morn they left the hermitage and rode all three, the fair maid, Sir Launcelot, and Sir Lavaine, to the castle of Astolat, where there was much joy of their coming. After brief sojourn, Sir Launcelot desired to ride to court, for he knew there would be much sorrow among his kinsmen for his long absence. But when he would take his departure, Elaine cried aloud, "Ah, my lord, suffer me to go with you, for I may not bear to lose you." "Fair child," answered Sir Launcelot gently, "that may not be. But in the days to come, when ye shall love and wed some good knight, for your sake I will bestow upon him broad lands and great riches, and at all times will I hold me ready to serve you as a true knight may." Thus spoke Sir Launcelot, but the fair Elaine answered never a word. So Sir Launcelot rode to London, where the whole court was glad of his coming. But from the day of his departure, the fair maid drooped and pined until, when 10 days were past, she felt that her end was at hand. So she sent for her father and 2 brothers, to whom she said gently, "Dear father and brethren, I must now leave you." Bitterly they wept, but she comforted them all she might, and presently desired of her father a boon. "Ye shall have what ye will," said the old lord, for he hoped that she might yet recover. Then first she required her brother Sir Thierry to write a letter, word for word as she said it, and when it was written, she turned to her father and said, "Kind father, I desire that, when I am dead, I may be arrayed in my fairest raiment, and placed on a bier, and let the bier be set within a barge, with one to steer it until I be come to London. Then, perchance, Sir Launcelot will come, and look upon me with kindness." So she died, and all was done as she desired, for they set her, looking as fair as a lily, in a barge all hung with black, and an old dumb man went with her as helmsman. Slowly the barge floated down the river until it had come to Westminster, and as it passed under the palace walls, it chanced that King Arthur and Queen Guinevere looked forth from a window. Marvelling much at the strange sight, together they went forth to the quay, followed by many of the knights. Then the king espied the letter clasped in the dead maiden's hand, and drew it forth gently and broke the seal. And thus the letter ran: "Most noble knight Sir Launcelot, I that men called the fair maid of Astolat, am come hither to crave burial at thy hands for the sake of the unrequited love I gave thee. As thou art peerless knight, pray for my soul." Then the king bade Sir Launcelot, and when he was come, he showed him the letter. And Sir Launcelot, gazing on the dead maiden, was filled with sorrow. "My lord Arthur," he said, "for the death of this dear child I shall grieve my life long. Gentle she was, and loving, and much was I beholden to her, but what she desired I could not give." "Yet her request now thou wilt grant, I know," said the king, "for thou art ever kind and courteous to all." "It is my desire," answered Sir Launcelot. So the Maid of Astolat was buried in the presence of the king and queen, and of the fellowship of the Round Table, and of many a gentle lady who wept, that time, the fair child's fate. Over her grave was raised a tomb of white marble, and on it was sculptured the shield of Sir Launcelot. For when he had heard her whole story, it was the king's will that she that in life had guarded the shield of his noblest knight should keep it also in death. End of section 15. Section 16 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Mabinogion. Mabinogion means tales, and it is the name given to the collection of popular tales belonging to the people of Wales. The Welsh is a very old language, one of the oldest in Europe, with poems dating from the 6th century. It is so much a spoken language, and so little a printed language, that it was only in recent years that the tales were translated into English by Lady Charlotte Guest. The following stories have been retold from her text. Part 1. Kynon's Adventure at the Fountain, by Lady Charlotte Guest. King Arthur was at Caerleon upon Usk, and one day he sat in his chamber, and with him were Owain, the son of Urien, and Kynon, the son of Cleidno, and Kay, the son of Kynor, and Guinevere and her handmaidens at needlework by the window. In the center of the chamber King Arthur sat, upon a seat of green rushes, over which was spread a covering of flame-colored satin, and a cushion of red satin was under his elbow. Then Arthur spoke. "If I thought you would not disparage me," said he, "I would sleep while I wait for my repast, and you can entertain one another with relating tales, and can obtain a flagon of mead and some meat from Kay." And the king went to sleep. And Kynon, the son of Cleidno, asked Kay for that which Arthur had promised them. "I too will have the good tale which he promised me," said Kay. "Nay," answered Kynon, "fairer will it be for thee to fulfill Arthur's behest in the first place, and then we will tell thee the best tale that we know." So Kay went to the kitchen and to the mead cellar, and returned, bearing a flagon of mead, and a golden goblet, and a handful of skewers, upon which were boiled slices of meat. They ate the collops, and began to drink the mead. "Now," said Kay, "it is time for you to give me my story." "Kynon," said Owain, "do thou pay to Kay the tale that is his due." "I will do so," answered Kynon. "I was the only son of my mother and father, and I was exceedingly aspiring, and my daring was very great. I thought there was no enterprise in the world too mighty for me, and after I had achieved all the adventures that were in my own country, I equipped myself, and set forth to journey through deserts and distant regions. And at length it chanced that I came to the fairest valley in the world, wherein were trees all of equal growth, and a river ran through the valley, and a path was by the side of the river. I followed the path until midday, and continued my journey along the remainder of the valley until the evening, and at the extremity of the plain I came to a large and lustrous castle, at the foot of which was a torrent. I approached the castle, and there I beheld 2 youths with yellow curling hair, each with a frontlet of gold upon his head, and clad in a garment of yellow satin, and they had gold clasps upon their insteps. In the hand of each of them was an ivory bow, strung with the sinews of the stag, and their arrows and their shafts were of the bone of the whale, and were winged with peacock's feathers. The shafts also had golden heads. They had daggers with blades of gold, with hilts of the bone of the whale, and they were shooting at a mark. A little away from them I saw a man in the prime of life, with his beard newly shorn, clad in a robe and mantle of yellow satin, and round the top of his mantle was a band of gold lace. On his feet were shoes of variegated leather, fastened by 2 bosses of gold. When I saw them, I went towards him and saluted him, and such was his courtesy, that he no sooner received my greeting than he returned it. And he went with me towards the castle. Now there were no dwellers in the castle, except those who were in one hall. There I saw 24 damsels, embroidering satin at a window. And this I tell thee, Kay, that the least fair of them was fairer than the fairest maid thou didst ever behold in the island of Britain, and the least lovely of them was more lovely than Guinevere, the wife of Arthur, when she appeared loveliest at the feast of Easter. They rose up at my coming, and 6 of them took my horse, and divested me of my armor, and 6 others took my arms, and washed them in a vessel, till they were perfectly bright. And the third 6 spread cloths upon the tables, and prepared meat. And the fourth 6 took off my soiled garments, and placed others upon me, namely, an undervest and a doublet of fine linen, and a robe and a surcoat, and a mantle of yellow satin, with a broad gold band upon the mantle. And they placed cushions both beneath and around me, with coverings of red linen, and I sat down. Now the 6 maidens who had taken my horse unharnessed him as well as if they had been the best squires in the island of Britain. Then behold, they brought bowls of silver, wherein was water to wash, and towels of linen, some green and some white, and I washed. And in a little while the man sat down at the table. I sat next to him, and below me sat all the maidens, except those who waited on us. The table was of silver, and the cloths upon the table were of linen. No vessel was served upon the table that was not either of gold or of silver, or of buffalo horn, and our meat was brought to us. And verily, Kay, I saw there every sort of meat and every sort of liquor that I ever saw elsewhere, but the meat and the liquor were better served there than I ever saw them in any other place. Until the repast was half over, neither the man nor any one of the damsels spoke a single word to me, but when the man perceived that it would be more agreeable for me to converse than to eat any more, he began to inquire of me who I was. I told the man who I was, and what was the cause of my journey, and said that I was seeking whether any one was superior to me, or whether I could gain mastery over all. The man looked upon me, and smiled, and said, If I did not fear to do thee a mischief, I would show thee that which thou seekest. Then I desired him to speak freely, and he said, Sleep here tonight, and in the morning arise early. Take the road upwards through the valley, until thou reachest the wood. A little way within the wood thou wilt come to a large sheltered glade, with a mound in the centre. And thou wilt see a black man of great stature on the top of the mound. He has but 1 foot, and 1 eye in the middle of his forehead. He is the wood-ward of that wood. Thou wilt see 1,000 wild animals grazing around him. Inquire of him the way out of the glade, and he will reply to thee briefly, and will point out the road by which thou shalt find that which thou art in quest of. Long seemed that night to me. The next morning I arose and equipped myself, and mounted my horse, and proceeded straight through the valley to the wood, and at length I arrived at the glade. The black man was there, sitting upon the top of the mound, and I was 3 times more astonished at the number of wild animals that I beheld than the man had said I should be. I inquired of him the way, and he asked me roughly whither I would go. When I had told him who I was, and what I sought, Take, said he, that path that leads towards the head of the glade, and there thou wilt find an open space like to a large valley, and in the midst of it a tall tree. Under this tree is a fountain, and by the side of the fountain a marble slab, and on the marble slab a silver bowl, attached by a chain of silver, that it may not be carried away. Take the bowl, and throw a bowlful of water on the slab. If thou dost not find trouble in that adventure, thou needest not seek it during the rest of thy life. So I journeyed on until I reached the summit of the steep. And there I found everything as the black man had described it to me. I went up to the tree, and beneath it I saw the fountain, and by the side the marble slab, and the silver bowl fastened by the chain. Then I took the bowl, and cast a bowlful of water upon the slab. Immediately I heard a mighty peal of thunder, so that heaven and earth seemed to tremble with its fury. And after the thunder came a shower, and of a truth I tell thee, Kay, that it was such a shower as neither man nor beast could endure and live. I turned my horse's flank towards the shower, and placed the point of my shield over his head and neck, while I held the upper part of it over my own neck. And thus I withstood the shower. Presently the sky became clear. With that, behold, the birds lighted upon the tree and sang. Truly, Kay, I never heard any melody equal to that, either before or since. And when I was most charmed with listening to the birds, a chiding voice was heard of one approaching me and saying, O knight, what has brought thee hither? What evil have I done to thee, that thou shouldst act towards me and my possessions as thou hast this day? Dost thou not know that the shower today has left in my dominions neither man nor beast alive that was exposed to it? And thereupon, behold, a knight on a black horse appeared, clothed in jet-black velvet, and with a tabard of black linen about him. We charged each other, and as the onset was furious, it was not long before I was overthrown. Then the knight passed the shaft of his lance through the bridle rein of my horse, and rode off with the 2 horses, leaving me where I was. He did not even bestow so much notice upon me as to imprison me, nor did he despoil me of my arms. So I returned along the road by which I had come. And when I reached the glade where the black man was, I confess to thee, Kay, it is a marvel that I did not melt down into a liquid pool, through the shame that I felt at the black man's derision. That night I came to the same castle where I had spent the night preceding, and I was more agreeably entertained that night than I had been the night before. I conversed freely with the inmates of the castle, and none of them alluded to my expedition to the fountain, neither did I mention it to any, and I remained there that night. When I arose on the morrow, I found already saddled a dark bay palfrey, with nostrils as red as scarlet. After putting on my armor, and leaving there my blessing, I returned to my own court. That horse I still possess, and he is in the stable yonder, and I declare that I would not part with him for the best palfrey in the island of Britain. Now of a truth, Kay, no man ever before confessed to an adventure so much to his own discredit, and verily it seems strange to me that neither before nor since have I heard of any person who knew of this adventure, and that the subject of it should exist within King Arthur's dominions, without any other person lighting upon it. End of section 16. Section 17 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Mabinogion Part 2, Owain's Adventure at the Fountain. Now, quoth Owain, would it not be well to go and endeavour to discover that place? By the hand of my friend, said Kay, often thou dost utter that with thy tongue, which thou wouldst not make good with thy deeds. In very truth, said Guinevere, it were better thou wert hanged, Kay, than to use such uncourteous speech towards a man like Owain. By the hand of my friend, good lady, said Kay, thy praise of Owain is not greater than mine. With that Arthur awoke, and asked if he had not been sleeping a little. Yes, lord, answered Owain, thou hast slept a while. Is it time for us to go to meat? It is, lord, said Owain. Then the horn for washing was sounded, and the king and all his household sat down to eat. When the meal was ended, Owain withdrew to his lodging, and made ready his horse and his arms. On the morrow with the dawn of day, he put on his armor, and mounted his charger, and travelled through distant lands, and over desert mountains. At length he arrived at the valley, which Kynon had described to him, and he was certain that it was the same that he sought. Journeying along the valley, by the side of the river, he followed its course till he came to the plain, and within sight of the castle. When he approached the castle, he saw the youths shooting with their bows, in the place where Kynon had seen them, and the yellow man, to whom the castle belonged, standing hard by. And no sooner had Owain saluted the yellow man than he was saluted by him in return. He went forward towards the castle, and there he saw the chamber, and when he had entered the chamber, he beheld the maidens working at satin embroidery, and chains of gold. Their beauty and their comeliness seemed to Owain far greater than Kynon had represented to him. They arose to wait upon Owain, as they had done to Kynon, and the meal which they set before him gave even more satisfaction to Owain than it had done to Kynon. About the middle of the repast, the yellow man asked Owain the subject of his journey. Owain made it known to him, and said, I am in quest of the knight who guards the fountain. Upon this the yellow man smiled, and said that he was as loath to point out that adventure to him as he had been to Kynon. However, he described the whole to Owain, and they retired to rest. The next morning Owain found his horse made ready for him by the damsels, and he set forward and came to the glade where the black man was. The stature of the black man seemed more wonderful to Owain than it had done to Kynon. And Owain asked of him his road, and he showed it to him. And Owain followed the road till he came to the green tree, and he beheld the fountain, and the slab beside the fountain, with the bowl upon it. Owain took the bowl and threw a bowlful of water upon the slab, and lo, the thunder was heard, And after the thunder came the shower, more violent than Kynon had described. And after the shower the sky became bright. Immediately the birds came and settled upon the tree and sang. And when their song was most pleasing to Owain, he beheld a knight coming towards him through the valley, and he prepared to receive him, and encountered him violently. Having broken both their lances, they drew their swords and fought blade to blade. Then Owain struck the knight a blow through his helmet, headpiece and visor, and through the skin and the flesh and the bone, and it wounded the very brain. Then the Black Knight felt that he had received a mortal wound, upon which he turned his horse's head and fled. Owain pursued him, and followed close upon him, although he was not near enough to strike him with his sword. Then Owain descried a vast and resplendent castle, and they came to the castle gate. The Black Knight was allowed to enter, but the portcullis was let fall upon Owain, and it struck his horse behind the saddle, and cut him in two, and carried away the rowels of the spurs that were upon Owain's heels. And the portcullis descended to the floor, and the rowels of the spurs and part of the horse were without, and Owain and the other part of the horse remained within the two gates, and the inner gate was closed, so that Owain could not go thence. And Owain was in a perplexing situation. While he was in this state, he could see through an aperture in the gate a street facing him, with a row of houses on each side. He beheld a maiden with yellow curling hair, and a frontlet of gold upon her head, and she was clad in a dress of yellow satin, and on her feet were shoes of variegated leather. And she approached the gate, and desired that it should be open. "Heaven knows, lady," said Owain, "it is no more possible for me to open thee from hence, than it is for thee to set me free." And he told her his name, and who he was. "Truly," said the damsel, "it is very sad that thou canst not be released, and every woman ought to succour thee, for I know there is no one more faithful in the service of ladies than thou. Therefore," quoth she, "whatever is in my power to do for thy release, I will do it. Take this ring and put it on thy finger, with a stone inside thy hand, and close thy hand upon the stone. As long as thou concealest it, it will conceal thee. When they come forth to fetch thee, they will be much grieved that they cannot find thee. I will await thee on the horse block yonder, and thou wilt be able to see me, though I cannot see thee. Therefore come and place thy hand upon my shoulder, that I may know that thou art near me, and by the way that I go hence, do thou accompany me." Then the maiden went away from Owain, and he did all that she had told him. The people of the castle came to seek Owain to put him to death, and when they found nothing but the half of his horse, they were sorely grieved. And Owain vanished from among them, and went to the maiden, and placed his hand upon her shoulder, whereupon she set off, and Owain followed her, until they came to the door of a large and beautiful chamber, and the maiden opened it, and they went in. Owain looked around the chamber, and behold, there was not a single nail in it that was not painted with gorgeous colors, and there was not a single panel that had not sundry images of gold portrayed upon it. The maiden kindled a fire, and took water in a silver bowl, and gave Owain water to wash. Then she placed before him a silver table, inlaid with gold, upon which was a cloth of yellow linen, and she brought him food. Of a truth, Owain never saw any kind of meat that was not there in abundance, but it was better cooked there than he had ever found it in any other place. There was not one vessel from which he was served that was not of gold or of silver. Owain ate and drank until late in the afternoon, when lo, they heard a mighty clamour in the castle, and he asked the maiden what it was. "They are administering extreme unction," said she, "to the nobleman who owns the castle." And she prepared a couch for Owain, which was meet for Arthur himself, and Owain went to sleep. A little after daybreak he heard an exceeding loud clamour and wailing, and he asked the maiden what was the cause of it. "They are bearing to the church the body of the nobleman who owned the castle." And Owain rose up, and clothed himself, and opened a window of the chamber, and looked towards the castle. He could see neither the bounds nor the extent of the hosts that filled the streets, and they were fully armed, and a vast number of women were with them, both on horseback and on foot, and all the ecclesiastics in the city singing. In the midst of the throng he beheld the bier, over which was a veil of white linen, and wax tapers were burning beside and around it, and none that supported the bier was lower in rank than a powerful baron. Never did Owain see an assemblage so gorgeous with silk and satin. And following the train, he beheld a lady with yellow hair falling over her shoulders, and stained with blood, and about her a dress of yellow satin, which was torn. Upon her feet were shoes of variegated leather. It was a marvel that the ends of her fingers were not bruised, from the violence with which she smote her hands together. Truly she would have been the fairest lady Owain ever saw, had she been in her usual guise. And her cry was louder than the shout of the men, or the clamour of the trumpets. No sooner had he beheld the lady, than he became inflamed with her love, so that it took entire possession of him. Then he inquired of the maiden who the lady was. "Heaven knows," replied the maiden. "She is the fairest, the purest, the most liberal, and the most noble of women. She is my mistress, and she is called the Countess of the Fountain, the wife of him whom thou didst slay yesterday." "Verily," said Owain, "she is the woman that I love best." "Verily," said the maiden, "she shall also love thee not a little." The maiden prepared a repast for Owain, and truly he thought he had never before so good a meal, nor was he ever so well served. Then she left him, and went towards the castle. When she came there, she found nothing but mourning and sorrow, and the Countess in her chamber could not bear the sight of any one through grief. Luned, for that was the name of the maiden, saluted her, but the Countess of the Fountain answered her not. And the maiden bent down towards her, and said, "What aileth thee, that thou answerest no one to-day?" "Luned," said the Countess, "what change hath befallen thee, that thou hast not come to visit me in my grief? It was wrong in thee, and I so sorely afflicted." "Truly," said Luned, "I thought thy good sense was greater than I find it to be. Is it well for thee to mourn after that good man, or for anything else that thou canst not have?" "I declare to heaven," said the Countess, "that in the whole world there is not a man equal to him." "Not so," said Luned, "for an ugly man would be as good as or better than he." "I declare to heaven," said the Countess, "that were it not repugnant to me to put to death one whom I have brought up, I would have thee executed for making such a comparison to me. As it is, I will banish thee." "I am glad," said Luned, "that thou hast no other cause to do so than that I would have been of service to thee, where thou didst not know what was to thine advantage. Henceforth evil betide whichever of us shall make the first advance towards reconciliation to the other, whether I should seek an invitation from thee, or thou of thine own accord should send to invite." With that Luned went forth, and the Countess arose and followed her to the door of the chamber, and began coughing loudly. When Luned looked back, the Countess beckoned to her, and she returned to the Countess. "In truth," said the Countess, "evil is thy disposition, but if thou knowest what is to my advantage, declare it to me." "I will do so," said she. "Thou knowest that, except by warfare and arms, it is impossible for thee to preserve thy possessions. Delay not, therefore, to seek someone who can defend them." "How can I do that?" said the Countess. "I will tell thee," said Luned. "Unless thou canst defend the fountain, thou canst not maintain thy dominions. And no one can defend the fountain, except it be a knight of Arthur's household. I will go to Arthur's court, and ill betide me if I return not thence with a warrior who can guard the fountain as well as, or even better than he who defended it formerly." "That will be hard to perform," said the Countess. "Go, however, and make proof of that which thou hast promised." Luned set out under the pretence of going to Arthur's court, but she went back to the mansion where she had left Owain, and she tarried there as long as it might have taken her to travel to the court of King Arthur and back. At the end of that time she apparelled herself, and went to visit the Countess. The Countess was much rejoiced when she saw her, and inquired what news she brought from the court. "I bring thee the best of news," said Luned, "for I have compassed the object of my mission. When wilt thou that I should present to thee the chieftain who has come with me hither?" "Bring him here to visit me tomorrow," said the Countess, "and I will cause the town to be assembled by that time." And Luned returned home. The next day at noon, Owain arrayed himself in a coat and a surcoat, and a mantle of yellow satin, upon which was a broad band of gold lace, and on his feet were high shoes of variegated leather, which were fastened by golden clasps in the form of lions. And they proceeded to the chamber of the Countess. Right glad was the Countess of their coming. She gazed steadfastly upon Owain, and said, "Luned, this knight has not the look of a traveller." "What harm is there in that, lady?" said Luned. "I am certain," said the Countess, "that no other man than this chased the soul from the body of my lord." "So much the better for thee, lady," said Luned, "for had he not been stronger than thy lord, he could not have deprived him of life. There is no remedy for that which is past, be it as it may." "Go back to thine abode," said the Countess, "and I will take counsel." The next day the Countess caused all her subjects to assemble, and showed them that her earldom was left defenceless, and that it could not be protected but with horse and arms, and military skill. "Therefore," said she, "this is what I offer for your choice. Either let one of you take me, or give your consent for me to take a husband from elsewhere, to defend my dominions." So they came to the determination that it was better that she should have permission to marry someone from elsewhere, and thereupon she sent for the bishops and the archbishops to celebrate her nuptials with Owain, and the men of the earldom did Owain homage. Owain defended the fountain with lance and sword, and this is the manner in which he defended it. Whensoever a knight came there, he overthrew him, and sold him for his full worth. What he thus gained he divided among his barons and his knights, and no man in the whole world could be more beloved than he was by his subjects. And it was thus for the space of 3 years. End of section 17. Section 18 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Mabinogion, Part 3. Gawain's Adventure in Search of Owain. It befell that, as Gawain went forth one day with King Arthur, he perceived him to be very sad and sorrowful. And Gawain was much grieved to see Arthur in this state, and he questioned him, saying, "O my lord, what has befallen thee?" "In sooth, Gawain," said Arthur, "I am grieved concerning Owain, whom I have lost these 3 years, and I shall certainly die if the 4th year pass without my seeing him. Now I am sure that it is through the tale which Kynon, the son of Clydno, related that I have lost Owain." "There is no need for thee," said Gawain, "to summon to arms thy whole dominions on this account, for thou thyself, and the men of thy household, will be able to avenge Owain if he be slain, or to set him free if he be in prison, and if alive, to bring him back with thee." And it was settled according to what Gawain had said. Then Arthur and the men of his household prepared to go and seek Owain, and Kynon, the son of Clydno, acted as their guide. And Arthur came to the castle where Kynon had been before, and when he came there, the youths were shooting in the same place, and the yellow man was standing hard by. When the yellow man saw Arthur, he greeted him, and invited him to the castle. Arthur accepted his invitation, and they entered the castle together. Great as was the number of his retinue, their presence was scarcely observed in the castle, so vast was its extent. And the maidens rose up to wait on them. The service of the maidens appeared to them all to excel any attendants they had ever met with, and even the pages, who had charge of the horses, were no worse served that night than Arthur himself would have been in his own palace. The next morning Arthur set out thence, with Kynon for his guide, and came to the place where the black man was. And the stature of the black man was more surprising to Arthur than it had been represented to him. They came to the top of the wooded steep, and traversed the valley, till they reached the green tree, where they saw the fountain, and the bowl, and the slab. And upon that Kay came to Arthur and spoke to him. "My lord," said he, "I know the meaning of all this, and my request is that thou wilt permit me to throw the water on the slab, and to receive the first adventure that may befall." And Arthur gave him leave. Then Kay threw a bowl full of water upon the slab, and immediately there came the thunder, and after the thunder the shower. And such a thunderstorm they had never known before. After the shower had ceased, the sky became clear, and on looking at the tree, they beheld it completely leafless. Then the birds descended upon the tree, and the song of the birds was far sweeter than any strain they had ever heard before. Then they beheld a knight, on a coal-black horse, clothed in black satin, coming rapidly towards them. Kay met him, and encountered him, and it was not long before Kay was overthrown. The knight withdrew, and Arthur and his host encamped for the night. When they arose in the morning, they perceived the signal of combat upon the lance of the knight. Then one by one, all the household of Arthur went forth to combat the knight, until there was not one that was not overthrown by him, except Arthur and Gawain. And Arthur armed himself to encounter the knight. "O my lord," said Gawain, "permit me to fight with him first." And Arthur permitted him. He went forth to meet the knight, having over himself and his horse a satin robe of honour, which had been sent him by the daughter of the Earl of Rangir, and in this dress he was not known by any of the host. And they charged each other, and fought all that day until the evening. And neither of them was able to unhorse the other. And so it was the next day. They broke their lances in the shock, but neither of them could obtain the mastery. The third day they fought with exceeding strong lances. They were incensed with rage, and fought furiously, even until noon. They gave each other such a shock that the girths of their horses were broken, so that they fell over their horses' cruppers to the ground. And they rose up speedily and drew their swords, and resumed the combat. All they that witnessed their encounter felt assured that they had never before seen two men so valiant or so powerful. Had it been midnight, it would have been light, from the fire that flashed from their weapons. And the knight gave Gawain a blow that turned his helmet from off his face, so that the knight saw that it was Gawain. Then Owain said, "My lord Gawain, I did not know thee for my cousin, owing to the robe of honour that enveloped thee. Take my sword in my arms." Said Gawain, "Thou, Owain, art the victor, take thou my sword." And with that Arthur saw that they were conversing, and advanced towards them. "My lord Arthur," said Gawain, "here is Owain, who has vanquished me, and will not take my arms." "My lord," said Owain, "it is he that has vanquished me, and he will not take my sword." "Give me your sword," said Arthur, "and then neither of you has vanquished the other." Then Owain put his arms round Arthur's neck, and they embraced. All the host hurried forward to see Owain, and to embrace him, and there was nigh being a loss of life, so great was the press. The next day Arthur prepared to depart. "My lord," said Owain, "it is not well of thee, for I have been absent from thee these 3 years, and during all that time, up to this very day, I have been preparing a banquet for thee, knowing that thou wouldst come to seek me. Tarry with me, therefore, until thou and thy attendants have recovered the fatigues of the journey, and have been anointed." And they all proceeded to the castle of the Countess of the Fountain, and the banquet which had been 3 years preparing was consumed in 3 months. Never had they a more delicious or agreeable banquet. And Arthur prepared to depart. Then he sent an embassy to the Countess, to beseech her to permit Owain to go with him for the space of 3 months, that he might show him to the nobles and the fair dames of the island of Britain. And the Countess gave her consent, although it was very painful to her. So Owain came with Arthur to the island of Britain. And when he was once more amongst his kindred and friends, he remained 3 years, instead of 3 months, with them. End of section 18. Section 19 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Mabinogion, Part 4, The Adventure of the Lion. As Owain sat one day at meat, in the city of Caerleon upon Usk, a damsel entered the hall upon a bay horse, with a curling mane, and covered with foam, and the bridle and as much as was seen of the saddle were of gold. The damsel was arrayed in a dress of yellow satin, and she came up to Owain, and took the ring from off his hand. "Thus," said she, "shall be treated the deceiver, the traitor, the faithless, the disgraced, and the beardless." And she turned her horse's head and departed. Then his adventure came to Owain's remembrance, and he was sorrowful. Having finished eating, he went to his own abode, and made preparations that night. The next day he arose, but did not go to the court, nor did he return to the Countess of the Fountain, but wandered to the distant parts of the earth, and to uncultivated mountains. And he remained here until all his apparel was worn out, and his body was wasted away, and his hair was grown long. And he went about with the wild beasts, and fed with them, until they became familiar with him. But at length he became so weak that he could no longer bear them company. Then he descended from the mountains to the valley, and came to a park that was the fairest in the world, and belonged to a charitable lady. One day the lady and her attendants went forth to walk by a lake that was in the middle of the park. They saw the form of a man, lying as if dead, and were terrified. Nevertheless they went near him, and touched him, and saw that there was life in him. And the lady returned to the castle, and took a flask full of precious ointment, and gave it to one of her maidens. "Go with this," said she, "and take with thee yonder horse and clothing, and place them near the man we saw just now, and anoint him with this balsam near his heart. And if there is life in him, he will revive, through the efficiency of this balsam. Then watch what he will do." The maiden departed from her, and went and poured of the balsam upon Owain, and left the horse and garments hard by, and went a little way off and hid herself to watch him. In a short time she saw him begin to move. He rose up, looked at his person, and became ashamed of the unseemliness of his appearance. Then he perceived the horse and the garments that were near him. He clothed himself, and with difficulty mounted the horse. Then the damsel discovered herself to him, and saluted him. And he and the maiden proceeded to the castle, and the maiden conducted him to a pleasant chamber, and kindled a fire, and left him. He stayed at the castle 3 months, till he was restored to his former guise, and became even more comely than he had ever been before. And Owain rendered signal service to the lady, in a controversy with a powerful neighbour, so that he made ample requital to her for her hospitality, and he took his departure. As he journeyed, he heard a loud yelling in the wood. It was repeated a second and a third time. And Owain went towards the spot, and beheld a huge craggy mound in the middle of the wood, on the side of which was a grey rock. There was a cleft in the rock, and a serpent was within the cleft. Near the rock stood a black lion, and every time the lion sought to go thence, the serpent darted towards him to attack him. And Owain unsheathed his sword, and drew near to the rock, and as the serpent sprung out, he struck him with his sword, and cut him in two. And he dried his sword, and went on his way as before. Behold, the lion followed him, and played about him, as though it had been a greyhound that he had reared. They proceeded thus throughout the day until the evening. When it was time for Owain to take his rest, he dismounted, and turned his horse loose in a flat and wooded meadow. He struck fire, and when the fire was kindled, the lion brought him fuel enough to last for 3 nights, and the lion disappeared. Presently the lion returned, bearing a fine large roebuck, and threw it down before Owain, who went towards the fire with it. Owain took the roebuck, skinned it, and placed slices of its flesh upon skewers round the fire. The rest of the buck he gave to the lion to devour. While he was so employed, he heard a deep groan near him, and a second, and a third. The place whence the groans proceeded was a cave in the rock, and Owain went near, and called out to know who it was that groaned so piteously. And a voice answered, "I am Luned, the handmaiden of the Countess of the Fountain." "And what dost thou here?" said he. "I am in prison," said she, "on account of the knight who came from Arthur's court, and married the Countess. And he stayed a short time with her, but he afterwards departed for the court of Arthur, and has not returned since. And 2 of the Countess's pages traduced him, and called him a deceiver. And because I said I would vouch for it, he would come before long, and maintain his cause against both of them, they imprisoned me in this cave, and said that I should be put to death, unless he came to deliver me by a certain day, and that it is no further off than tomorrow. And I have no one to send to seek him from me. His name is Owain, the son of Urien. And art thou certain that if that knight knew all this, he would come to thy rescue?" "I am most certain of it," said she. When the slices of meat were cooked, Owain divided them into 2 parts, between himself and the maiden, and then Owain laid himself down to sleep. And never did sentinel keep stricter watch over his lord than the lion that night over Owain. The next day there came 2 pages with a great troop of attendants to take Luned from her cell, and put her to death. Owain asked them what charge they had against her. They told him of the compact that was between them, as the maiden had done the night before. "And," said they, "Owain has failed her. Therefore we are taking her to be burnt." "Truly," said Owain, "he is a good knight, and if he knew that the maiden was in such peril, I marvel that he came not to her rescue. But if you will accept me in his stead, I will do battle with you." We will, said the youths. And they attacked Owain, and he was hard beset by them. And with that the lion came to Owain's assistance, and they two got the better of the young men. And they said to him, Chieftain, it was not agreed that we should fight save with thyself alone, and it is harder for us to contend with yonder animal than with thee. And Owain put the lion in the place where Luned had been imprisoned, and blocked up the door with stones, and he went to fight with the young men as before. But Owain had not his usual strength, and the two youths pressed hard upon him. And the lion roared incessantly at seeing Owain in trouble, and he burst through the wall until he found a way out, and rushed upon the young men, and instantly slew them. So Luned was saved from being burnt. Then Owain returned with Luned to the castle of the Lady of the Fountain, and when he went thence, he took the countess with him to Arthur's court, and she was his wife as long as she lived. End of section 19. Section 20 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. The Mabinogion Part 5, How Pwyll Outwitted Gaul. Once upon a time Pwyll was at Narberth, his chief palace, where a feast had been prepared for him, and with him was a great host of men. And after the first meal, Pwyll arose to walk, and he went to the top of a mound that was above the palace, and was called Gorsedd Arberth. Lord, said one of the court, it is peculiar to the mound that whosoever sits upon it cannot go thence, without either receiving wounds or blows, or else seeing a wonder. I fear not to receive wounds or blows, said Pwyll, but as to the wonder, gladly would I see it. I will therefore go and sit upon the mound. And upon the mound he sat. While he sat there, they saw a lady, on a pure white horse of large size, with a garment of shining gold around her, coming along the highway that led from the mound. My men, said Pwyll, is there any among you who knows yonder lady? There is not, lord, said they. Go one of you and meet her, that we may know who she is. And one of them arose, and as he came upon the road to meet her, she passed by, and he followed as fast as he could, being on foot, and the greater was his speed, the further she was from him. When he saw that it profited him nothing to follow her, he returned to Pwyll and said, Lord, it is idle for any one in the world to follow her on foot. Verily, said Pwyll, go unto the palace, and take the fleetest horse that thou seest, and go after her. So he took a horse and went forward. He came to an open level plain, and put spurs to his horse, and the more he urged his horse, the further she was from him. And he returned to the place where Pwyll was, and said, Lord, it will avail nothing for any one to follow yonder lady. I know of no horse in these realms swifter than this, and it availed me not to pursue her. Of a truth, said Pwyll, there must be some illusion here. Let us go towards the palace. So to the palace they went, and spent the day. And the next day they amused themselves until it was time to go to meat. And when meat was ended, Pwyll said, Where are the hosts that went yesterday to the top of the mound? Behold, lord, we are here, said they. Let us go, said he, to the mound and sit there. And do thou, said he to the page who tended his horse, saddle my horse well, and hasten with him to the road, and bring also my spurs with thee. And the youth did thus. They went and sat upon the mound, and ere they had been there but a short time, they beheld the lady coming by the same road. Young man, said Pwyll, I see the lady coming. Give me my horse. Before he had mounted his horse, she passed him, and he turned after her, and followed her. He let his horse go bounding playfully, and thought that he should soon come up with her, but he came no nearer to her than at first. Then he urged his horse to his utmost speed, yet he found that it availed not. Then said Pwyll, O maiden, for the sake of him whom thou best lovest, stay for me. I will stay gladly, said she, and it were better for thy horse, hadst thou asked it long since. So the maiden stopped, and she threw back that part of her headdress which covered her face. Then he thought that the beauty of all the maidens and all the ladies that he had ever seen was as nothing compared to her beauty. Lady, he said, wilt thou tell me aught concerning thy purpose? I will tell thee, said she. My chief quest was to see thee. Truly, said Pwyll, this is to me the most pleasing quest on which thou couldst have come. And wilt thou tell me who thou art? I will tell thee, lord, said she. I am Rhiannon, the daughter of Hevaid, and they sought to give me a husband against my will. But no husband would I have, and that because of my love for thee. Neither will I yet have one, unless thou reject me. And hither have I come to hear thy answer. By heaven, said Pwyll, behold, this is my answer. If I might choose among all the ladies and damsels in the world, thee would I choose. Verily, said she, if thou art thus minded, make a pledge to meet me, ere I am given to another. The sooner I may do so, the more pleasing will it be to me, said Pwyll, and wheresoever thou wilt, there will I meet with thee. I will that thou meet me this day 12-month, at the palace of Hevaid. Gladly, said he, will I keep this tryst. So they parted, and he went back to his hosts, and to them of his household. And whatsoever questions they asked him respecting the damsel, he always turned the discourse upon other matters. When a year from that time was gone, he caused 100 knights to equip themselves, and to go with him to the palace of Hevaid. And he came to the palace, and there was great joy concerning him, with much concourse of people, and great rejoicing, and vast preparations for his coming. And the whole court was placed under his orders. And the hall was garnished, and they went to meat, and thus did they sit. Hevaid was on one side of Pwyll, and Rhiannon on the other, and all the rest according to their rank. And they ate and feasted, and talked one with another. After the meat there entered a tall auburn-haired youth, of royal bearing, clothed in a garment of satin, who saluted Pwyll and his companions. The greeting of heaven be unto thee, said Pwyll. Come thou and sit down. Nay, said he, a suitor am I, and I will do my errand. Do so willingly, said Pwyll. Lord, said he, my errand is unto thee, and it is to crave a boon of thee that I come. What boon soever thou mayest ask of me, so far as I am able, thou shalt have. Ah, said Rhiannon, wherefore didst thou give that answer? Has he not given it before the presence of these nobles? Asked the youth. My soul, said Pwyll, what is the boon thou askest? The lady whom best I love is to be thy bride this night. I come to ask her of thee, with the feast and the banquet that are in this place. And Pwyll was silent, because of the promise which he had given. Be silent as long as thou wilt, said Rhiannon. Never did man make worse use of his wits than thou hast done. Lady, said he, I knew not who he was. Behold, this is the man to whom they would have given me against my will, said she, and he is Gall, the son of Clud, a man of great power and wealth, and because of the word thou hast spoken, bestow me upon him, lest shame befall thee. Lady, said he, I understand not thy answer, never can I do as thou sayest. Bestow me upon him, said she, and I will cause that I shall never be his. By what means will that be? Asked Pwyll. She told him the thought that was in her mind, and they talked long together. Then Gall said, Lord, it is meet that I have an answer to my request. As much of that thou hast asked, as it is in my power to give, thou shalt have, replied Pwyll. My soul, said Rhiannon unto Gall, as for the feast and the banquet that are here, I have bestowed them upon the men of DavidG, and the household and the warriors that are with us. These can I not suffer to be given to any. And a year from tonight, a banquet shall be prepared for thee in this place, that I may become thy bride. So Gall went forth to his possessions, and Pwyll went also back to DavidG, and they both spent that year until it was time for the feast at the palace of Hevaid. Then Gall, the son of Clud, set out to the feast that was prepared for him, and he came to the palace, and was received there with rejoicing. Pwyll also, the chief of DavidG, came to the orchard with 100 knights, as Rhiannon had commanded him. And Pwyll was clad in coarse and ragged garments, and wore large clumsy old shoes upon his feet. And when he knew that the carousal after the meat had begun, he went towards the hall, and when he came into the hall he saluted Gall, the son of Clud, and his company, both men and women. Heaven prosper thee, said Gall, and friendly greeting be unto thee. Lord, said he, may heaven reward thee, I have an errand unto thee. Welcome be thine errand, and if thou ask of me that which is right, thou shalt have it gladly. It is fitting, answered he. I crave but from want, and the boon I ask is to have this small bag that thou seest filled with meat. A request within reason is this, said he, and gladly thou shalt have it. Bring him food. A great number of attendants rose and began to fill the bag, but for all they put into it, it was no fuller than at first. My soul, said Gaul, will thy bag ever be full? It will not, I declare to heaven, said he, for all that may be put into it, unless one possessed of lands, and domains, and treasures, shall arise, and tread down with both his feet the food that is within the bag, and shall say, Enough has been put therein. Then said Rhiannon unto Gaul, the son of Clud, Rise up quickly. I will willingly arise, said he. So he rose up and put his 2 feet into the bag, and Pwyll turned up the sides of the bag, so that Gaul was over his head in it. And he shut it up quickly, and slipped a knot upon the thongs, and blew his horn. And thereupon, behold, his knights came down upon the palace. They seized all the host that had come with Gaul, and cast them into his own prison, and Pwyll threw off his rags, and his old shoes, and his tattered array. And they came in, every one of Pwyll's knights. As they came in, every one of Pwyll's knights struck a blow upon the bag, and asked, What is here? A badger, said they. And in this manner they played, each of them striking the bag, either with his foot or with his staff. And then was the game of badger in the bag first played. Lord, said the man in the bag, if thou wouldst but hear me, I merit not to be slain in a bag. Said Hevaid, Lord, he speaks truth. It were fitting that thou listen to him, for he deserves not this. Verily, said Pwyll, I will do thy counsel concerning him. Behold, this is my counsel then, said Rhiannon. Thou art now in a position in which it behooves thee to satisfy suitors and minstrels. Let him give unto them in thy stead, and take a pledge from him, that he will never seek to revenge that which has been done to him. And this will be punishment enough. I will do this gladly, said the man in the bag. And gladly will I accept it, said Pwyll, since it is the counsel of Hevaid and Rhiannon. Seek thyself sureties. We will be for him, said Hevaid, until his men be free to answer for him. And upon this he was let out of the bag, and his liegemen were liberated. Verily, lord, said Gaul, I am greatly hurt, and I have many bruises. With thy leave I will go forth. I will leave nobles in my stead to answer for me, and all that thou shalt require. Willingly, said Pwyll. Mayst thou do thus. So Gaul went to his own possessions. And the hall was set in order for Pwyll and the men of his host, and for them also of the palace, and they went to the tables and sat down. And as they had sat that time 12-month, so sat they that night. They ate and feasted, and spent the night in mirth and tranquillity. Next morning at break of day, My lord, said Rhiannon, arise and begin to give thy gifts unto the minstrels. Refuse no one today that may claim thy bounty. Thus shall it be gladly, said Pwyll, both today and every day while the feast shall last. So Pwyll arose, and he caused silence to be proclaimed, and desired all the suitors and minstrels to show and to point out what gifts they desired. And this being done, the feast went on, and he denied no one while it lasted. And when the feast was ended, Pwyll said unto Hevaid, My lord, with thy permission, I will set out for David tomorrow. Certainly, said Hevaid. May heaven prosper thee. Fix also a time when Rhiannon shall follow thee. By heaven, said Pwyll, we will go hence together. Willest thou this, lord? Said Hevaid. Yes, lord, answered Pwyll. And the next day they set forward from David, and journeyed to the palace of Narberth, where a feast was made ready for them. And there came to them great numbers of the chief men and the most noble ladies of the land. And of these there were none to whom Rhiannon did not give some rich gift, either a bracelet, or a ring, or a precious stone. And they ruled the land prosperously that year and the next. End of section 20. Section 21 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William PATTEN. The Mabinogion Part 6, How Manawydan Caught a Thief. Pwyll and Rhiannon had a son, whom they named Pryderi. And when he was grown up, Pwyll his father died, and Pryderi married Kicva, the daughter of Gwyn Gloy. Now Manawydan returned from the war in Ireland, and he found that his cousin had seized all his possessions, and much grief and heaviness came upon him. "Alas, woe is me!" he exclaimed. "There is none save myself without a home and a resting place." "Lord," said Pryderi, "be not so sorrowful. Thy cousin is king of the island of the mighty, and though he has done thee wrong, thou hast never been a claimant of land or possessions." "Yea," answered he, "but although this man is my cousin, it grieveth me to see any one in the place of my brother, Bendigid Vran. Neither can I be happy in the same dwelling with him." "Wilt thou follow the counsel of another?" said Pryderi. "I stand in need of counsel," he answered. "And what may that counsel be?" "7 cantrevs belong unto me," said Pryderi, "wherein Rhiannon my mother dwells. I will bestow her upon thee, and the 7 cantrevs with her. And though thou hadst no possession but those cantrevs only, thou couldst not have any fairer than they. Do thou and Rhiannon enjoy them, and if thou desire any possessions, thou wilt not despise these." "I do not, chieftain," said he. "Heaven reward thee for thy friendship. I will go with thee to seek Rhiannon, and look to thy possessions." "Thou wilt do well," he answered, "and I believe that thou didst never hear a lady discourse better than she, and when she was in her prime, none was ever fairer. Even now her aspect is not uncomely." They set forth, and however long the journey, they came at last to David, and a feast was prepared for them by Rhiannon and Kicva. Then began Manawydan and Rhiannon to sit and to talk together, and his mind and his thoughts became warm towards her, and he thought in his heart he had never beheld any lady more fulfilled of grace and beauty than she. "Pryderi," said he, "I will that it be as thou didst say." "What saying was that?" asked Rhiannon. "Lady," said Pryderi, "I did offer thee as a wife to Manawydan." "By that will I gladly abide," said Rhiannon. "Right glad am I also," said Manawydan. "May heaven reward him who has shown unto me friendship so perfect as this." And before the feast was over, she became his bride. "Tarry ye here the rest of the feast, and I will go into England, to tender my homage unto Caswallon, the son of Beli," said Pryderi. "Lord," said Rhiannon, "Caswallon is in Kent. Thou mayest therefore tarry at the feast, and wait until he shall be nearer." "We will wait," he answered. So they finished the feast, and they began to make the circuit of David, and to hunt, and to take their pleasure. And as they went through the country, they had never seen lands more pleasant to live in, nor better hunting grounds, nor greater plenty of honey and fish. And such was the friendship between these 4, that they would not be parted from each other, by night nor by day. In the midst of all this, he went to Caswallon at Oxford, and tendered his homage, and honourable was his reception there, and highly was he praised for offering his homage. After his return, Pryderi and Manawydan began a feast at Narberth, for it was the chief palace. When they had ended the first meal, while those who served them ate, they arose and went to the mound of Narberth, with a retinue with them. As they sat there, behold a peal of thunder, and with the violence of the thunderstorm, lo, there came a fall of mist, so thick that not one of them could see the other. And after the mist it became light all around. When they looked towards the place where they were wont to see the cattle and herds and dwellings, they saw nothing now, neither house, nor beast, nor smoke, nor fire, nor man, nor dwelling, but the buildings of the court empty and uninhabited, without either man or beast within them. "In the name of heaven," said Manawydan, "where are they of the court, and all my host beside? Let us go and see." So they came to the castle, and saw no man, and into the hall, and to the sleeping place, and there was none, and in the mead cellar and in the kitchen there was naught but desolation. Then they began to go through the land, and all the possessions that they had, and they visited the houses and dwellings, and found nothing but wild beasts. And when they had consumed their feast, and all their provisions, they fell upon the prey they killed in hunting. One morning Pryderi and Manawydan ranged their dogs and went forth to hunt. Some of the dogs ran before them, and came to a bush which was near at hand. But as soon as they were come to the bush, they hastily drew back, and returned to the men, their hair bristling up greatly. "Let us go," said Pryderi, "and see what is in it." As they came near, behold, a wild boar of a pure white colour rose up from the bush. Then the dogs, being set on by the men, rushed towards him. But he left the bush, and fell back a little way from the men, and made a stand against the dogs, until the men had come near. When the men came up, he fell back a second time, and betook him to flight. They pursued the boar until they beheld a vast and lofty castle, all newly built, in a place where they had never before seen either stone or building. And the boar ran swiftly into the castle, the dogs after him. The men began to wonder at finding a castle in a place where they had never before seen any building, and listened for the dogs. But they heard not one of the dogs, nor aught concerning them. "Lord," said Pryderi, "I will go into the castle to get tidings of the dogs." "Truly," he replied, "if thou wouldst follow my counsel, thou wouldst not enter therein. Whosoever has cast a spell over this land has caused this castle to be here." "Of a truth," answered Pryderi, "I cannot thus give up my dogs." And to the castle he went. When he came within the castle, he found neither man nor beast, nor boar, nor dogs, nor house, nor dwelling within it. In the center of the castle floor he beheld a fountain, with marble work around it, and on the margin of the fountain a golden bowl upon a marble slab, and chains hanging from the air, to which he saw no end. He was greatly pleased with the beauty of the gold, and with the rich workmanship of the bowl. And he went up to the bowl, and laid hold of it. And when he had taken hold of it, his hands stuck to the bowl, and his feet to the slab on which the bowl was placed, and all his joyousness forsook him, so that he could not utter a word. And thus he stood. Manawydan waited for him till near the close of the day. Late in the evening, being certain that he should have no tidings of Pryderi or the dogs, he went back to the palace. As he entered, Rhiannon looked at him. "Where," said she, "are thy companion and the dogs?" "Behold," he answered, "the adventure that has befallen me." And he related it all unto her. "An evil companion hast thou been," said Rhiannon, "and a good companion hast thou lost." And with that word she went out, and proceeded towards the castle, according to the direction which he gave her. The gate of the castle she found open. She was nothing daunted, and went in. As she went in, she perceived Pryderi laying hold of the bowl, and she went towards him. "O my lord," said she, "what dost thou here?" She took hold of the bowl with him, and as she did so, her hands also became fast to the bowl, and her feet to the slab, and she was not able to utter a word. And with that, as it became night, lo, there came thunder upon them, and a fall of mist, and thereupon the castle vanished, and they with it. When Kikva saw that there was no one in the palace but herself and Manawydan, she sorrowed so that she cared not whether she lived or died. And Manawydan saw this. "Thou art in the wrong," said he. "If through fear of me thou grievest thus, I call heaven to witness that thou hast never seen friendship more pure than that which I will bear thee. But it is not fitting for us to stay here. We have lost our dogs, and cannot get food. Let us go into England. It is easiest for us to find support there." "Gladly, lord," said she, "we will do so." And they set forth together to England. "Lord," said she, "what craft wilt thou follow?" "Take up one that is seemly." "None other will I take," answered he, "but that of making shoes." "Lord," said she, "such a craft becomes not a man so nobly born as thou." "By that, however, will I abide," said he. "I know nothing thereof," said Kikva. "But I know," answered Manawydan, "and I will teach thee to stitch. We will not attempt to dress the leather, but we will buy it ready dressed, and will make the shoes from it." So they went into England, and went as far as Hereford, and they betook themselves to making shoes. He began by buying the best cordwain that could be had in the town, and associated himself with the best goldsmith in the town, and caused him to make clasps for the shoes, and to gild the clasps, and he marked how it was done until he learned the method. When they could be had from him, not a shoe nor hose was bought of any of the cordwainers in the town. When the cordwainers perceived that their gains were failing, they came together and took counsel, and agreed that they would slay them. and he had warning thereof, and it was told him how the cordwainers had agreed together to slay him. Lord, said Kicva, wherefore should this be borne from these boors? Nay, said he, we will go back to David. So towards David they set forth. Now Manawydan, when he set out to return to David, took with him a burden of wheat, and he proceeded towards Narberth, and there he dwelt. Never was he better pleased than when he saw Narberth again, and the lands where he had been wont to hunt with Pryderi and with Rhiannon, and he accustomed himself to fish, and to hunt for deer in their covert. He began to prepare some ground, and he sowed a croft, and a second, and a third, and no wheat in the world ever sprung up better. The 3 crofts prospered with perfect growth, and no man ever saw fairer wheat. Thus passed the seasons of the year until the harvest came. And he went to look at one of his crofts, and behold, it was ripe. I will reap this tomorrow, said he. On the morrow, when he came there, he found nothing but the bare straw. Every one of the ears of the wheat was cut off from the stalk, and all the ears carried entirely away, and at this he marveled greatly. Then he went to look at another croft, and behold, that also was ripe. Verily, said he, this will I reap tomorrow. And on the morrow he came with the intent to reap it, but when he came there, he found nothing but the bare straw. O gracious heaven, he exclaimed, I know that whosoever has begun my ruin is completing it, and has also destroyed the country with me. Then he went to look at the third croft, and when he came there, finer wheat had there never been seen, and this also was ripe. Evil betide me, said he, if I watch not here tonight. Whoever carried off the other corn will come in like manner to take this, and I will know who it is. And he told Kicva all that had befallen. Verily, said she, what thinkest thou to do? I will watch the croft tonight, said he. And he went to watch the croft. At midnight he heard something stirring among the wheat, and he looked, and behold, the mightiest host of mice in the world, which could neither be numbered nor measured. He knew not what it was until the mice had made their way into the croft, and each of them, climbing up the straw, and bending it down with its weight, had cut off one of the ears of wheat, and had carried it away, leaving there the stalk, and he saw not a single straw there that had not a mouse to it. And they all took their way, carrying the ears with them. In wrath and anger did he rush upon the mice, but he could no more come up with them than if they had been gnats or birds of the air, except one only, which, though it was but sluggish, went so fast that a man on foot could scarce overtake it. After this one he went, and he caught it, and put it in his glove, and tied up the opening of the glove with a string, and kept it with him, and returned to the palace. Then he came to the hall where Kicva was, and he lighted a fire, and hung the glove by the string upon a peg. What hast thou there, lord? Said Kicva. A thief, said he, that I found robbing me. What kind of a thief may it be, lord, that thou couldst put into thy glove? Said she. Then he told her how the mice came to the last of the fields in his sight. And one of them was less nimble than the rest, and is now in my glove. Tomorrow I will hang it. My lord, said she, this is marvellous, but yet it would be unseemly for a man of dignity like thee to be hanging such a reptile as this. Woe betide me, said he, if I would not hang them all. Could I catch them, and such as I have I will hang. Verily, lord, said she, there is no reason that I should succour this reptile, except to prevent discredit unto thee. Do therefore, lord, as thou wilt. Then he went to the mound of Narberth, taking the mouse with him. He set up 2 forks on the highest part of the mound, and while he was doing this he saw a scholar coming towards him, in old and tattered garments. It was 7 years since he had seen in that place either man or beast, except those 4 persons who had remained together, until 2 of them were lost. My lord, said the scholar, good day to thee. Heaven prosper thee, and my greeting be unto thee. And whence dost thou come, scholar? Asked he. I come, lord, from singing in England. And wherefore dost thou inquire? Because for the last 7 years, answered he, I have seen no man here save 4 secluded persons, and thyself this moment. Truly, lord, said he, I go through this land unto mine own. And what work art thou upon, lord? I am hanging a thief that I caught robbing me, said he. What manner of thief is that? Asked the scholar. I see a creature in thy hand like unto a mouse, and ill does it become a man of rank equal to thine, to touch a reptile such as this. Let it go forth free. I will not let it go free, by heaven, said he. I caught it robbing me, and the doom of a thief will I inflict upon it, and I will hang it. Lord, said he, rather than see a man of rank equal to thine at such a work as this, I would give thee £1, which I have received as alms, to let the reptile go forth free. I will not let it go free, said he, neither will I sell it. As thou wilt, lord, he answered, I care not. And the scholar went his way. As he was placing the crossbeam upon the 2 forks, behold, a priest came towards him, upon a horse covered with trappings. Good day to thee, lord, said he. Heaven prosper thee, said Manawydan, thy blessing. The blessings of heaven be upon thee. And what, lord, art thou doing? I am hanging a thief that I caught robbing me. What manner of thief, lord? Asked he. A creature, he answered, in the form of a mouse. It has been robbing me, and I am inflicting upon it the doom of a thief. Lord, said he, rather than see thee touch this reptile, I would purchase its freedom. By my confession to heaven, neither will I sell it, nor set it free. It is true, lord, that it is worth nothing to buy, but rather than see thee defile thyself by touching such a reptile as this, I will give thee £3 to let it go. I will not, by heaven, said he, take any price for it. As it ought, so shall it be hanged. And the priest went his way. Then he noosed the string around the mouse's neck, and as he was about to draw it up, behold, he saw a bishop's retinue, with his sumpter horses and his attendants. The bishop himself came towards him, and he stayed his work. Lord Bishop, said he, thy blessing. Heaven's blessings be unto thee, said he. What work art thou upon? Hanging a thief that I caught robbing me, said he. Is not that a mouse that I see in thy hand? Yes, answered he, and she has robbed me. Ay, said he, since I have come at the doom of this reptile, I will ransom it of thee. I will give thee £7 for it, and that rather than see a man of rank equal to thine destroying so vile a reptile as this. Let it loose, and thou shalt have the money. I declare to heaven that I will not let it loose. If thou wilt not loose it for this, I will give thee £24 of ready money to set it free. I will not set it free, by heaven, for as much again, said he. If thou wilt not set it free for this, I will give thee all the horses that thou seest in this plain, and the 7 loads of baggage, and the 7 horses that they are upon. By heaven I will not, he replied. Since for this thou wilt not set it free, do so at what price soever thou wilt. I will that Rhiannon and Pryderi be free, said he. That thou shalt have, he answered. Not yet will I loose the mouse, by heaven. What then wouldst thou? That the charms and the illusion be removed from the 7 cantrips of DavidG. This thou shalt have also, set therefore the mouse free. I will not set it free, by heaven, said he, till I know who the mouse may be. She is my wife. Wherefore came she to me? To despoil thee, he answered. I am Lloyd, the son of Kilwyd, and I cast a charm over the 7 cantrips of DavidG. And it was to avenge Gaul, the son of Clud, from the friendship I had towards him, that I cast the charm. And upon Pryderi did I avenge Gaul, the son of Clud, for the game of badger in the bag, that Pwyll, the son of Owain, played upon him. And when it was known that thou wouldst come to dwell in the land, my household came and besought me to transform them into mice, that they might destroy thy corn. They went the first and the second night, and destroyed thy 2 crofts. The 3rd night my wife came unto me, and the ladies of the court, and besought me to transform them. And I transformed them. Now my wife was not in her usual health, for had she been in her usual health, thou wouldst not have been able to overtake her. But since this has taken place, and she has been caught, I will restore to thee Pryderi and Rhiannon, and I will take the charm and illusion from off DavidG. Set her therefore free. I will not set her free yet. What wilt thou more? He asked. I will that there be no more charm upon the 7 cantrips of DavidG, and that none shall be put upon it henceforth, Moreover, that vengeance be never taken for this, either upon Pryderi or Rhiannon, or upon me. All this shalt thou have, and truly thou hast done wise in asking this. Upon thy head would have lit all this trouble. Yea, said he, for fear thereof was it that I required this. Set now my wife at liberty. I will not, said he, until I see Pryderi and Rhiannon with me free. Behold, here they come, he answered. And thereupon he beheld Pryderi and Rhiannon. He rose up to meet them, and greeted them, and sat down beside them. Ah, chieftain, set now my wife at liberty, said the bishop. Hast thou not received all thou didst ask? I will release her gladly, said he. And thereupon he set her free. Then he struck her with a magic wand, and she was changed back into a young woman, the fairest ever seen. Look round upon thy land, said he, and thou wilt see it all tilled and peopled as it was in its best estate. And he rose up and looked forth. And when he looked, he saw all the lands tilled, and full of herds and dwellings. End of section 21. Section 22 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Mabinogion Part 7. The Story of Lud and Levelis. Beli the Great, the son of Mabinogion, had 3 sons, Lud and Caswallon and Nina, and according to the story he had a 4th son called Levelis. After the death of Beli, the kingdom of the island of Britain fell into the hands of Lud, his eldest son, and Lud ruled prosperously, and rebuilt the city of London, and encompassed it about with numberless towers. And after that he bade the citizens build houses therein, such as no houses in the kingdom could equal. And moreover he was a mighty warrior, and generous and liberal in giving meat and drink to all that sought them. And though he had many castles and cities, this one loved he more than any. And he dwelt therein most part of the year, and therefore it was called Cair Lud, and at last Cair London. And after the stranger race came there, it was called London, or Lwendris. Lud loved Levelis best of all his brothers, because he was a wise and a discreet man. Having heard that the king of France had died, leaving no heir except a daughter, and that he had left all his possessions in her hands, he came to Lud his brother, to beseech his counsel and aid. And that not so much for his own welfare, as to seek to add to the glory and honor and dignity of his kindred, if he might go to France to woo the maiden for his wife. And forthwith his brother conferred with him, and this counsel was pleasing unto him. So he prepared his ships, and filled them with armed knights, and set forth towards France. And as soon as they had landed, they sent messengers to show the nobles of France the cause of the embassy. And by the joint counsel of the nobles of France and of the princes, the maiden was given to Levelis, and the crown of the kingdom with her. And thenceforth he ruled the land discreetly and wisely and happily, as long as his life lasted. After a space of time had passed, 3 plagues fell upon the island of Britain, such as none in the islands had ever seen the like. The first was a certain race that came, and was called the Coranians, and so great was their knowledge, that there was no discourse upon the face of the island, however low it might be spoken, but what, if the wind met it, it was known to them. And through this they could not be injured. The second plague was a shriek, which came on every May Eve, over every hearth in the island of Britain. And this went through people's hearts, and so scared them, that men lost their hue and their strength, and the women their children. And the young men and the maidens lost their senses, and all the animals in the waters were left barren. The third plague was, that however much of provisions and food might be prepared in the king's courts, were there even so much as a year's provisions of meats and drinks, none of it could ever be found, except what was consumed in the first night. And 2 of these plagues, no one ever knew their cause. Therefore was there better hope of being freed from the first, than from the second and the third. And thereupon King Lud felt great sorrow and care, because that he knew not how he might be freed from these plagues. And he called to him all the nobles of his kingdom, and asked counsel of them what they should do against these afflictions. And by the common counsel of the nobles, Lud the son of Beli went to Levelis his brother, king of France, for he was a man of great counsel and wisdom, to seek his advice. And they made ready a fleet, and that in secret and in silence, lest that race should know the cause of their errand, or any besides the king and his counsellors. And when they were made ready, they went into their ships, Lud and those whom he chose with him. And they began to cleave the seas towards France. And when these tidings came to Levelis, seeing that he knew not the cause of his brother's ships, he came on the other side to meet him, and with him was a fleet vast of size. And when Lud saw this, he left all the ships out upon the sea except one only, and in that one he came to meet his brother. And he likewise with a single ship came to meet him. And when they were come together, each put his arms about the other's neck, and they welcomed each other with brotherly love. After that Lud had shown his brother the cause of his errand, Levelis said that he himself knew the cause of the coming to those lands. And they took counsel together to discourse on the matter otherwise than thus, in order that the wind might not catch their words, nor the Coranians know what they might say. Then Levelis caused a long horn to be made of brass, and through this horn they discoursed. But whatsoever words they spoke through this horn, one to the other, neither of them could hear any other but harsh and hostile words. And when Levelis saw this, and that there was a demon thwarting them, and disturbing through this horn, he caused wine to be put therein to wash it. And through the virtue of the wine, the demon was driven out of the horn. And when their discourse was unobstructed, Levelis told his brother that he should give him some insects, whereof he should keep some to breed, lest by chance the like affliction might come a second time. And other of these insects he should take and bruise in water. And he assured him that he would have power to destroy the race of Coranians. That is to say, that when he came home to his kingdom, he should call together all the peoples of both his own race and of the race of the Coranians for a conference, as though with the intent of making peace between them, and that when they were all together, he should take this charmed water and cast it over all alike. And he assured him that the water would poison the race of the Coranians, but that it would not slay or harm those of his own race. And the second plague, said he, that is in thy dominion, behold, it is a dragon. And another dragon of foreign race is fighting with it, and striving to overcome it. And therefore does your dragon make a fearful outcry. And on this wise mayest thou come to know this. After thou hast returned home, cause the island to be measured in its length and breadth. And in the place where thou dost find the exact central point, there cause a pit to be dug, and cause a cauldron full of the best mead that can be made, to be put in the pit, with a covering of satin over the face of the cauldron. And then in thine own person do thou remain there watching, and thou wilt see the dragons fighting, in the form of terrific animals. And at length they will take the form of dragons in the air. And last of all, after wearying themselves with fierce and furious fighting, they will fall in the form of 2 pigs upon the covering, and they will sink in, and the covering with them, and they will draw it down to the very bottom of the cauldron. And they will drink up the whole of the mead, and after that they will sleep. Thereupon do thou immediately fold the covering round them, and bury them in a kist vein, in the strongest place thou hast in thy dominions, and hide them in the earth. And as long as they shall bide in that strong place, no plague shall come to the island of Britain from elsewhere. The cause of the third plague, said he, is a mighty man of magic, who takes thy meat and thy drink and thy stores. And he through illusions and charms causes every one to sleep. Therefore it is needful for thee, in thy own person, to watch thy food and thy provisions. And lest he should overcome thee with sleep, be there a cauldron of cold water by thy side. And when thou art oppressed with sleep, plunge into the cauldron. Then Lud returned back into his land, and immediately he summoned to him the whole of his own race and of the Coranians. And as Levelis had taught him, he bruised the insects in water, the which he cast over them all together, and forthwith it destroyed the whole tribe of the Coranians, without hurt to any of the Britons. And some time after this, Lud caused the island to be measured in its length and breadth. And in Oxford he found the central point, and in that place he caused the earth to be dug, and in that pit a cauldron to be set, full of the best mead that could be made, and a covering of satin over the face of it. And he himself watched that night. And while he was there he beheld the dragons fighting. And when they were weary they fell, and came down upon the top of the satin, and drew it with them to the bottom of the cauldron. And when they had drunk the mead they slept. And in their sleep Lud folded the covering around them, and in the securest place he had in Snowdon he held them in a kist vein. Now after that this spot was called Dinas Emrys, but before that Dinas Pharaon. And thus the fierce outcry ceased in his dominions. And when this was ended, King Lud caused an exceeding great banquet to be prepared. And when it was ready, he placed a vessel of cold water by his side, and he in his own proper person watched it. And as he abode thus clad with arms, about the third watch of the night, lo, he heard many surpassing fascinations, and various songs, and drowsiness urged him to sleep. Upon this, lest he should be hindered from his purpose, and be overcome by sleep, he went often into the water. And at last, behold, a man of vast size, clad in strong heavy armor, came in, bearing a hamper. And as he was wont, he put all the food and provisions of meat and drink into the hamper, and proceeded to go forth with it. And nothing was ever more wonderful to Lud than that the hamper should hold so much. And thereupon King Lud went after him, and spoke unto him thus, Stop, stop, said he. Though thou hast done many insults, and much spoil erewhile, thou shalt not do so any more, unless thy skill in arms and thy prowess be greater than mine. And he instantly put down the hamper on the floor, and awaited him. And a fierce encounter was between them, so that the glittering fire flew out from their arms. And at last Lud grappled with him, and fate bestowed the victory on Lud, and he threw the plague to the earth. And after he had overcome him by strength and might, he besought his mercy. How can I grant thee mercy, said the king, after all the many insults and wrongs thou hast done me? All the losses that ever I have caused thee, said he, I will make thee atonement for, equal to what I have taken, and I will never do the like from this time forth, but thy faithful vassal will I be. And the king accepted this from him. And thus Lud freed the island of Britain from the 3 plagues. And from thenceforth until the end of his life, in prosperous peace did Lud the son of Beli rule the island of Britain. And this tale is called the story of Lud and Lovelace. And thus it ends. End of section 22. Section 23 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 1. The Adventures of King Horn. King Horn, in the version here given, is a fine old English story, evidently very popular with the common people. Earlier versions were probably familiar to the Norse in the 10th century, at which time Dublin was the capital of a Norse kingdom. Sudden was possibly the Isle of Man. There seems to be some historical basis for the story of Havelok, since the seal of the city of Grimsby today represents Grim with Havelok, or Havelok, on his right hand, and Goldborough on his left. The Fair Unknown is one of the King Arthur stories that is not included in Sir Thomas Malory's Morte d'Arthur. The Adventures of King Horn, retold by F.J.H. Darton. Murray was king of Sudden in the West Country, a wise king whom all his subjects honoured. Godhild was his queen, and no woman of that day was lovelier than she. Their son was named Horn, and when Horn was 15 years old, the sun shone and the rain fell on no fairer boy. 12 squires, each one the son of a man of noble birth, were chosen to be Horn's companions. Athulf was the best and truest of them, and dearest to Horn's heart, and one Fikenhild was the basest among them. It pleased King Murray, on a certain summer's day, to ride as was his wont by the seashore, with only 2 comrades. Suddenly as they rode, they came upon a strange sight. There before them, on the edge of the waves, lay 15 ships beached, full of fierce Saracens, and many other Saracens went busily to and fro upon the shore. "What seek you here, pagan men?" cried Murray at that sight. "What wares do you bring to this my land of sudden?" For he thought them to be merchants from a far land. "We are come to slay all your folk who believe in Christ," answered one of them, "and that we will do right soon. As for you, you go not hence alive." Thereat Murray was sorely troubled in heart. Nevertheless he made no sign of fear. He and his 2 companions, with bold mien, leapt down from their horses to fight more readily, and drew their swords and fell upon the pagans. Many a stout blow they dealt, many a Saracen felt the strength of their arms, but for all their might and valour they were but 3 against a host. From every side the enemy fell upon them unceasingly, and in a little time they lay their dead upon the sand. Then the Saracens left their ships and spread over the whole of Sudden, slaying and burning and laying waste wherever they came. None might live, were he stranger or friend or native of the land, unless he forswore the Christian faith and became a pagan. Of all women in those days, Godhild the Queen was saddest. Her kingdom was lost, her husband cruelly slain, and all her days were filled with grief. But worse befell her, for on a certain day the Saracens came suddenly, and took Horn prisoner and carried him away. Godhild escaped, and in her dire distress fled alone to a distant cave, and there lay hid, worshipping her god in secret, and praying that he would save her son from harm. Horn and his companions, for all his 12 squires had been captured with him, seemed in sorry case. The savage pagans were for killing all Christians, but their chief emir wished to have no innocent blood on his hands, and spoke out boldly. "We might well slay you, Horn," he said. "You are young and fair and strong, and will grow yet stronger. Perchance if we spare you now, you will some day return and be avenged upon us, when you have come to your full power. Yet we ourselves will not put you to death. The guilt shall not be on us, but on the sea. To the sea we will give you and your comrades. The sea shall be your judge, to save or drown as it will." Weeping and wringing their hands, Horn and his comrades were led down to the seashore. There a boat was made ready for them, with oars, but no rudder or sail. All their tears were vain. The Saracens forced them aboard, and turned the little craft adrift into the wide ocean. The boat drove fast and far through the water, and fear came down upon those in it. Soon they were tossing haphazard upon the rushing waves, now resting forlornly, now praying for help, now rowing wildly as if for their lives, if ever the violence of the sea abated for a moment. All that afternoon, and through the long dark night, they voyaged in cold and terror, till in the morning, as day dawned, Horn looked up and saw land at a little distance. "Friend," said he, "I have good tidings. Yonder I spy land, I hear the song of birds, and see grass growing. Be merry once more, our ship has come into safety." They took their oars and rowed lustily. Soon the keel touched the shore, and they sprang out eagerly on to dry land, leaving the boat empty. The waves drew the little craft gently back to themselves, and it began to glide away into the great sea. "Go now from us, dear boat," cried Horn lovingly to it, as he saw it drawn away. "Farewell, sail softly, and may no wave do you harm." The boat floated slowly away, and Horn wept sorely at parting from it. Then they all turned their faces inland, and left the sea behind them, and set forth to seek whatsoever fortune might bring them. End of section 23. Section 24 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 2. Horn is dubbed Knight. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. The country to which Horn and his comrades had come was called Westernesse. Aylmer the Good was king of it, but of that the wanderers knew not as yet. They journeyed far over hill and dale, ignorant of the way, and seeing no living man, until as the day drew to an end, there met them Aylmer the king himself. "Whence do you come, friends?" asked he. "Who are you that are so fair and straight of body?" Horn spoke up for them all, for he was wisest, and most skilled in the use of courteous words. We are from Sudden, sire, of good lineage and Christian faith. The pagans came to our land, and slew my father and many others, and drove us from our homes. We 13 whom you see were set adrift in a boat, to be the sport of the sea. A day and a night have we travelled without sail or rudder, and our boat brought us to this land. We are in your hands, sire. Slay us, or keep us bound as prisoners. Do with us as you will. The good king was no ungentle boor. He spoke them fair and graciously. Tell me, child, he said, what is your name? No harm shall come to you at my hands, whosoever you be. Horn am I called, sire. Horn, child, you are well and truly named. Your fame shall ring like a horn over dale and hill. Now, Horn, come with me. You and your comrades shall abide at my court. They set out for the king's palace. When they were come thither, Aylmer entrusted them to his steward, Athelbrus, whom he charged to bring them up in knightly ways. They were added to Aylmer's household, and taught all that squires of kings should know. But Horn was to come to greater things than this. He learnt quickly, and became beloved by every one, and most of all Rimenhild, the king's daughter, loved him from the day when she first set eyes on him. Her love for him grew daily stronger and stronger, though she dared speak no word of it to him, for she was a princess, and he only a squire rescued by chance from the sea. At length Rimenhild could hide her love no longer. She sent for Athelbrus the steward, and bade him bring Horn to her bower. But he, guessing her secret from her wild looks, was unwilling to send Horn to her, fearing the king's displeasure, and he bade Aethelf, Horn's dearest companion, go to the princess instead, hoping either that the princess would not know him from Horn, for she had as yet spoken to neither of them, and they were much alike in face and mien, or that by this plan she would see the folly of her desire. Aethelf came to Rimenhild's bower, and she did not know that he was not Horn, and received him lovingly. But soon the trick was made plain, for Aethelf, as beseems a loyal heart, could not hear himself praised above all other squires at Aylmer's court, and vowed that Horn was far fairer and better than he. Then Rimenhild in a rage sent him from her, and bade Athelbrus bring Horn to her without more ado. And thus at last Horn came before the princess. King's daughter, said he with reverence and courtesy, Athelbrus the steward bade me come to you here. Say what you would have me do. Rimenhild rose, answering nothing till she had taken him by the hand, and made him sit by her, and embraced him lovingly. Welcome, Horn, she said. You are so fair that I cannot but love you. Take me to wife, have pity on my love. Horn knew not what to say. Princess, he began at last, I am too lowly for such a wife as you. I am but a thrall and a foundling, and owe all that I have to the king your sire. There is no meet wedding between a thrall and the king's daughter. At these words Rimenhild fell into a swoon, and Horn was filled with pity and love at the sight, and took her in his arms and kissed her. Dear lady, he said, be brave. Help me to win knighthood at the hands of the lord my king. If I be dubbed knight, my thraldom is ended, and I am free to love you, as I do in my heart already. For Horn had long loved the princess secretly, but dared not hope that she would give him her love in turn. Rimenhild came to her senses as he spoke. Horn, she said, it shall be as you wish. Ere 14 days have passed, you shall be made a knight. Thereupon she sent for Athelbrus again, and bade him pray the king Aylmer to dub Horn a knight. And to be brief, Horn was speedily knighted, and asking the king's leave, himself knighted in turn his 12 companions. As soon as he was knighted, Rimenhild called him to her, and Aethelf, his dear comrade, went with him into her presence. Sir Horn, my knight, she said, sit by me here. See, it is time to fulfill your word. Take me for your wife. Nay, Rimenhild, answered Horn, that may not be yet. It is not enough that I am knighted. I must prove my knighthood, as all men do, in combat with some other knight. I must do a deed of prowess in the field for love of you. Then if I win through with my life, I will return and take you to wife. Be it so, Horn. Now take from me this carven ring of gold. On it is wrought, be true to Rimenhild. Wear it always on your finger, for my love's sake. The stone in it has such grace that never need you fear any wound, nor shrink from any combat, if you do but wear this ring, and look steadfastly upon it, and think of me. And you, Aethelf, you too, when you have proven your knighthood, shall have such another ring also. Sir Horn, may heaven bless and keep you, and bring you safe to me again." With that Horn kissed her, and received her blessing, and went away to prove his knighthood in brave feats of arms. End of section 24. Section 25 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 3. Horn the Knight Errant. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. When Horn had saddled his great black horse, and put on his armor, he rode forth to adventure, singing gaily. Scarce had he gone a mile when he spied by the seashore a ship, beached, and filled with heathen Saracens. "What do you bring hither?" asked Horn. "Whence do you come?" The pagans saw that he was but one man, and they were many, and answered boldly, "We are come to win this land, and slay all its folk." At that Horn gripped his sword, and his blood ran hot. He sprang upon the Saracen chief and smote him with all his strength, so that he cleft the man's head from off his shoulders. Then he looked at the ring which Rimenhild had given him, and immediately such might came upon him that in a trice he slew full 50 of the pagans. They fled in terror before him, and few of those whom he did not slay at the first onset escaped. Horn set the head of the Saracen leader on the point of his sword, and rode back to Aylmer's court. When he had come to the king's palace, he went into the great hall, where the king and all his knights sat. "King Aylmer," he cried, "and you as knights, hear me. Today after I was dubbed knight, I rode forth and found a ship by the shore, filled with outlandish knaves, fierce Saracens, who were for slaying you all. I set upon them, my sword failed not, and I smote them to the ground. Lo, here is the head of their chief." Men marvelled at Horn's prowess, and the king gave him words of praise. But not yet did Horn dare speak of his love for Rimenhild. On the morrow at dawn, King Aylmer went a-hunting in the forest, and Horn's 12 companions rode with him. But Horn himself did not go to the chase. He sought instead to tell his lady Rimenhild of his deeds, and went to her bower secretly, thinking to hear her joy in the feats he had done. But he found her weeping bitterly. "Dear love," he said, "why do you weep?" "Alas, Horn, I have had an evil dream," she answered. "I dreamed that I went fishing, and saw my net burst. A great fish was taken in it, and I thought to have drawn him out safely, but he broke from my hands, and rent the meshes of the net. It is in my mind that this dream is of ill omen for us, Horn, and that the great fish signifies you yourself, whereby I know that I am to lose you." "Heaven keep this ill hap from us, dear princess," said Horn. "Naught shall harm you, I vow. I take you for my own forever, and plight my troth to you here and now." But though he seemed to be of good cheer, he too was stirred by this strange dream, and had evil forebodings. Meanwhile Falconhild, riding with King Aylmer by the river Stour, was filled with envy of Horn's great deeds against the Saracens, and at last he said to the king, "King Aylmer, hear me. This Horn, whom you knighted yesterday for his valor in slaying the Saracens, would fain undo you. I have heard him plotting to kill you and take Rimenhild to wife. Even now, as we ride here by the river, he is in her bower. He, Horn, the foundling, is with your daughter, the Princess Rimenhild. Go now and take him, and drive him out of your land for his presumption." For Falconhild had set a watch on Horn, and found out the secret of his love for Rimenhild. Thereupon King Aylmer turned his horse, and rode home again, and found Horn with Rimenhild, even as Falconhild had said. "Get you hence, Horn," he cried in anger. "You base foundling, forth out of my daughter's bower. Away with you altogether. See that you leave this land of Westernesse right speedily. Here is no place nor work for you. If you flee not soon, your life is forfeit." Horn, flushed with rage, went to the stable, and set saddle on his steed, and took his arms. So fierce was his mien that none dared to withstand him. When all was ready for his going, he sought out Rimenhild. "Your dream was true, dear love," he said. "The fish has torn your net, and I go from you. But I will put a new ending to the dream. Fear not. Now fare you well. The king your father has cast me out of his realm, and I must needs seek adventure in other lands. 7 years will I wander, and it may be I shall win such fortune as shall bring me back to sue honourably for you. But if at the end of 7 years I have not come again to Westerness, nor sent word to you, then do you, if you so will, take another man for husband in my stead, and put me out of your heart. Now for the last time hold me in your arms and kiss me good-bye." So Horn took his leave. But before he went away from Aylmer's court, he charged Aethelf his friend to watch over Rimenhild and guard her from harm. Then he set forth on his horse, and rode down to the sea, and took ship to sail away alone from Westerness. End of section 25. Section 26 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 4. Horn in Exile, retold by F.J.H. Darton. Ere Horn had sailed long, the wind rose, and the ship drove blindly before it for many leagues, till at length it was cast up on land. Horn stepped out onto the beach, and there before him saw 2 princes, whose names, for they greeted him kindly, were Harald and Berold. "Whence are you?" they asked, when they had told him who they were. "What are you called?" Horn thought it wise to hide his real name from them, lest it should come to Aylmer's ears, and his anger reach Horn, even in this distant land. "I am called Cuthbert," he answered, "and I am come far from the west in this little ship, seeking adventure and honour." "Well met, Sir Knight," said Harald. "Come now to our father the king, you shall do knightly deeds in his service." They led him to King Thurstan their father, and when Thurstan saw that Horn was a man of might, skilled in arms, and a true knight, he took him into his service readily. So Horn, or Cuthbert as they knew him, abode at Thurstan's court, and served the king in battle. But no great and notable thing befell him until the coming of Christmas. It was King Thurstan's custom to make each Christmas a great feast, lasting many days. To this feast Horn was bidden, and all the other knights of the court. Great mirth and joy was there that Yuletide. All men feasted with light hearts. Suddenly about noonday the great doors of the king's hall were flung open, and a monstrous giant strode in. He was fully armed, in pagan raiment, and his mien was proud and terrible. "Sit still, Sir King," he roared, as Thurstan turned to him. "Hearken to my tidings. I am come hither with a Saracen host, and my comrades are close at hand. From them I bring a challenge, and this is the challenge. One of us alone will fight any 3 of your knights, in a certain place. If your 3 slay our one, then we will depart and leave you and your land unscathed. But if our one champion slays your 3, then will we take your land for our own, and deal with it and you as it pleases us. Tomorrow at dawn we will make ready for the combat, and if you take not up this challenge, and send your appointed knights to battle, then we will burn and lay waste and slay all over this realm." Thereupon he turned, and stalked out of the hall, saying never another word. "This is a sorry hap," said King Thurstan, when the Saracen had gone and left them all aghast. "Yet must we take up the challenge. Cuthbert," he said, turning to Horn, "you have heard this pagan boast. Will you be one of our 3 champions? Harald and Berold, my sons, shall be the other 2, and may God prosper all 3. But alas, it is of little avail. We are all dead men." But Horn felt no fear. He started up from the board when he heard the king's sorrowful words. "Sir King," he cried, "this is all amiss. It is not to our honour that 3 Christian knights should fight this one pagan. I alone will lay the giant low, with my own sword, unaided." Thurstan hoped little of this plan, but none the less he agreed to it. And when the next day came, he arose betimes, and with his own hands helped to arm Horn, and having made ready, he rode down to the field of battle with him. There in a great open space stood the Saracen giant awaiting them, his friends standing by him to abide the issue of the combat. They made little tarrying, but fell to right soon. Horn dealt mightily with the giant. He attacked him at once, and showered blows upon him, so the pagan was hard pressed, and begged for a breathing space.
Let us rest a while, Sir Knight, he said. Never suffered I such blows from any man's hand yet, except from King Murray, whom I slay in sudden. At that dear name, Horn's blood ran hot within him. Before him he saw the man who had slain his father, and had driven himself from his kingdom. He fell to him more furiously than ever, and drove hard at the giant beneath the shield. And as he smote, he cast his eye upon the ring Rimenhild had given him. Therewith his strength was redoubled. So straight and strong was the blow, so true his arm, that he pierced the giant to the heart, and he fell dead upon the ground. When they saw their champion slain, the Saracens were stricken with panic. They turned and fled headlong to their ships, Thurston and his knights pursuing. A great battle was fought by the ships. Harold and Berold were slain. But Horn did such deeds of prowess that every pagan was killed. There was great lamentation over the two princes. Their bodies were brought to the king's palace and laid in state, and lastly buried in a great church built for them. End of section 26. Section 27 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 5, Horn's Return. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. There was now no heir to Thurston's kingdom, since Harold and Berold were slain. And in a little time, when the king's grief abated, he bethought him of what should befall his people when his time came to die. Cuthbert, he said to Horn one day, when he had pondered long over these things, there is no heir to my kingdom. There is but my daughter Reynold to come after me. Will you wed her and be king, and rule this land after my death? Horn was sorely tempted, but he looked on his ring and remembered Rimenhild. Sir King, he answered, you do me great honour, and I give you thanks. But I am under a vow, and cannot wed the Lady Reynold. He would say no more, but was firm in his purpose, and King Thurston had to be content with his loyal service only. For 7 years Horn abode at Thurston's court, serving in arms under him and winning great fame by his knightly deeds. No word did he send to Rimenhild, nor receive tidings of any kind from Westernesse. About the end of the 7th year, Horn chanced to be riding in the forest, when he met a page, journeying as if towards Thurston's palace. What do you here? He said. Whither do you go? Sir, answered the page, I have a message from one Sir Horn, from Sir Aethelf in Westernesse, where Aylmer is king. The Lady Rimenhild is to be wedded on Sunday to King Modi of Rains, and I am sent to bring tidings thereof to Sir Horn. But I can find him nowhere, nor hear even so much as his name, though I have wandered far and wide. At this heavy news Horn hid his name no longer. He told the page who he was, and bade him go back with all speed, and say to Rimenhild that she need no longer mourn. Her lover would save her ere Sunday came. The page returned blithely with this message. But he never delivered it, for as he went back he was by chance drowned, and Rimenhild, hearing no word of Horn, despaired. Aethelf, too, watching long for Horn each day on a tower of Aylmer's palace, gave up hope. But Horn was not idle or forgetful. When he had dispatched the page, as he thought, safely back to Aethelf and Rimenhild, he went straight to King Thurston, and without more pretence told him his true name and all the story of the adventures. Sire, he said at the end, I have served you well. Grant me reward for my service, and help me to win Rimenhild. See, you offered me the hand of your daughter Reynold, that I might not accept, for I was pledged already, but perchance my comrade Aethelf might be deemed an honourable suitor. If you will but help me, Aethelf shall be Reynold's husband. That I vow. Sire, give me your aid. Be it so, said Thurston, loath to lose Horn, but glad to hear of a knight waiting to wed the Lady Reynold. Straightway a levy of knights was made, and Horn set forth in a ship with a brave body of fighting men. The wind blew favourably, and ere long they came to Westernesse. Even as they touched the shore, the bells ceased ringing for the marriage of Rimenhild to King Modi. Horn saw how late they had arrived, and that he must needs act warily, if he would save Rimenhild in the midst of the rejoicings over her wedding. He left his men on board ship and landed alone, setting out to walk to the palace, where the wedding feast was about to be held. As he walked thus, he met a palmer clad in pilgrim's weeds. "Whither go you, Sir Palmer?" he asked. "I have just come from a wedding," he answered, "from the wedding of Rimenhild, the king's daughter, and sad and sorrowful she seemed to be, in truth, on this wedding day. Now heaven help me, Palmer, but I will change clothes with you. Take you my robe, and give me your long cloak. Today I will drink at that wedding feast, and some shall rue the hour that I sit at the board with them." Without more ado he changed clothes with the palmer, taking also his staff and scrip, and staining his face till it was like that of a toil-worn traveller. Then he set out for the palace once more. He came soon to the gates, where a porter strove to bar his entrance. But Horn broke in the wicket gate, and threw the man over the drawbridge, so that his ribs were broken. None other stood in Horn's way, and he went into the great hall, and took his place in the lowly seat among the beggars and poor men. As he looked about him, he saw at a little distance Rimenhild, weeping and lamenting sorely. Aethelf he did not see, for he was still keeping watch in the tower for Horn's return. Before long Rimenhild rose from her seat, and began to minister to the guests, according to custom, pouring them out wine and ale in horn beakers. When she came low down among the guests, Horn spoke to her. "Fair queen," he said, "serve us also, we beggars are athirst." She laid down the vessel she bore, and took a great gallon cup, and filled it with brown ale, and offered it to him, thinking him a glutton. "Take this cup," she said, "and drink your fill. Never saw I so forward a beggar." "I will not drink your ale, lady," answered Horn, for he was minded to let her know who he was, and yet to hide himself from all others at the feast. "Give me wine, I am no beggar. I am a fisherman, come hither to search my nets, and see what I have caught. Pledge me now yourself, and drink to Horn of Horn." Thus by his strange words he thought to recall to her that dream she had formerly dreamed, of a great fish that escaped from her net. Rimenhild looked on him, and hope and fear sprang up in her heart together. She knew not what his saying about the nets and Horn of Horn might mean. With a steadfast look she took her drinking horn, and filled it with wine, and gave it to Horn. "Drink your fill, friend," she said, "and tell me if you have seen aught of this Horn of whom you seem to speak." Horn drained the beaker, and as he put it down dropped into it the ring that Rimenhild had given him so long ago. When Rimenhild saw the ring she knew it at once. She made an excuse, and left the feast, and went to her bower. In a little time she sent for the palmer secretly, and asked him where he got the ring. "Queen," said Horn, "in my travels I met one named Horn. He gave me this ring to bring to you. It was on shipboard I met him, and he lay dying." He said this to prove if her love were still constant to him. But Rimenhild believed him, and when she heard him say that Horn was dead, became as one mad with grief. Then Horn, seeing how strong was her love, threw off his palmer's cloak, and showed her the false stain on his face, and told her that he was in very truth Horn, her lover. When their first joy at meeting again was over, Horn told the princess of the men he had brought with him in his ship. Secretly they sent for Aethelf, and when he too had learnt all Horn's tidings, a message was sent to the men in the ship, who came to the palace speedily, and were admitted by a private door. Then all the company of them broke suddenly into the banquet hall, and fell upon those there, and slew many, but Modi and Fikenheld escaped, and fled from Westerness. End of section 27. Section 28 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 6. The King of Sudden, retold by F.J.H. Darton. When they had made an end of slaying, Horn revealed himself to Aylmer, and reproached him for giving his daughter in marriage to Modi, whom she did not love. And Aylmer, when he heard of Horn's deeds, for the fame which Horn had won under the name of Cuthbert had gone into many lands, could not but feel sorrow that he had sent Horn away in anger 7 years ago, and he begged Horn to stay at his court and wed Rimenhild, for the marriage with Modi was not fully complete when Horn and his men broke up the feast. "Nay, I am of royal blood," answered Horn. "You thought me a foundling and despised me. For that insult you formerly put upon me, I vow I will not take Rimenhild for my wife until I have won my kingdom of Sudden back from the Saracens, and avenged my father King Murray, whom they slew. I am a king's son, and I will be a king before my wife shall come to me." Aylmer could not gainsay Horn in his purpose, and once more Horn set out on his wanderings. With him went Sir Aethelf and a band of brave knights. They took ship, and for 5 days sailed on the seas with a favouring wind, till at last, late at night on the 5th day, they came to the shores of Sudden. Horn and Aethelf landed, to spy out the country. A little way inland they came upon an old knight sleeping by the wayside. On his shield was the device of a cross. Horn woke him gently. "Tell me, Sir Knight, who are you?" he asked. "Your shield shows that you are a Christian, but this land is ruled by pagans." "I am a Christian truly," said the old knight, "but I serve the pagans perforce. They hold the power, and I must needs fight for them, against my will. This land is in a sorry case. If King Murray's son, Horn, were here, perchance we might drive the pagans out. But I know not where to find him, nor where my own son is, for Aethelf, my son, was Horn's dearest companion." Such changes had the long absence wrought in Horn and Aethelf and the old knight that they did not recognize one another. But these words Horn and Aethelf knew for certain that they were indeed in Sudden. They told the old knight who they were, and learnt that Horn's mother, the Queen Godhild, was still alive, and many knights in the land besides, desirous of driving the Saracens out, but unable to fulfill their desire through lack of a leader and of men. Horn forthwith summoned his men from the ships, and blew his trumpet for battle, and attacked the Saracens. There was a great fight, but before long the heathen were defeated, and those who were not slain were driven altogether out of the land. Thus Horn came into his kingdom again, but he had yet to punish Fikenhild the traitor, who first separated him from Rimenhild, for this Aylmer had told him, and King Modi, who had sought to wed her against her will. Fikenhild, when Horn came back to Westerness in time to save Rimenhild from Modi, had fled, but he still plotted deep treachery in his heart. By bribes and favours he won many knights to follow him, and he built himself a great castle of stone, set on a rock, surrounded on all sides with water, so that none might come at it easily. Then by stealth one night he carried off Rimenhild, and married her in this castle, holding a great feast at sunrise to celebrate the marriage. Horn knew not of this by word of mouth or letter, but in a dream he beheld Rimenhild. She seemed to him as though shipwrecked, calling upon his name, but when she tried to swim to him, Fikenhild appeared and prevented her. When he awoke, Horn told Aethelf this vision. When they had thought upon the lore of dreams, they agreed that it meant that Rimenhild was in Fikenhild's sea-girt castle, the fame of which was known to all men. Straightway they took a ship and sailed to the land hard by where the castle lay. There a certain knight named Arnaldin, cousin of Aethelf, met them, and told them that Fikenhild had just wedded Rimenhild, and the wedding feast was now beginning. They could not come nigh the castle openly as enemies, for none would approach it across the water, unless those within were willing to let him enter. But Horn and some of his knights disguised themselves as harpers, hiding their swords under long cloaks. They took a boat and rowed under the walls of the banqueting hall, and there they played and sang merrily, till Fikenhild heard them and called them into the feast. When they had come into the hall, they began to sing again, at Fikenhild's bidding. But soon Horn looked once more upon his ring, and then with a shout he and his companions fell upon Fikenhild and his men, and slew every one of them. The tale is soon told. Horn made Arnaldin king in Fikenhild's castle. Aethelf he sent to Thurston's court, where in a little time he married the Princess Reynild, and Horn went back to his kingdom of Sudden, and there made Rimenhild his queen. Long and happily they reigned in true love and in fear of God. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 7. Havelok Hid from the Traitor. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. In former days there was a king of England called Athelwold. The very flower of England was he, and he ruled justly and well. All things in his realm he ordered strictly, and maintained truth and right throughout the land. Under his rule robbers and traitors were put down, men bought and sold freely, without fear, and wrongdoers were so hard pressed that they could but lurk and creep in secret corners. Athelwold set up justice in his kingdom. There was mercy for the fatherless in his day. His judgments could not be turned aside by bribes of silver and gold. If any man did evil, the king's arm reached him to punish him, were he ever so wary and strong. This Athelwold had no heir, save only one daughter, very fair to look upon, named Goldborough. But ere she grew up, the king fell ill of a dire sickness. He knew well that his time was come, and that death was nigh him. "What shall I do now?" he said in his heart. "How shall my daughter fare when I am dead? My heart is troubled for her. I think not of myself. She cannot yet speak or walk. If she were of age to ride, she could rule England, and I would care nothing about dying." But it was idle to lament. The king was sure in his mind that he must die, and he sent messengers to all his vassals, to his earls and his barons, rich and poor, from Roxburgh to Dover, bidding them come to him speedily where he lay sick. All those who heard his message were sad at the tidings, and prayed that he might be delivered from death. They came with all speed to the king at Winchester. "Welcome," said he, when they entered the hall of his dwelling. "Full glad am I that you are come. You see in what sorry case I lie. I have bidden you here that you may know that my daughter shall be your lady when I, your lord, am dead. But she is yet a child, and I am fain to make some true man her guardian till she be a woman grown. And I will make Godrich, Earl of Cornwall, do guard her and bring her up. He is a true man, wise in counsel and wise in deed, and men have him in awe." They brought a holy book to the king. On it he made Earl Godrich swear a solemn oath to keep Goldborough well and truly, till she was of age to rule and to order the realm of England wisely. Then the little maid was given to the earl, her new guardian. Athelwold thanked the earl, and bade him to be true to his charge, and in a little while death took the good king. When King Athelwold was dead, Godrich ruled England. In every castle he set some knight of his own whom he could trust. All the English folk he caused to take an oath to be faithful to him, and in a little while Athelwold's realm was altogether in his power. In the meantime Goldborough was kept at Winchester, and brought up as befitted a king's daughter. Every day she seemed to grow in wisdom and fairness, till when she was 20 years old there was none like her in the land. But Godrich, when he saw how good and how fair she was, grew jealous of her. "Shall she be queen over me?" he thought. "Must I give up my kingdom and my power to her? She has waxed all too proud. I have treated her with too great gentleness. She shall not be queen. I will rule, and after me my son shall be king." As that treason crept into his mind, he forgot his oath to Athelwold, caring not a straw for it. Without more ado he sent for Goldborough from Winchester and took her to Dover. There he set her in a strong castle, and clad her meanly, and guarded her so strictly that no man could see her come to her without his leave. Now it chanced that about this time the same thing came to pass in Denmark as in England. Birkebein, king of Denmark, died, and at his death he gave to one Earl Goddard the charge of his kingdom, and of his son Havelok and his 2 daughters, Swanborough and Elfled. Goddard stood by his oath no better than Godrich, but cast all 3 children into prison, and well nigh starved them to death. But when they had lain in prison for a little time, and were nearly dead of hunger, he went to see them. "How do you fare?" he asked, for Havelok ran to him and crept upon his knees when he sat down, and looked up joyfully into his face. "I hear that you moan and cry. Why is this?" "We hunger sore," answered Havelok. "We have naught to eat, and no man has brought us meat or drink. We are nigh dead of hunger." Goddard heard his words, but felt no pity. He cared not a straw for their misery. He took Swanborough and Elfled by the hand, and slew them then and there. Then he turned to Havelok, and would have slain him also. But the boy in terror cried for mercy. "Have pity," he said. Spare me, and I will give you all Denmark, and will vow never to take up arms against you. Let me live, and I will flee from Denmark this very day, and never more come back. I will take oath that Birkebein was not my father." At that some touch of doubt came into Goddard's mind. He put up his knife and looked at Havelok. "If I let him go alive," he thought, "he might work me much woe. He shall die, but not now. I will cast him in the sea and drown him." He went thence and sent for a fisherman named Grim. "Grim," he said, "you are my thrall. Do my will, and tomorrow I will give you your freedom. Take the boy Havelok at night to the sea, and cast him therein." Grim took the boy and bound him with strong cords, and bore him back to his cottage, and showed him to his wife Levy. "You see this boy, wife," said he. "I am to drown him in the sea. When I have done it, I shall be made a free man, and much gold will be ours, so as our Lord Goddard promised." When Dame Levy heard that, she started up, and threw Havelok down so roughly that he hurt his head on a great stone that lay on the ground. "Alas that I was ever a king's son," he moaned in his pain, and he lay there where he fell till night time. When night fell, Grim made ready for his task. "Rise up, wife, blow the fire," said he. "Light a candle. I must keep my word to my lord." Levy rose to tend the fire. Her eyes fell on Havelok, who still lay on the ground. Round him she marvelled to see shone a bright light, and out of his mouth proceeded light as it were a sunbeam. "What is that light?" quoth Dame Levy. "Grim, look what it means. What is this light?" Grim went to Havelok and unbound him. He rolled back his shirt from the boy's shoulder. There he saw bright and clear a king's birthmark. "Heaven help us," said Grim. "This is the heir to Denmark, who should be king and lord of us all. He will work Goddard great harm." Then he fell on his knees before Havelok. "Lord King," he said, "have mercy on me and on Levy here. We are both yours, lord, both your servants. We will keep you and nurture you till you can ride and bear shield and spear. Goddard shall know naught of it. Some day I will take my freedom at your hands, not at his." Then was Havelok blithe and glad. He sat up and asked for bread. "I am well nigh dead," he said, "with hunger and hardship." They fed him and cared for him, and lastly put him to bed, and he slept soundly. On the morrow Grim went to the traitor Goddard. "I have done your will on the boy, lord," he said. "He is drowned in the sea. Now I pray you give me gold for a reward, and grant me my freedom as you vowed." Goddard looked at him, fierce and cruel of mien. "Will you rather not be made an earl, proud knave?" he asked. "Go home, fool, go, and be evermore thrall and churl, as you have ever been. No other reward shall be yours. For very little I would lead you to the gallows for your wicked deed." Grim went away. "What shall I do?" he thought as he hurried home. "He will assuredly hang me on the gallows tree. It were better to flee out of the land altogether." He came home and told Levy all, and they took counsel together. Soon Grim sold all his possessions. Only his boat he kept, and that he made ready for a voyage, till there was not so much as a nail wanting to make it better. Then he took on board his wife and his 3 sons, Robert the Red, William Windot, and Hugh Raven, and his 2 fair daughters, Gunhild and Levive, and Havelok, and they set sail. The wind blew fair behind them, and drove them out to sea. Long did they sail, and came at last to England, to Lindsey at the mouth of the Humber. They landed safely, and before long Grim began to make a little house of clay and turf for them to dwell in. He named the place after himself, Grimsby, and so men call it now, and shall call it forever, from now even to doomsday. End of section 29. Section 30 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 8. Havelok married against his will. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. Grim was a skilful fisherman, and caught many good fish. Great baskets did he make, and others his sons made, and they carried the fish inland in these baskets, and sold them. All over the country did Grim go with his fish, and came home always with store of bread or corn or beans against their need. Much he sold in the fair town of Lincoln, and counted many a coin after his sales there. Thus Grim fared for many winters, and Havelok worked with the rest, thinking it no shame to toil like any thrall, though he was a king's son born. There came at last a year of great dearth. Corn was so scarce that all men were in poverty, and Grim did not know how to feed all his family. For Havelok he had great dread, for he was strong and lusty, and would eat more than he could earn. And soon the fish in the sea also began to fail them, so that they were in sore straits. But Grim cared more for Havelok than for all his own family. All his thoughts ran on Havelok. "Dear son Havelok," he said at last, "we shall die of hunger anon. All our food is gone. It is better for you to go hence, and strive for yourself only, and not try to help us here. You are stout and strong. Go to Lincoln. There is many a man of substance there, who might take you in service. It were better for you to serve there than to see us starve here, and to starve along with us. Would that I could clothe you fitly. Alas, I am too poor. Yet for your sake I will cut up the sail of my boat, and make you a cloak of it to cover your rags." He took the sail from his boat, and cut it up rudely into a cloak for Havelok. Then Havelok bade him Godspeed, and set out, and came in time to the city of Lincoln. He had no friend in Lincoln, and knew no man. For 2 days he went to and fro, fasting. No man had work or food for him. But on the 3rd day he heard a cry, "Porters, porters, hither quickly." He sprang forward like a spark from coal, and thrust aside all who stood in his path. 16 stout lads did he knock down, and came to where fish was being laden into carts for Earl Godrich of Cornwall. There stood the Earl's cook, calling for men to load the carts, and Havelok fell to work with a will at his bidding. When all was done, "Will you take service with me?" said the cook to Havelok. "I will pay you good hire and feed you well." "Give me enough to eat, good sir," answered Havelok, "and I care not what you pay me. I will blow your fire and fetch wood and water. I can wash dishes and cleave faggots and clean eels and do all that you need." "You shall be my man," answered the cook. So Havelok took service in Earl Godrich's household, and drew water and cut wood. Strong and large was he of body, and fair to look on. Earl Godrich was lord of all England. It lay as it were in his hand. Many men were wont to come to him at Lincoln to talk of great things, and they held a parliament there, and came thither with a great train of men at arms and followers, so that the town was always full of folk coming and going. It chanced one day that 8 or 10 young men began to play together near where Havelok was at work, and they fell to throwing a great stone, huge and heavy. He must needs be a stout man who could so much as lift it to his knee. But those who threw it now were champions, and could cast it many a foot. Havelok looked on, and longed to throw against them, and his master, seeing his looks, bade him go and try what he could do. He took the stone and poised it well, and at the first effort he threw it 12 feet or more farther than any other man. "We have been here too long," said the rest. "This lad is mightier than any of us. It is time for us to go hence." They went away and spread the news that there was at Lincoln a lad mightier than any man of that day, and Havelok's fame grew and was known far and wide. It came at last to Earl Godrich's ears. "This is a stout knave," thought the Earl when he heard of Havelok's strength. "I would that he were wedded to Goldborough. He is the fairest and strongest man in England, and if I gave Goldborough to him, I should keep my word to Athelwold in some sort, for there is none like Havelok. No better man could she desire. And if she were wedded to him, she would be out of my way, and I should be secure in my rule, and my son should reign in England after me." Thus he thought and planned secretly. Anon he sent for Goldborough, and brought her to Lincoln. At her coming he caused bells to be rung, and there was great rejoicing, but he was nevertheless full of craft. "You shall have the fairest man alive for husband," he said to Goldborough. "Therefore have I sent for you." "I will wed no man but a king or a king's son, be ever so fair," she answered boldly. "Would you gainsay me as if you were queen and lady over me?" cried Godrich in great wrath. "You shall have a churl for husband, and no other. My cook's knave shall wed you, he shall be your lord. Tomorrow shall you be wedded to him." Goldborough wept and prayed for mercy, but it was of no avail. On the morrow the church bell was rung, and Godrich sent for Havelok. "Master, are you minded to marry?" he asked. "Nay, by my life," quoth Havelok. "What should I do with a wife? I cannot feed her or clothe her. I have no house and no possessions. The very clothes I wear are the cook's, and I am his servant." "If you do not take to wife her whom I will give you," said Godrich, "I will hang you high aloft, or thrust out your eyes." At that Havelok was sore afraid, and granted all that Godrich bade. Then Godrich sent for Goldborough. "You will take this man for husband," he said, "or you go to the gallows, unless rather I burn you at the stake." She was afraid at his threats, and dared not refuse, though she liked it ill. So they two were wedded perforce, and neither took joy in it. End of section 30. Section 31 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 9. Havelok wins back his kingdom. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. When they were married, Havelok knew not what to do. He had no home whereto he might take Goldborough. Godrich had such hatred for Athelwold's daughter that he would do naught to aid them, and Havelok was in sore straits till he bethought himself of Grimsby. Straightway he took Goldborough to Grimsby. But Grim himself was dead. Nevertheless his sons welcomed Havelok gladly. "Welcome, dear lord, and welcome to your fair lady," they said. "We have here horses and nets and ships, gold and silver, and much else that Grim our father bequeathed. But he bade us give them to you. Take them, dear lord, they are all yours. You shall be our lord, and we shall be your servants in all things." So Havelok came back to Grimsby. But on the night of his coming Goldborough was sad and sorrowful as she lay beside him, and she could not sleep. Her wakeful eyes fell on Havelok, and she was aware suddenly of a wondrous sight. A bright light, clear and flaming, issued from his mouth, and lit up all the chamber. "What may this mean?" she said to herself in sore dread. "Does it show me that some high fortune shall come upon Havelok?" She looked again and saw a new wonder. On Havelok's shoulder a king's mark shone, a noble cross of red gold, and as she looked an angel's voice spoke to her. "Goldborough, let your sorrow be. Havelok your husband is a king's son and a king's heir. The golden cross signifies that he shall possess all Denmark and England, and shall be king of both realms." When she heard the angel's voice, Goldborough could not contain her joy, but turned and kissed Havelok as he slept. Havelok had not heard the angel, but he started out of his sleep at Goldborough's kiss. "Dear lady, are you awake?" he said. "A strange dream have I just dreamed. I thought I was in Denmark, on the highest hill that ever I came to. It was so high that I could see, it seemed, all the world spread out. As I sat there I began to possess Denmark, with all its towns and strong castles, and my arms were so long that I surrounded in one grasp all Denmark, and drew it towards me till every man therein cleaved to me. Another dream I dreamed also, that I flew over the salt sea to England, and with me went all the folk of Denmark. When I came to England, I took it all into my hand, and Goldborough I gave it to you. Dear wife, what may this be?" "May these dreams turn to joy, Havelok, as I deem they will," answered Goldborough. "I say to you that you shall wear the crown of England in time to come, and Denmark shall kneel at your feet. Within a year this shall come to pass. Let us two go to Denmark speedily, and do you pray Grim's sons that they go with you all three." On the morrow Havelok went to church and besought aid of God. Then he betook himself to Grim's 3 sons, Robert and William and Hugh. "Listen now to me," he said, "and I will tell you a thing concerning myself. My father was king of the Danish land, and I should have been his heir, but a wicked man seized the kingdom when my father died, and slew my 2 sisters, and gave me to Grim to drown, but Grim spared me and brought me hither, as you know. Now I am come to an age where I can wield weapons and deal stout blows, and never will I take comfort till I see Denmark again. I pray you come thither with me. I will reward you well, and will give each of you 10 castles, with the lands and towns and woods that belong thereto." "We will follow you whithersoever you bid us, Havelok," they answered, and we will, if it please God, win back your kingdom for you." Havelok gave them due thanks, and began straightway to prepare all things for his going to Denmark. Soon he had made ready, and they set sail. Their voyage prospered, and they landed safely in Denmark, in the dominions of one Overby, a rich earl, who had been a friend of King Birkabeyn, Havelok's father. When Havelok heard who was lord of that part of Denmark, he was glad, and set out to go to Overby's castle in good hope. He dared not yet to say that he was Birkabeyn's son, for if Earl Godard heard of it, he would come against him and slay him before he could win any followers. But he went to Overby, and spoke him fair and courteously, and gave him a gold ring, and asked leave to settle in that land to be a merchant. And Overby, seeing how strong and comely Havelok was, gladly gave him leave, and thereafter bade him to a great feast. Havelok went to the feast, and Goldborough with him, and Grim's sons also, and Overby grew to love him so well that when the feast was ended, he sent him with 10 knights and 60 men at arms to the magistrate of those parts, Bernard Brun, a man of might and substance. Bernard was a trusty man, and entertained Havelok and Goldborough and all their company well. But as they sat at meat, there came tidings that a band of 60 thieves, all armed and fierce, was at the gate, demanding entrance. At that news Bernard started up and took a good axe in his hand, and went to the gate, and Havelok followed him. "What do you here, rascals?" cried Bernard. "If I open the door to you, some of you will rue it." "What say you?" answered one of the thieves. "Think you that we are afraid of you? We shall enter by this gate for all that you can do." Thereupon he seized a great boulder, and cast it mightily against the gate, and broke in. Havelok saw what befell, and went to the gate. He drew therefrom the great crossbar, and threw the gate wide open. "I abide here," he cried. "Flee, you dogs." "Nay," quoth one, "you shall pay for waiting." And he came running at Havelok, and the 2 others close behind with him. But Havelok lifted up the door beam, and at one blow slew all 3. Then he turned upon the others, and in a moment overthrew 4 more. But a host of them beset him with swords, and all his skill could not prevent them from wounding him. Full 20 wounds had he, from crown to toe. But he began so to mow with the beam that the robbers soon felt how hard he could smite. There was none who could escape him, and in a little while he had felled 20 of them. Then a great din began to arise, for the rest of the thieves set upon Havelok and Bernard with all their might. But Hugh and his brothers heard the noise, and came running with many other men, and before long there was not one of the thieves left alive. On the morrow tidings came to Overby that Havelok had slain with a club more than a score of stout rogues. He went down to Bernard and asked him what had come to pass, and Bernard, sore wounded from the fight, showed him his wounds, and told him how 60 robbers had attacked his house, and how Havelok had slain great plenty of them. But Havelok also, he said, was grievously wounded. Others also of Bernard's men told the like true tale, and Overby sent for Havelok, and when he had seen his wounds, called for a skilful leech, and took Havelok into his house and cared for him. The first night that Havelok lay in Overby's house, Overby slept nigh him in a great chamber, with places boarded off for each man. About midnight he awoke, and saw a great light in the place where Havelok lay, as bright as if it were day. "What may this be?" he thought. "I will go myself and see. Perchance Havelok secretly holds revel with his friends, and has lit many lights. I vow he shall do no such sottishness in my castle." He stood up and peeped in between the boards that shut Havelok from him. He saw him sleeping fast, as still as any stone, and he was aware of a great light coming as it were from Havelok's mouth. He was aghast at that sight, and called secretly to his knights and sergeants and men at arms, and more than 50 of them, and bade them come and see the strange light. And the light continued to issue from Havelok's mouth, and to grow in strength till it was as bright as 200 wax candles. Havelok's right shoulder was towards Overby and his men. Suddenly, as they looked at the light, they saw the king's mark on the shoulder, a bright cross, brighter than gold, sparkling like a carbuncle stone. Then Overby knew that Havelok was a king's son, and he guessed that he must be Birkabeyn's son, the rightful king. When Havelok awoke, he fell at his feet and did obeisance, he and all his men. "Dear lord," he said, "I know you to be Birkabeyn's son. You shall be King of Denmark. Right soon shall every lord and baron come and do you homage." Then was Havelok glad and blithe, and gave thanks to God for his goodness. Before long Ubi dubbed Havelok knight, and as soon as he was knighted, all the barons and lords of those parts came to him and swore fealty, and anon they crowned him King of Denmark, and set themselves in array to attack the false Earl Goddard. But Goddard's knights, being weary of his rule, had all gone over to Havelok, and Grim's son Robert sufficed to meet him in combat. Robert wounded him in the right arm, and they bound him and brought him before Havelok. Sorry now was Goddard's lot, all his greatness was gone from him. He came before Havelok and his nobles, and they gave sentence upon him that he should be flayed alive and then hanged. And so he came to his end, in great misery and torment. When Godrich in England heard that Havelok was king of all Denmark, and proposed, for Havelok had given out that this was his intent, to come to England and set Goldborough on her throne, he set to work to gather a great host to meet Havelok when he should come, and he spread lying tales to make the English hate and fear Havelok, saying that he would burn and destroy and oppress them, and by these means he got together many and led them to Grimsby. Anon came Havelok and his men, and landed at Grimsby, and they fought a great battle. All that day Havelok's men fought with Godrich's men, and on the morrow they fought again, and Godrich came face to face with Havelok himself. "Godrich," Havelok cried, "you have taken Athelwold's kingdom for yourself. I claim it for his daughter Goldborough. Yield it up, and I will forgive you, for you are a doughty knight." "Never will I yield," answered Godrich. "I will slay you here." He gripped his sword, and smote at Havelok, and clove his shield in twain. But Havelok drew his own good sword, and with one blow felled him to the earth. Yet Godrich started up again, and dealt him such a stroke on the shoulder that his armor was broken, and the blade bit into the flesh. Then Havelok heaved up his sword in turn, and struck fiercely, and shore off Godrich's hand so that he could smite no more, but yielded as best he might. They seized Godrich and fettered him, and all the English took the oath of fealty to Goldborough, and swore to be her men. Then they passed judgment on Godrich, and sentenced him to be burnt to death. So Havelok and Goldborough came again into their kingdoms, and Havelok rewarded Grim's sons and made them barons. Havelok was crowned King of England as well as of Denmark, and full 60 winters did he reign with Goldborough, in great joy and prosperity. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Benzing, Oxford, Ohio. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales of Early English Chronicles, Part 10, The Fair Unknown. Retold by F. J. Darton. Sir Gawain had a son, and he was fair to look on, bright of face and well-favoured in body. He was named Genlin, but for love of his fair face, his mother called him Beaufils, and no other name. And he never asked her what he was truly called, for Sir Gawain had wedded this lady secretly, and none knew that he was Genlin's father. On a certain day, Genlin went to the woods to hunt the deer, and there he found a knight in gay armor, lying slain. Genlin wondered thereat, but in a little time he took off the knight's garments, and clad himself in the rich armor. And when he had done this, he went to Glastonbury, where King Arthur lay at the time. He came into the hall before the knights and greeted them. "King Arthur, my lord," he said, "grant that I may speak a word, I pray you. I would fain be made a knight." "Tell me your name," answered King Arthur, "for since I was born I never saw before me one so fair to look on." "I know not what is my true name," answered the lad. "While I was at home, my mother, jesting, called me Beaufils, and naught else. Then said Arthur the king, This is a wondrous thing, that the boy should know not his name when he would become a knight. Yet he is full fair of face. Now will I give him a name before you all. Let him be called Le Beau Deaconess, which is to say, the fair unknown. So is he to be named. Thereupon King Arthur made him a knight, and gave him bright arms, and girt him with a sword, and hung round him a shield wrought with the design of a griffin. Sir Gawain took charge of him, to teach him knightly ways. When Le Beau Deaconess had been made a knight, he asked yet another boon of the king. My lord, he said, I should be right glad in my heart if I might have the first fight that is asked of you. I grant your asking, answered Arthur the king, whatsoever the combat be. But you seem too young to do well in a great fight. Then they sat down to feast. Not long had they feasted ere there came a maiden riding, and a dwarf beside her, in a great heat, as though with haste. The maid was called Elene, the bright and gentle. No countess or queen could be her equal in loveliness. She was richly clad, and the saddle and bridle of her milk-white steed were full of diamonds. Her dwarf wore silk of India. A stout and bold man was he, and his beard, yellow as wax, hanged down to his girdle. His shoes were decked with gold, and truly seemed a knight that felt no poverty. His name was Teondelin. He was skilled in playing all musical instruments. The dwarf spoke to the maiden, and bade her tell her errand and lose no time. She knelt in the hall before all the knights, and greeted them with honor, and said, Never was sadder tidings than I bring. My lady of Cinedown is brought into a strong prison. She prays King Arthur to send her a knight of stout courage, to win her out of prison. Up started the young knight, Le Beau Deaconess. His courage was stout and high. Arthur, my lord, he said, I shall take up this combat, and win the lady bright, if you are true to your word. Certain it is that I have promised even so, said King Arthur. God grant you grace and might. Then Elene began to complain, and said, Alas, that I was ever sent hither! Now will the word go forth that Arthur's manhood is lost, if you send a witless and wild child to deal doughty blows, when there are knights of proved valor, Launcelot, Percivale, and Gawain. Le Beau Deaconess answered, Never yet was I afraid of any man. I have learned to fight with spear and sword. I will take the battle, and never forsake it, as is Arthur's law. Then said Arthur, Maiden, you get no other knight of me. If you think him not man enough, go get another greater, where you can. The maid said no more, but for wrath she would neither eat nor drink at their feast, but sat down with her dwarf till the tables were taken away. King Arthur bade 4 of the best knights of the Round Table arm Le Beau Deaconess straightway in arms true and perfect. Through the help of Christ he shall hold to his word, and be a good champion to the Lady of Cinedown, and uphold all her rights, he said. When he was armed, Le Beau Deaconess sprang upon his horse, and received the king's blessing, and set forth a-riding with the maiden and the dwarf. Till the 3rd day she railed at the young knight continually, and on the 3rd day, when they came to a certain place, she said, Caitiff, now is your pride undone. This vale before us is kept by a knight who will fight every man that comes, and his fame is gone far abroad. William Celibranche is his name, and he is a mighty warrior. Through heart or thigh of all those who come against him, he thrusts his spear. Does he fight so mightily then? Asked Le Beau Deaconess. Has he never been hit? Whatsoever betides me, against him will I ride, and prove how he fights. On they rode, all 3, till they came to a castle in the vale. There they saw a knight in bright armor. He bore a shield of green with a device of 3 lions, and he was that William Salabranche of whom Maid Elene had spoken. When the knight had sight of them, he rode towards them and said, "Welcome, fair brother. He that rides here day or night must fight with me, or leave his arms here shamefully." "Now let us pass," said Sir Le Beau Disconus. "We have far to go to our friends, I and this maid. We must need speed on our way." "You shall not escape so," answered William. "Ere you go, we will fight." Then said Le Beau Disconus, "Now I see that it must be so. Make ready quickly, and do your best. Take courage with the spear if you are a knight of skill, for I am in haste." No longer did they wait, but rode together in arms. Le Beau Disconus smote William in the side with his spear, but William sat firm in his saddle. Nevertheless, so mightily was he struck that his stirrup leathers were broken, and he swayed over the horse's crupper and fell to the ground. His steed galloped away, but William started up speedily. "By my faith, never met I so stout a man," he said. "Now that my steed is gone, let us fight on foot." They fell to on foot with falchions. So hard they struck that sparks flew from their helmets. But William drove his sword through Le Beau Disconus's shield, and a piece of it fell to the ground. And thereat Le Beau Disconus was wroth. He smote with his sword downwards from the crest of William's helmet even to his hauberk, and shaved off with the point of his blade the knight's beard, and well nigh cut the flesh also. Then William smote back so great a blow that his sword brake in two. "Let me go alive!" cried William at that, seeing himself reft of his arms. "It were great villainy to do to death an unarmed knight." "I will spare you," said Le Beau Disconus, "if you swear a vow ere we go from one another. Kneel down, and swear on my sword to go to King Arthur, and say to him, Lord of renown, a knight sent me hither, defeated and a prisoner. His name is Le Beau Disconus, of unknown kilth and kin." William went upon his knees and took a vow as Le Beau Disconus bade him, and thus they departed each on his way. William took the road to Arthur's court, and it chanced that as he went, he met on that self-same day 3 proud knights, his own sister's sons. "William, our uncle," said they, when they saw his wounds and his sorry array, "who has done you this shame?" "The man is not to blame," answered William. "He was a knight stout and stern. One thing only grieves me sorely, that I must at his bidding go to King Arthur's court." And he told them of his vow. "You shall be full well avenged," said they. "He alone against us 3 is not worth a straw. Go your way, uncle, and fulfill your vow, and we will assail the traitor ere he be out of this forest." Then William went on his way to the court of King Arthur. But the 3 knights his nephews armed themselves, and leapt on their steeds, and without more tarrying went after Le Beau Disconus. Le Beau Disconus knew naught of this, but rode on with the fair maid, and made great mirth with her, for she had seen that he was a true and doughty knight. She asked pardon for the ill things she had said against him at the king's court, and he forgave her this trespass. And the dwarf was their squire, and served them in all their needs. At morning, when it was day, as they rode on towards Cinedown, they saw 3 knights in bright mail. They cried to him straightway, "Thief, turn again and fight!" "I am ready to ride against you all," quoth Le Beau Disconus. He pricked his horse towards them. The eldest brother, Sir Gower was his name, ran against him with a spear, but Le Beau Disconus smote him such a blow that he broke his thigh, and ever after was lame. The knight groaned for pain, but Le Beau Disconus with might and main felled him altogether. The next brother came riding fierce as a lion, as if to cast Le Beau Disconus down. Like a warrior out of his wits, he smote Le Beau Disconus on his helmet with his sword. He struck so hard that the blade drove through the helmet and touched the young knight's head. Then Le Beau de Cannes, when he felt the sword touch him, swung his sword as a madman, and all that he struck he clove through. Though two were against him, for the third brother also came riding to the fray, they saw that they had no might to withstand him in his fury. They yielded up their spears and shields to Le Beau de Cannes and cried, "Mercy!" "Nay," answered Le Beau de Cannes, "you escape not, unless you plight me your faith to go to King Arthur, and tell him that I overcame you and sent you to him. If you do not do so, I will slay you all three." The knights swore to go to King Arthur, and plighted their troth upon it. Then they departed, and Le Beau de Cannes and the fair maid rode on towards Cinedown. All that day they rode, and at night they made their lodges in the wood out of green leaves and boughs, for they came nigh no town or castle, and thus for 3 days they pricked ever westwards. End of section 32. Section number 33 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Benzing of Oxford, Ohio. Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales from Early English Chronicles, Part 11, The Fight with the Two Giants, retold by F.J.H. Darton. As they slept at night, the dwarf woke, fearing that thieves might steal their horses. Suddenly his heart began to quake, for less than half a mile away he saw a great fire. "Arise, young knight," he cried. "Arm yourself and to horse. I doubt there is danger here. I hear a great sound and smell burning afar off." Le Beau de Cannes leapt on his war-horse and took his arms and rode towards the fire. When he drew nigh, he saw that there were 2 giants, one red and loathly to look upon, and the other swarthy as pitch. The black giant held in his arms a maiden as bright as a flower, while the red giant was burning a wild boar on a spit before the flaming fire. The maiden cried aloud for help. "Alas," said she, "that I ever saw this day." Then said Le Beau de Cannes, "It were a fair venture to save this maiden from shame. To fight with giants so grim is no child's game." He rode against them with his spear, and at the first course smote the black giant clean through the body, and overthrew him, so that never could he rise again. The maiden his prisoner fled from his grasp, and betook herself to Maid Elene, and they went to the lodge of leaves in the wood, and prayed for victory for Le Beau de Cannes. But the red giant, seeing his brother fall, smote at Le Beau de Cannes with the half-roasted boar like a madman, and he laid on so sore that Le Beau de Cannes' horse was slain. But Le Beau de Cannes leapt out of the saddle like a spark from a torch, and drove at him with his falchion, fierce as a lion. The giant fought with his spit till it broke in two. Then he caught up a tree by the roots and smote Le Beau de Cannes so mightily that his shield was broken into 3 pieces. But before the giant could heave up the tree again, Le Beau de Cannes struck off his right arm, and at that sore wound he fell to the ground, and Le Beau de Cannes cut off his head. Then Le Beau de Cannes turned to the 2 maidens, and he learned that she whom he saved was called Violette, and her father was Sir Ettore, an earl in that country. Long had the 2 giants sought to take her, and the day before at eventide they had sprung out on her suddenly and carried her off. Le Beau de Cannes took the giants' heads, and when he had escorted the maidens to the castle of Sir Ettore, he sent the heads to King Arthur. Sir Ettore wished to give him Violette to wife, but Le Beau de Cannes refused, saying that he was upon a quest with the fair Elene, and with that they set forth once more on their journey. Presently they came to the fair city of Carlisle, and saw there in a park a castle stout and stark, royally built. Never such a castle had they seen. "Oh," said Le Beau de Cannes, "here were a worthy thing for a man to win." Then laughed Maid Elene. "The best knight in all the country round owns that castle, one Gifrown," she said. "He that will fight with him, be it day or night, is bowed down and laid low. For love of his lady, who is wondrous fair, he has proclaimed that he will bestow a gerfalcon, white as a swan, on him who brings a fairer lady. But if she be not so bright and fair as his lady, he must fight this knight Gifrown, who is a mighty warrior. Gifrown slays him and sets his head upon a spear, that it may be seen from afar abroad, and you may see on the castle walls a head or two set thus." "I will fight this Gifrown," said Le Beau de Cannes, "and try for the gerfalcon. I will say that I have seen in this town a lady fairer than his, and if he would see her, I will show him you." "That were a great peril," said the dwarf. "Sir Gifrown beguiles many a knight in combat." "Heed not that," answered Le Beau de Cannes. "I will see his face ere I go westward from this city." Without more ado they came to the town, and dwelt there in the inn for the night. In the morn Le Beau de Cannes rose and armed himself, and rode with the dwarf towards Gifron's palace. Sir Gifron, when he came out of his house, saw Le Beau de Cannes advancing as proudly as a prince. He rode out to him and cried in a loud voice, "Come you for good or for ill?" "I should have a great delight in fighting you," answered Le Beau de Cannes, "for you say a grievous thing, that there is no woman so fair as your lady. I have in this town one fairer, and therefore I shall take your gerfalcon and give it to Arthur the king." "Gentle knight," said Gifrown, "how shall we prove which of the two be fairer?" "Here in Carlisle city," said Le Beau de Cannes, "they shall both be set in the marketplace, where all men may look on them. If my lady be not so esteemed fair as yours, I will fight with you to win the gerfalcon." "All this I grant," said Sir Gifron. "This day shall it be done." And he held up his glove for a proof. Sir Le Beau de Cannes rode to his lodging, and bade Maid Elene put on her seemliest robes. Then he sat her on a dappled palfrey, and they rode forth to the marketplace. Presently came also Sir Gifron riding, with his lady and 2 squires. And the lady was so lovely that no man could describe her. All, young and old, judged that she was fairer than Elene. She was as sweet as a rose in an arbor, and Elene seemed but a laundry maid beside her. Then said Sir Gifron, "Sir Le Beau de Cannes, you have lost the gerfalcon." "Nay," said Le Beau de Cannes, "we will joust for it. If you bear me down, take my head and the falcon, and if I bear you down, the falcon shall go with me." They rode to the lists, and many people with them. At the first course each smote the other on the shield, so that their lances were broken, and the sound of their onset was as thunder. Sir Gifron called for a lance that would not break. "This young knight is as firm in his saddle as a stone in the castle wall," quoth he. "But were he as bold a warrior as Alexander or Arthur, Launcelot or Percivale, I will shake him out over his horse's crupper." Together they charged again. Le Beau de Cannes smote Gifron's shield from his arm at the shock. Never yet had man been seen to joust so stoutly. Gifron, like a madman, struck furiously back at him, but Le Beau de Cannes sat so firm that Gifron was thrown, horse and all, and broke his leg. All men said that Gifron had lost the white gerfalcon, and they bore him into town upon his shield. But La Boudiccanesse sent the white gerfalcon to King Arthur for a gift, and the king sent him 100 pounds weight of florins, and thereafter he feasted 40 days in Carlisle. At the end of this feasting, La Boudiccanesse and the maid Elaine took their leave of Carlisle and rode towards Cinedown. As they were riding, they heard horns blowing hard under a hill, and the noise of hounds giving tongue in the vale.
"To tell truth," said the dwarf Tiandelaine, "I know that horn well. One Sir Otis de Lisle blows it. He served my lady some while, but in great peril fled into Wirral."
As they rode talking, a little hound came running across their way. Never man saw a hound so gay. It was all the colors of flowers that bloom between May and midsummer. "Never have I seen such a jewel," said Maid Elaine, "that so pleased me. Would I had him." La Boudiccanesse caught the hound, and gave him to her, and they went on their way. They had scarce ridden a mile before they saw a hind fleeing, and 2 greyhounds close upon it. They stopped and waited under a linden tree to watch, and they saw riding behind the hounds a knight clad in silk of India, upon a bay horse. He began to blow his bugle so that his men should know where he was. But when he saw La Boudiccanesse and the dog in Maid Elaine's arms, he drew rein and said, "Sir, that hound is mine. I have had him these 7 years past. Friends, let him go." "That shall never be," said La Boudiccanesse, "for with my 2 hands I gave her to this maiden." Straightway answered Sir Otis de Lisle, for it was he, "Then you are in peril." "Churl," said La Boudiccanesse, "I care not for whatever you say."
"Those are evil words, sir," said Sir Otis. "Churl was never my name. My father was an earl, and the Countess of Carlisle my mother. Were I armed now, even as you are, we would fight. If you give me not the hound, you shall play a strange game ere evening."
"Whatsoever you do," answered La Boudiccanesse, "this hound shall go with me." Then they took their way westward once more. But Sir Otis rode home to his castle and sent for his friends, and told them that one of Arthur's knights had used him shamefully and taken his little hound. They armed themselves, and when all was ready, rode out after La Boudiccanesse. Upon a high hill they saw him riding slowly.
"Traitor, you shall die for your trespass,"
they cried to him, when they came a little distance from him. Sir Boudiccanesse beheld how full of knights the vale was. "Maid Elaine," he said, "we are come into a sorry case for the sake of this little hound. It were best that you should go into the greenshaws and hide your heads. For though I be slain, yet will I abide combat with these knights." Into the woods they rode, but La Boudiccanesse stayed without, as beseems an adventurous knight. They shot at him with bows and arbalists, but he charged with his horse, and bore down horse and man, and spared none. Whosoever La Boudiccanesse struck after the first blow, that man slept for evermore. But soon La Boudiccanesse was beset, as in a net. 12 knights came riding through the forest in arms clear and bright. All day they had rested, and thought thereby to slay La Boudiccanesse. One of them was Sir Otis himself, and they smote at La Boudiccanesse all at once, and thought to fell him. Fierce was the fight. Sword rang on steel, sparks sprang from shield and helmet. La Boudiccanesse slew 3, and 4 flew. But Sir Otis and his 4 sons stayed to sell their lives there. La Boudiccanesse against those 5 fought like a madman. His sword brake, and he took a great blow on his helmet that bore him down. Then the foeman thought to slay him outright, but La Boudiccanesse was minded suddenly of his axe that was at his hinder saddle-bow. He quitted himself like a true knight. 3 steeds he hewed down in 3 strokes. Sir Otis saw that sight, and turned his horse and fled. La Boudiccanesse stood no longer on defense, but pursued him, and caught him under a chestnut tree, and made him yield. La Beau de Cannes sent this knight also to King Arthur for a sign of his powers, and himself and Maid Elaine went to Sir Otis's castle, and there rested and were refreshed. End of section 33. Section 34 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Benzing of Oxford, Ohio. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. In the Castle of the Sorcerers. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. When they had tarried at the castle a certain time, they rode forth again. It was the month of June, when the days are long and the birds' songs are merry. Sir La Beau de Cannes and the maid Elaine and the dwarf Tiandelaine came riding by a riverside, and saw a great and proud city, with high strong castles and many gates. La Beau de Cannes asked the name of the city. "They call it Golden Isle," answered Maid Elaine. "Here hath been more fighting than in any country, for a lady of price, fair as a rose, has put this land in peril. A giant named Maid, whose like is nowhere on earth, has laid siege to her. He is as black as pitch, stern and stout indeed. He that would pass the bridge into her castle must lay down his arms, and do a reverence to the giant." Then said La Beau de Cannes, "I shall not turn aside for him. If God give me grace ere this day's end, I will overthrow him." They rode all three towards the fair city. On a wooden bridge they saw Maid, as bold as a wild boar. His shield was black, and all his armor black also. When he saw La Beau de Cannes, he cried, "Tell me, fellow in white, what are you? Turn home again for your own profit." "Arthur made me a knight," said La Beau de Cannes, "and to him I made a vow that I would never turn back. Therefore, friend in black, make ready." They rode forthright at one another. Their lances brake at the first blows. But they drew swords in a fury and rushed at one another. La Beau de Cannes smote the giant's shield so that it fell from him. But Maid, in turn, slew La Beau de Cannes' steed with a great blow on its head. La Beau de Cannes said naught, but started up from his dead charger and took his axe. A great blow he struck, that shore the head of Maid's horse clean from its body. Then they fell to on foot, and no man can tell of the blows that passed from one to the other, and they fought till evening drew nigh. Sir La Beau de Cannes thirsted sore, and he said, "Maid, let me go to drink. I will grant you what boon you ask of me in like case. Great shame would it be to slay a knight by thirst." Maid granted it, but when La Beau de Cannes went to the river and drank, Maid struck him unawares, such a blow that he fell into the river. "Now am I truly refreshed," cried La Beau de Cannes as he climbed out. "I will repay you for this." Then a new fight was begun, and they continued till darkness grew apace. At length La Beau de Cannes struck such a blow that the giant's right arm was shorn off. Thereupon Maid fled, but La Beau de Cannes ran swiftly after him, and with 3 stern strokes clove his backbone. Then La Beau de Cannes smote off the giant's head, and went into the town, and all the folk welcomed him. A fair lady came down to meet him, called La Dame d'Amour, and she thanked him for his aid against the giant, and led him to her palace. There he was clad in clean raiment, and feasted, and the lady would have had him be lord of her city and castle. La Beau de Cannes granted her prayer, and gave her his love, for she was indeed fair and bright. Alas, that he did not refrain. 12 months and more he dwelt there, and fair Elaine was afraid lest he might never go thence, for the lady of the castle knew much of sorcery, and put a charm on La Beau de Cannes, so that he wished never to leave her. But it fell on a day that Le Beau Deaconess met Maid Elaine by chance within the castle. "Sir Knight," she said, "you are false of faith to King Arthur. For love of a sorceress you do great dishonour. The Lady of Sinidoun lies in prison yet." At her words, Le Beau Deaconess thought his heart would break for sorrow and shame. By a postern gate he crept away from the lady of the castle, and took with him his horse and his armour, and rode forth with Maid Elaine and the dwarf, and a squire named Giflet. Fast they rode without ceasing, till on the third day they came in sight of the strong city of Sinidoun. But Le Beau Deaconess wondered at a custom he saw as he described the town, for all the waste and refuse that was cast outside the town was gathered again by the folk and kept. "What means this?" asked Sir Le Beau Deaconess. "This it is," said Maid Elaine. "No knight may abide here without leave of a steward called Sir Lambard. Ride to that eastern gate yonder, and ask his leave to enter fairly and well. Ere he grants it, he will joust with you. And if he bears you down, he will blow his trumpets, and all through Sinidoun at the sound thereof the maidens and boys will throw on you this filth and mud that they have gathered. And so to your life's end will you be known as a coward, and King Arthur shall lose his honour through you." "That were great shame for any man living," said Sir Le Beau Deaconess. "I will meet this man. Giflet, make me ready." Then they made ready and rode to the castle gate, and asked where knights might find lodging. The porter let them in and asked, "Who is your overlord?" "King Arthur, the well of courtesy and flower of chivalry, is my lord," answered Le Beau Deaconess. The porter went and told Sir Lambard of the knight, and Sir Lambard was glad, and vowed to joust with him. Thereupon the porter came again to Le Beau Deaconess and said, "Adventurous knight, ride to the field without the castle gate, and arm you speedily, for my lord would joust with you." Sir Le Beau Deaconess rode to the field and made ready. Presently there came the steward, all armed for the fight, and they fell to. Long and fierce was the fray, but at the last Le Beau Deaconess struck Sir Lambard so fiercely that he was borne clean out of his saddle backwards. "Will you have more?" asked Sir Le Beau Deaconess. "Nay," answered Sir Lambard, "never since I was born came I against such a knight. If you will fight for my lady, you are welcome, Sir Knight." "Nay," said Sir Le Beau Deaconess, "but I fight for a lady even now." Then they went into Sir Lambard's castle and feasted and were right merry. Sir Lambard and Sir Le Beau Deaconess spoke much of adventures, and at last Sir Le Beau Deaconess asked him concerning his quest. "What is the knight's name who holds in prison the gentle lady of Sinidoun?" "Nay, sir, knight is he none. 2 magicians are her foes, false in flesh and bone. Mabon and Irene are their names, and they have made this town a place of strange magic arts. They hold this noble lady in prison, and often we hear her cry, but have no power to come to her. They have sworn to slay her if she will not do their will, and give up to them all her rights in this fair dukedom which is hers." They took their rest. On the morrow, Le Beau Deaconess clad himself in his best armour, and rode forth to the gate of the great palace of Sinidoun, and with him for escort came Lambard and his knights. They found the gate open, but no further durst any man go save Le Beau Deaconess and his squire Giflet, and Le Beau Deaconess made Giflet also turn back with the rest. Then he rode alone into the palace, and alighted at the great hall. He saw minstrels before the dais, and a fire burning brightly, but no lord of the palace was there. Le Beau Deaconess paced through all the chambers, and saw no one but minstrels who made merry. Le Beau Deaconess went further, seeking those whom he should fight. He peered into all the corners, and looked on wondrous pillars of jasper and fine crystal, but never a foe did he see. At last he sat down at the dais in the great hall. As he sat, the minstrels ceased their music and vanished, and the torches were extinguished. Doors and windows shook like thunder, and the very stones of the walls fell round him. The dais began to quake, and the roof above opened. As he sat thus dismayed, believing that he was betrayed by magic, he heard horses neigh. Yet may I hope to joust, he said, better pleased. He looked out into a field, and there he saw 2 knights come riding with spear and shield. Their armor was of rich purple, with golden garlands. One of the knights rode into the hall. "Sir Knight," he cried, "proud though you be, you must fight with us." "I am ready to fight," answered La Beau Deaconess, and he leapt into his saddle and rode against the knight. His might bore against Mabon, for it was he, over his horse's tail. The hinder saddle bow broke, and he fell. With that rode in Owain, fully armed, fresh for the fight, and meaning with main and might to assail Sir La Beau Deaconess. But La Beau Deaconess was aware of him, and bore down on him with his spear, leaving Mabon where he had fallen. They broke their lances at the first stroke and fell to swords. As they fought, Mabon rose up from the ground and ran to aid Owain. But La Beau Deaconess fought both, and kept himself back warily. When Owain saw Mabon, he smote fiercely at La Beau Deaconess and struck his steed. But Sir La Beau Deaconess returned his blow, and shore off his thigh, skin and bone and all. Of no avail were his arms or his enchantments then. Then La Beau Deaconess turned swiftly again to Mabon, and Mabon with a great blow broke the knight's sword. But La Beau Deaconess ran to Owain, where he lay dying, and drew from him his sword, and rushed fiercely upon Mabon once more, and smote off his left arm with the shield. "Ho, gentle knight," said Mabon, "and I will yield that to your will, and will take you to the fair lady. Though the wound from that sword I am undone, for I pose in both it and mine, to make certain of slaying you." "I will have none of your gifts, were I to win all the world by them," said La Beau Deaconess. "Lay on, one of us shall die." Then they fell to again, and so fiercely did La Beau Deaconess fight that in a little while he cleft Mabon's head and helmet in twain. When Mabon was slain, he ran to where he had left Owain, meaning to cleave his head also. But Owain was not there. He had been borne away. Whither, La Beau Deaconess did not know. He sought him everywhere, and when he found him not, he believed that he was caught in a snare, and fell on his knees and prayed. As he prayed, a marvel came to pass. In the stone wall a window opened, and a great dragon issued therefrom. It had the face of a woman, fair and young. Her body and wings shone like gold. Her tail was loathly, and her paws grim and great. La Beau Deaconess's heart sank within him, and he trembled. Ere he could think, the dragon clasped him by the neck and kissed him. And lo, as it kissed him, the tail and wings fell from it, and he saw before him the fairest lady he had ever looked upon. "Gentle knight," she said, "you have slain the 2 magicians, my foes. They changed me into a dragon, and bade me keep that shape till I had kissed Sir Gawain, or some other knight of kin to Sir Gawain. You have saved my life. I will give you 15 castles and myself for wife, if it be King Arthur's will." Then was La Beau Deaconess glad and blithe, and leapt on his horse and rode back to Sir Lambert to bring him these good tidings. And presently there came to him from the palace the lady herself, richly clad, and all the people of the town made a fair procession in her train. Every knight in Cinedown did her homage and fealty as was due to her. 7 nights did they abide in the castle with Lambert, and then Sir La Beau Deaconess returned with the fair lady to King Arthur, and at his court gave thanks to God for their adventures. King Arthur gave the lady to La Beau Deaconess for wife, and the joy of that bridal can be told in no tale or song. End of Part 34.
Section 35 of Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales Told by Chaucer's Canterbury Pilgrims. Geoffrey Chaucer, born about 1340, was the first great English poet. The immense popularity of the Canterbury Tales is shown by the number of manuscript copies still in existence. It was one of the first books printed in England. The vividness with which the author describes scenes and events and people as if he had them before his eyes, is one of his greatest charms as a writer. Those who know him best place him second only to Shakespeare as a writer of delightful English. The spelling of Chaucer's time differs so much from ours that the difficulty of reading it discourages a great many people. The few stories here given are retold in the language of today. The Old Woman and the Knight, retold by F.J.H. Darton. In the old days of King Arthur, all the land was filled with fairies, and the Elf Queen and her merry company held many a dance in the great meadows where now you will see never one of them. But that was many 100 years ago. It happened that there was at King Arthur's court a young knight, in the full vigor and pride of his strength, who one day, as he was riding out, came upon a maiden walking all alone. She was very beautiful, and the sight of her made him forget his knighthood. He went up to her, and tried to carry her off with him by force, but before he could succeed, help came, and he was seized and taken before the king. The king sentenced him to die, according to the law at the time, and he would surely have been put to death if the queen and her ladies had not long and earnestly prayed for mercy. The king at last relented and granted him his life, and left it to the queen to say what punishment should be given to him. When the queen had thanked King Arthur, she sent for the knight. She did not wish to let him go wholly free. "You are still in danger of losing your life," she said to him, "but I will give you your freedom on one condition. You must find me the answer to the question, what is it that women most desire? If you cannot now give me the answer that I have in my mind, you shall have a year and a day in which to learn it. Do your best and take great care, for if at the end of that time you still cannot answer, you must die." The knight pondered a while, but he could not guess the answer at once. So he pledged himself to return to the court at the end of the year and a day, and went away very sorrowfully. How was he to find the answer to the riddle? He thought for a long time by himself, and then asked every one he met what it was that women loved best. But nowhere could he discover two people who agreed in saying the same thing. Some told him the answer was honor, some riches, others fine clothing, others again flattery. But none of these replies pleased the knight, and he could not guess anyhow what it was that the queen had in her mind as the right answer. He wandered far and wide in his mournful search for someone wise enough to help him. At length the time came when he had to turn homewards again, in order to return to the queen by the appointed day. His way lay through a forest, and he was riding along sadly enough, when suddenly he saw a strange sight. In a little glade just in front of him was a ring of fair ladies dancing, 24 or more of them, but as he drew nigh eagerly to look at them more closely, and see if by chance he might gain an answer from them, they all vanished. In the place where they had been, not a living thing remained except an old woman sitting on the grass. When he came near to her, he saw that she was withered and ugly, and as horrible a sight as could be imagined.
"Sir Knight," she said to him, standing up, "this road lies to no place. Whither are you going? Tell me your errand, and perchance I can help you. We old folk have knowledge of many things." "Old mother," he said, "my trouble is this. I am as good as dead if I cannot deliver what it is that women love best. If you could help me, I would reward you well." And he told her the conditions on which his life was spared. "Give me your word here and now that you will do the next thing that I ask of you, whatever it is, if it is in your power," said the hag when she heard the story, "and I will tell you the answer." "I give my word," the knight replied. "Then your life is safe. I promise you that my answer will be that which the queen wishes to have, and the proudest lady of all her court will not dare gainsay it. Let us go on our journey without any more talking." She whispered a word or two in his ear, and bade him pluck up heart, and together they rode to the court. The knight came before the queen, and said that he was ready to give his answer, and a great company of noble ladies gathered to hear what he would reply to the riddle. Silence was proclaimed, and he was called upon to speak. "I have kept my word faithfully," he said in a manly voice that was heard all over the hall, "and I am here on the day appointed, prepared to answer the queen's question. The answer she desired was that women love power best, whether it be over husband or lover. If that is not the right answer, do with me as you wish. I am here, ready to die if you so will it." They all agreed that he had saved his life by his reply.
But when their verdict was made known, up started the old hag who had told the knight the answer.
"Give me justice, Lady Queen, before your court departs," she cried. "I told the knight that answer, and he gave me his word that he would do the first thing I asked of him if it lay in his power. Now, before all this court, I ask you, Sir Knight, to take me to be your wife, and remember it is I who saved your life."
"Alas," said the knight, "truly I gave my word, but would you not ask some other thing of me? Take all my riches and let me go."
"No,"
insisted the old woman.
"Though I be old and poor and ugly, I would not let you go for all the gold on earth. I will be your wife and your love."
"My love?" he cried. "Nay, rather my death. Alas, that any of my race should suffer such dishonor." All the knight's prayers and entreaties were of no avail. He had to keep his word and marry the hideous old hag, and a mournful wedding he made of it. He took his new bride home to his house, feeling not at all like a happy lover, and his woe was increased by her first words to him.
"Dear husband, will you not kiss me? Is it the custom of the king's court for every knight to neglect his wife? I am your own love, who saved you from death, and I have done you no wrong, yet you act towards me like a madman who has lost his senses. With your groans and your glum looks, tell me what I have done amiss, and I will set it right."
"You cannot set it right," said the knight sorrowfully. "Do you wonder that I am ashamed to have married one of such mean birth, so poor and old and ugly?"
"Is that the cause of your grief?"
she asked. "Yes," answered he.
"I could set it right," said his wife. "But you speak so proudly of your high birth and old family. Such pride is worth nothing, for poverty and low birth are no sin. Look rather at him who leads the best life, both in secret and in the open, who strives away to do gentle and honorable deeds. Take him for the truest gentleman, and be sure that a noble nature like his is not made only by high birth or the wealth of his fathers. But you say that I am low-born, old and ugly. Well, choose now which you would desire me to be, as I am poor, old, and ugly, but a true and faithful wife, who will obey you always, or young and fair, but fickle and fond of vain pleasures, always emptying your purse and wounding your love."
The knight did not know which to choose. He was moved to shame by his wife's words, and after long thought he said, "My lady, my dear wife, I will put myself in your hands. Choose for yourself that will do honor to you, and what you wish is enough for me."
"Then I have gained the mastery. I have power over you," she said, "if I may choose as I please."
"Yes, dear wife," he answered, "I think that best."
"Kiss me," she said, "and let us quarrel no longer. I will be both to you, both fair and true. I will be as good a wife as ever there was since the beginning of the world, and if I am not as beautiful as any lady, queen, or empress in the whole earth, from east to west, then slay me and do with my life as you wish."
The knight looked up at her again, but instead of the withered old crone he expected to see, his eyes fell upon the most beautiful wife that could be imagined. For the old woman was a fairy, and had wished to give him a lesson before he knew her as she really was. No longer now was he ashamed of her, and they lived together happily to their lives' end. End of section 35. Section 36 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William PATTEN. Tales told by Chaucer's Canterbury Pilgrims, Part 2, Death and the Three Revellers. Retold by F. J. H. Darton. There was once in Flanders a company of young men who spent much time in drinking and rioting among the taverns, wasting their lives in gambling and dancing day and night. Early one morning, a certain 3 of these revelers were sitting in a tavern drinking and making a great noise with their horrible talk. As they jested idly with one another, they heard a bell tolling outside for a dead man who was about to be buried. "Run, quickly!" one of them called to a servant boy, "and ask the name of the man whose body is being carried out to burial. Take care to tell that it's all right." "I need not go, sirs," answered the boy. "I heard 2 hours before you came here that this man who is now dead was an old comrade of yours, slain last night as he lay in a drunken sleep. There came to him a stealthy old thief named Death, who kills many folks in this country. He pierced your comrade's heart with a spear and went his way without a word. He has slain 1,000 or more in the pestilence here. I think it would be well for you, my masters, to beware of coming into the presence of such a foe, and to be ready to meet him." "Yes," said the keeper of the tavern, "the boy speaks truly. Death has this year slain men, women, and children, pages and peasants, throughout the whole of the great village a mile from here. I think he dwells in that place. It would be wise to be prepared before he does one any evil." "Is it so great a danger to meet him, then?" cried one of the revelers with an oath. "I will go myself and seek him high and low in the streets and lanes. Listen, comrades, there are 3 of us. Let us join together and slay this false traitor Death. We will swear to be true to one another, and before night-time we will slay him who kills so many others." The other 2 agreed, and the 3 swore to be to one another as brothers. Up they started, and forth towards the village where Death was said by the innkeeper to live. Death shall die!" they cried, with many a boastful oath, "if we once lay hold of him." They had not gone half a mile on their way, when they met an old, poor-looking man, who greeted them meekly and bade them Godspeed. "Who are you ragged old beggar?" cried the proudest of the rioters. "Why are you so well wrapped up, except for your face? Why is an old man like you allowed to live so long?" The old man looked at him in the face and said, "I must needs keep my old age myself. I can find no man anywhere, no, not even if I walk to India, who would exchange his youth for my age. Death himself refuses to take my life, so I walk restlessly up and down the world, old and weary, tapping the ground with my staff early and late, and begging Mother Earth to take me to her again. 'Look how I am slowly vanishing,' I cry to her. 'I feel myself wasting, flesh and skin and blood and all. Receive me into the dust again, Mother Earth, for my bones are tired.' But the earth will not hear my prayer yet, and I must wander on. I beseech you, therefore, do not harm an old man, good sirs, and may the blessing of heaven be upon you." "Nay, old Charles," said one of the revelers, "you shall not get off so lightly. You spoke just now of the traitor Death, who slays all our friends in this district. Tell us where he is to be seen, or you shall rue it. I believe that you must be one of his friends yourself, and anxious to slay us young folk, since you talk so lovingly of him." "Sirs," answered the old man, "if you are so eager to find Death, turn up this crooked path. In that grove yonder, upon my faith, I left him, under a tree. There he will await you. He will not hide himself from you, or for all your boasts. Do you see the oak? You shall find Death there. God save you, and make you better men." Thus spoke the old stranger. They paid no more heed to him, but ran off straightway to search for Death by the oak tree. There they found, not Death himself, but a great heap of fine golden florins piled up, well nigh 8 bushels of them. No longer had they any thought about Death, but were so glad at the sight of the fair bright florins that they sat down there by the precious heap to think what should be done. The worst of the 3 was the first to speak. "Listen to me, brethren, I am no fool, for all that I spend my life in folly. Fortune has given us this treasure so that we can live the rest of our lives in mirth and jollity. It has come to us easily, and easily we shall spend it, but there is one thing which we must do to make our happiness sure. We must get the gold away from this place to my house, or else to one of yours, for of course the treasure is ours, but we cannot do this by day. Men would say that we were thieves, and we should be hanged for stealing our own treasure. It must be done by night, as secretly and carefully as we can, and we must wait here all day. Let us therefore draw lots to see which of us shall go to the town and bring food and drink hither, as quickly as he can for the other 2. The others must stay by the treasure, for we cannot leave it unguarded. Then, when night comes, we will carry it all away, safely." They agreed to this, and drew lots. The lot fell on the youngest of them, who left them at once and went towards the town. As soon as he was gone, one of those who remained with the gold said to the other, "You know that we have sworn to be true to one another, like brothers. Here then, how can we win profit for ourselves? Our comrade is gone, and has left us here with this gold, of which there is great plenty. We are to divide it among the three of us, by our agreement. But if I can contrive that we divide it between the two of us alone, will not that be doing you a friendly turn? How can it be? Asked the other. He knows that the gold is with us. What could we say to him? Will you keep it a secret? Said his comrade. If so, I will tell you in a few words what we must do. Yes, answered the other. Trust me not to betray you. Look you, then, there are two of us, and two are stronger than one. When he comes back and sits down, do you rise and go to him, as if for a friendly wrestling bout. I will stab him in the side as you struggle and play. See that you also do the like with your dagger. Thus shall the treasure be divided between us two, dear friend, and we shall live in ease and plenty for the rest of our lives. The two rogues agreed on this plan for getting rid of their comrade, but he, as he went on his way to the town, could not take his mind away from the bright, golden florins. If only I could have this treasure all for myself, he thought. No man on earth would live so merrily as I. And at last the idea of poisoning his comrades came into his head. When he reached the town, he went without hesitating any more to an apothecary, and asked him to sell him some poison to kill the rats in his house. And there was a polecat also, he said, which ate his chickens. You shall have the poison, answered the apothecary, the likes of which is not to be found on earth. It is so strong that if a man does but taste a little piece of it, the size of a grain of wheat, he shall die at once. Before you can walk a mile he will be dead, so strong and violent is this poison. The man took the poison in a box and went into the next street. There he borrowed 3 large bottles, and into 2 he put the poison. The third he kept clean for his own drink, thinking that he would be working hard that night, carrying the gold all by himself to his own house. Then he filled all the bottles up with wine and went back to his comrades. Why should a long tale be made of it? When he came back, the other 2 set upon him, and killed him as they had planned. Now, let us eat and drink, said one to the other. When we have made merry, we will bury him. With that word, he took one of the bottles. It happened to be one of those containing the poisoned wine. He drank, and gave it to his fellow, and in a little while, they both fell dead beside the body of their comrades. Thus the 3 revelers met death, whom they set out to kill. End of section 36. Section 37 of Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Parkland, Washington. Junior Classics, Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales told by Chaucer's Canterbury Pilgrims, Part 3, Patient Griselda. Retold by F.J.H. Darton. There is on the western side of Italy a large and fertile plain, wherein lie a tower and town founded long ago by the men of the olden days. The name of this noble country is Saluzzo. A worthy marquis named Walter was once lord of it, as his fathers had been before him. He was young, strong, and handsome, but he had several faults for which he was to blame. He took no thought of the future, but in his youth liked to do nothing but hawk and hunt all day, and let all other cares go unheeded. And the thing which seemed to the people of Saluzzo to be worst of all was that he would not marry. At length his subjects came to him in a body to urge him to take a wife. The wisest of them spoke on behalf of the rest. "Noble Marquis," he said, "and so we now dare to come to you and tell you our grief. Of your grace, my lord, listen to our complaint. Bethink you how quickly our lives pass, and that no man can stop the swift course of time. You are in your youth now, but age will creep upon you in a day which you cannot foresee. We pray you, therefore, to marry, that you may leave an heir to rule over us when you are gone. If you will do this, Lord Marquis, we will choose you a wife from among the noblest of the land. Grant our boon, and deliver us from our fears, for we could not live under a lord of a strange race." Their distress and grief filled the Marquis with pity. "My own dear people," he answered, "you are asking of me that which I thought never to do. I rejoice to be free, and like not to have my freedom cut short by marriage. But I see that your prayer is just and truly meant, and that it is my duty to take a wife. Therefore I consent to marry as soon as I may. But as for your offer to choose a wife for me, of that task I acquit you. The will of God must ordain what sort of an heir I shall have, and be your choice of a wife never so wise, the child may yet be amiss. For goodness is of God's gift alone. To him, therefore, I trust to guide my choice. You must promise also to obey and reverence my wife, and not to rebel against her so long as she lives, whoever she may be. With hearty good will, they promised to do as he bade them, and to obey his wife. But before they went away, they begged him to fix a day for the wedding. Walter appointed a day for his marriage, saying that this, too, he did because they wished it. And they fell on their knees and thanked him, and went away to their homes again, while he gave orders to his knights and officers to prepare a great wedding feast, in every kind of splendor and magnificence. But he told no one who was to be his bride. Near the great palace of the Marquis there stood a small village, where a number of poor folk dwelt. Among them lived a man called Janicola, the poorest of them all. Janicola had a daughter named Griselda, the fairest maiden under the sun, and the best. She had been brought up simply, knowing more of labor than of ease, and she worked hard to keep her father's old age in comfort. All day long, she sat spinning and watching sheep in the fields. When she came home to their poor cottage in the evening, she would bring with her a few herbs, which she would cut up and cook, to make herself a meal before she lay down to rest on her hard bed, and she had not a moment idle till she was asleep. Walter had often seen this maiden as he rode out a hunting, and he was filled with pleasure at the sight of her loveliness and her gentle, kindly life. In his heart he had vowed to marry none other than her, if he ever did marry. The day appointed for the wedding came, but still no one knew who would be the bride. Men wondered and murmured and gossiped secretly. But the Marquis had ordered all kinds of costly gems, brooches, and rings to be made ready, and rich dresses were prepared for the bride, for there was a maid in his service about Griselda's stature, so that they knew how to measure the cloth and silks, and fine linen for the wedding garments. Yet still, when the very hour for the marriage arrived, no one but Walter knew who would be the bride. All the palace was put in array, and the board set for the feast. The bridal procession started as if to fetch the bride, the Marquis at its head, dressed in gay attire and attended by all his lords and ladies. They set out in all their pomp and magnificence to the sound of joyful music, and rode until they came to the little village where Griselda lived. Griselda, all ignorant of what was to happen, went that morning to the well to draw water, according to her wont, for she had heard of the procession which would take place in honor of the wedding. I will do my work as soon as I can, and go and stand at the door as the other maidens do, she thought, to watch the Marquis and his bride pass, if they come this way to the castle. Just as she went to the door, the procession reached the cottage, and the Marquis called her. She set down her water-pot by the threshold of the ox's stall, for they were so poor that their one ox lived in the hut with them, and fell on her knees to hear what the Marquis wished to say to her. "Where is your father, Griselda?" he asked, soberly and gravely. "My lord, he is within," she answered humbly, and went in and brought Janicola before him. Walter took the old man by the hand and led him aside. "Janicola," he said, "I can no longer hide the desire of my heart. If you will grant me your daughter, I will take her with me to be my wife to my life's end. You are my faithful liege subject, and I know that you love and obey me. Will you then consent to have me for your son-in-law?" The sudden question so amazed the old man that he turned red and confused, and stood trembling before the Marquis. All he could say was, My lord, my will is as your will, and you are my sovereign. Let it be as you wish." "Let us talk privately a little," said the Marquis, "and afterwards I will ask Griselda herself to be my wife, and we three will speak of the matter together." So they went apart to confer privately about it. Meanwhile the courtiers were in the yard of the mean little cottage, marvelling at the care and kindness which Griselda showed in tending her old father. But their wonder was not so great as hers, for she had never before seen so splendid a sight as these richly dressed lords and ladies, nor received such noble guests, and she stood in their presence pale with astonishment. But her father and the Marquis called her. "Griselda," said Walter, "your father and I desire that you shall become my wife. I wish to ask you whether you give your consent now, or whether you would like to think further of it. If you marry me, will you be ready to love and obey me, and never to act against my will, even so much as by a word or a frown?" "My lord," Griselda answered, fearing and wondering at his words, "I am all unworthy of so great an honor. But as you wish, so will I do. Here and now I promise that I will never willingly disobey you, in deed or thought. No, not if I die for it. That is enough, my Griselda, said the Marquis. And with that he went gravely to the door, with Griselda following him. This is my bride, he cried to all the people. Honor and love her, I pray you, if you love me. Then, that she might not enter his place poorly dressed in her old clothes, he bade the woman robe her fitly and honourably. And though these ladies did not like even to touch the old rags which Griselda wore, still, at his orders, they took them off her, and clad her afresh from head to foot. They combed her hair, and set a crown on her head, and decked her with precious stones and jewelled clasps, so that they hardly knew her again, and in this rich array she seemed more lovely than ever. The Marquis put a ring on her finger. She was set on a snow-white horse, and they all rode to the palace, where they feasted and revelled till the sun set. Thus Griselda was married to Walter. By her marriage, her gentleness and beauty seemed only to increase, so that folks who had known her many a year would not believe that she was the same Griselda, the daughter of Janicola, who had lived in a mean hut in a poor village. Every one who looked on her loved her, and her fame spread all over Walter's realm, so that young and old used to come to Saluzzo merely to see her. Thus, for a time, Walter and Griselda lived together in great happiness. At length, Griselda had a daughter, and though they would have liked a son better, Walter and Griselda were very glad and joyful at the event, and so were all their subjects. But when the child was still quite young, a strange desire came upon the Marquis to try his wife's goodness and obedience, though he had tested it in many ways times enough already, and had discovered no faults in her. It was cruel to put her to such pains for no need, but he could not rid himself of the wish, and he set about carrying it out. One night, as she lay alone, he came to her with a stern, grave face. "Griselda," he said, "I think you have not forgotten the day when I took you from your poor home and set you high in rank and nobility. This present dignity which you now enjoy must not make you unmindful of your former low estate. Take heed to my words, therefore, now that we are alone, with none to hear what I am going to say. You must know that you are very dear to me, but not to my people. They say that it is shameful to be subjects of one of such mean birth, and since your daughter was born, their grumbling has not grown less. Now, I wish to live my life with them in peace, as I have always done, and I cannot but give ear to their words. I must deal with your child as seems best, not for my own sake, but for my people's. Yet I am very loath to do what must be done, and I will not do it unless you consent. Show me, therefore, the obedience and patience which you promised at our marriage." Griselda never moved when she heard of all this false tale. She did not reveal her grief in look or word, but simply answered, "My lord, it is in your power to do as you please. My child and I are yours. Do with us as you wish. Whatever you do cannot displease me, for all my desire is to obey you, and no length of time can change it, no, not even death itself, nor move my heart from you." Walter was filled with gladness at this gentle answer, but he hid his joy, and went mournfully out of her room. A little while after this, he told his plan to a faithful servant, a harsh and fierce-looking officer, whom he had often before trusted greatly, and when this man understood what was to be done, he went to Griselda, and stalked her into her chamber, silent and grim. "My lady," he said bluntly, "I must obey my lord, and you must forgive me for doing that which I am ordered to do. I am commanded to take away your daughter." Not a word more did he say, but seized the child, and made as if to slay it then and there. Griselda sat obedient to the commands which she thought to be those of her lord, and uttered no sound. At last she spoke, and gently prayed him to let her kiss her child before it was slain, and he granted her prayer. She clasped her daughter to her bosom, kissing it and lulling it to rest, and saying softly, "Farewell, my child. Never again shall I see you. May the kind Father above receive your soul." Then she spoke again to the officer, so meekly and humbly that it would have stirred any mother's heart to see her. "Take the little child and go and do whatever my lord has bidden you. Only one thing more I ask you, that unless my lord forbid it, you bury the babe so that no birds of prey can reach her little body." But he would promise nothing. He took the child, and went his way again to Walter, and told him all that Griselda had said and done. The Marquis was touched by a little remorse when he heard of his wife's gentle obedience, but none the less he held to his cruel purpose like a man who is resolved to have his own way. He bade the officer take the babe with all care and secrecy to his sister, who was Countess of Bologna, and tell her the whole story, asking her to bring the child up honourably, without saying whose it was. But Walter's mind was not yet softened from his wicked intent. He looked eagerly to see if what he had done would make his wife show in her face any signs of grief or anger. But Griselda did not seem to be changed in the least. She was always gentle and kind, and still as glad, as humble, as ready to obey him as she had ever been. And not a word either in jest or in earnest did he say of her little daughter. Thus there passed 4 years or so more, until Griselda had a little son, at which Walter and all his subjects were overjoyed, giving thanks to God because now there was an heir to the kingdom. But when the boy was some 2 years old, Walter's heart again became cruel and perverse, and he made up his mind to test his wife's patience once more. Her gentle obedience seemed only to make him wish to torment her still further. "Wife," he said to her, "I have told you that my subjects did not like our marriage, but now, since our son was born, their murmuring has been worse than ever before, so that I am greatly afraid of what they may do. They speak openly of the matter. When Walter dies, they say we shall be ruled by Janacola's grandson. I cannot but hear their words, and I fear them. So in order to live in peace, I am resolved to serve our son as I did his sister before, and I warn you now so that you may have patience to bear his loss when the time comes." "I have always said, and always will say," answered Griselda, "that I will do nothing but what you wish. I am not grieved that both my son and my daughter are slain, if it is you who ordered it. You are my lord, and can do with me as you will. When I left my home and my poor rags, I left there my freedom also, and took your clothing, and became obedient to your commands. Therefore do as you will. If I knew beforehand that you wished, I would do it, and if my death would please you, I would gladly die." When Walter heard these words, he cast down his eyes, wondering at the patience of his wife. Yet he went away from her with a stern and cruel face, though his heart was full of joy at her goodness. The fierce officer came to her again in a little while, and seized her son. Again she prayed him to give the babe proper burial, and kissed its little face and blessed it without a word of complaint or bitterness. Again the child was taken to Bologna, to be brought up there. The Marquis watched for signs of grief in his wife, but found none, and the more he regarded her, the more he wondered. Meanwhile, rumors crept about among the people that Walter had murdered his 2 children secretly, because their mother was nothing but a poor village maiden of low birth. The report spread far and wide, so that the Marquis began to be hated by the subjects who had formerly loved him so well. Nevertheless, he did not change his purpose. He sent a secret message to Rome, asking that a decree from the Pope should be forged, which would allow him, for the good of his subjects, to put away his wife Griselda, and wed another. In due time the false decree arrived. It said that, since great strife had arisen between the Marquis of Saluzzo and his people, because he had married a poor wife of humble birth, he was to put away this wife, and be free to marry another if he pleased. The common people believed these lying orders, but when the news came to Griselda, her heart was full of woe. Yet she resolved to endure patiently whatever was done by the husband whom she loved so dearly. Walter now sent a letter secretly to Bologna to the count who had married his sister, asking him to bring to Saluzzo Griselda's son and daughter, openly and in state, but without saying to any man whose children they really were, and to proclaim that the young maiden was soon to be married to the Marquis of Saluzzo. The count did as he was asked. He set out with a great train of lords and ladies in rich array, bringing the girl and her brother riding beside her. She was decked in bright jeweled robes as if for marriage, and the boy, too, was nobly and fittingly dressed. When all this plan was being carried out, the Marquis, according to his wicked design, put yet another trial upon Griselda's patience, by saying to her boisterously, before all his court, "Griselda, I was once glad to marry you for your goodness and obedience, not for your birth or your wealth. But now I know that great rulers have duties and hardships of many kinds. I am not free to do as every ploughman may, and marry whom I please. Every day my people urge me to take another wife, and now I have got leave to do so, to stop the strife between me and them. I must tell you that even now my new wife is on her way hither. Be brave then, and give place to her, and I will restore to you again the dowry you brought me when I married you. Return again to your father's house. Remember that no one is always happy, and bear steadfastly the buffeting of misfortune." "My lord," answered Griselda patiently, "I knew always how great was the distance between your high rank and my poverty. I never deemed myself worthy to be your wife, nor even to be your servant. May heaven be my witness, that in this house, whither you led me as your wife, I have always tried to serve you faithfully, and ever will while my life lasts. I thank God and you, that of your kindness you have so long held me in honor and dignity, when I was so unworthy. I will go to my father gladly, and dwell with him to my life's end. May God of his grace grant you and your new wife happiness and prosperity. As for the dowry which you say I brought with me, I remember well what it was. It was my poor clothes that I wore in my father's house. Let me, then, go in my old smock back to him." Though I have lost your love, I will never in word or deed repent that I gave you my heart. You may take the old smock and go, said Walter. Scarcely another word could he speak, but went away with great pity in his heart. Before them all, Griselda stripped off her fine clothes, and went forth clad only in her smock, barefoot and bareheaded. The people followed her weeping and railing at her hard lot. But she made no complaint, and spoke never a word. Her father met her at his door, lamenting the day that he saw her cast off thus. So Griselda went home and lived for a while with Janicola, as though she had never left him. At length the court drew near from Bologna, with Griselda's son and daughter. The news spread among the people, and everyone talked of the grand wife who was coming to be married to the Marquis with such splendor as had never been seen in all West Lombardy. When Walter heard of their approach, he sent for Griselda. She came humbly and reverently, and knelt before him. "Griselda," said he, "I desire that the lady whom I am to wed shall be received tomorrow as royally as may be. I have no woman who can make all the preparations for this, and arrange that every one shall be placed according to his proper rank, and I have sent for you to do it, since you know my ways of old. Your garments are poor and mean, but you will do your duty as well as you can." "I am glad always to do your will, my lord," she answered. With that she turned to her task of setting the house in order for the guests of the Marquis. The next morning the Count of Bologna arrived with Griselda's son and daughter. All the people ran out to see the fine sight. She was younger and even fairer than Griselda, and the fickle people, ever changeable as a weathercock, were full of praises for the choice of the Marquis. Griselda had made everything ready, and went into the courtyard of the palace, with the other folk to greet the Marquis and his bride. When the procession reached the banquet hall, she took no shame in her torn old clothes, but went busily about her work with a cheerful face, showing the guests each to his appointed place. At length, when they were all sitting down to the feast, Walter called out to her as he busied himself in the great hall. "Griselda," he cried, as if in jest, "what think of you of my wife?" "Never have I looked upon a fairer maiden, my lord," she answered. "I pray that you have all prosperity to your life's end. One thing only I ask of you, that you do not torment her as you did me, for she is tenderly brought up, and could not bear hardship as well as I, who was poorly bred." When Walter heard her gentle answer, and saw that even now she had no discontent or malice for all the wrong he had done her, he relented at last, and blamed himself sorely for his cruelty. "Enough, Griselda," he said. "Be not ill at ease any longer. I have tried and tested your faithfulness and goodness, and I know your true heart, dear wife." He took her in his arms and kissed her, but she was so filled with wonder that she hardly heard what he said till he spoke again. "Griselda, you are my wife, and I will have no other. This is your daughter, who you thought was my new bride, and this is your son, who shall be my heir. They have been kept and brought up secretly in Bologna. Take them again, and see for yourself that your children are safe. Let no one think evil of me for my cruelty. I did it but to make trial of my wife's goodness, and show it more brightly." Griselda swooned for joy at his words. When she came to her senses again, she thanked heaven for restoring her children to her. "And I thank you too, my lord, for now I fear nothing, not even death itself, since I have truly won your love. Dear children, God of his mercy has brought you back to me." Suddenly she swooned again. Walter raised her up, and comforted her till everyone wept at the sight. Then the ladies of the court took her into a chamber apart, and dressed her in splendid robes again, and set a golden crown on her head, and brought her back to the banquet hall, where she was honored as she deserved, with feasting and rejoicing that lasted all the day. Full many a year, Walter and Griselda lived together in happiness and peace. Janicola, too, was brought to the court, and dwelt there with them. Their daughter was married to one of the greatest lords in Italy, and their son succeeded Walter at his death, and ruled well and prosperously. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from French and Italian Chronicles. As many stories gather round the great name of the French King Charlemagne as about that of the English King Arthur. Some versions are in French and some in Italian. The 4 stories beginning with the treason of Ganelon make up the great epic song of France, the Chanson de Roland, and the battle they celebrate was fought in 788. Roncesvalles is in Spain. When William the Conqueror fought the Battle of Hastings in 1066, Taillefer, his minstrel, rode ahead of the army and sang of Roland and Oliver, and of the rear guard which fell at Roncesvalles. How the Child of the Sea was made knight is from Amadis of Gaul, which is described in Don Quixote as one of the earliest and best of the Spanish romances. Some critics give it a Portuguese and some a French origin. Lobira, its author, died in 1403. Part 1. Ogier the Dane by Thomas Bulfinch. Ogier the Dane was the son of Geoffroy, who wrested Denmark from the pagans, and reigned the first Christian king of that country. In his education nothing was neglected to elevate him to the standard of a perfect knight, and render him accomplished in all the arts necessary to make him a hero. He had hardly reached the age of 16 years, when Charlemagne, whose power was established over all the sovereigns of his time, recollected that Geoffroy, Ogier's father, had omitted to render the homage due to him as emperor and sovereign lord of Denmark. He accordingly sent an embassy to demand of the king of Denmark this homage, and on receiving a refusal, sent an army to enforce the demand. Geoffroy, after an unsuccessful resistance, was forced to comply, and as a pledge of his sincerity, delivered Ogier, his eldest son, a hostage to Charles, to be brought up at his court. Ogier grew up more and more handsome and amiable every day. He surpassed in form, strength, and address all the noble youths his companions. He failed not to be present at all tourneys. He was attentive to the elder knights, and burned with impatience to imitate them. Yet his heart rose sometimes in secret against his condition as a hostage, and as one apparently forgotten by his father. Ogier's mother having died, the king had married a second wife, and had a son named Gyon. The new queen had absolute power over her husband, and fearing that, if he should see Ogier again, he would give him the preference over Gyon, she had adroitly persuaded him to delay rendering his homage to Charlemagne. Till now 4 years had passed away since the last renewal of that ceremony. Charlemagne, irritated at this delinquency, drew closer the bonds of Ogier's captivity, until he should receive a response from the king of Denmark to a fresh summons which he caused to be sent to him. The answer of Geoffroy was insulting and defiant, and the rage of Charlemagne was roused in the highest degree. He was at first disposed to wreak his vengeance upon Ogier, his hostage, but consented to spare his life, if Ogier would swear fidelity to him as his liege lord, and promise not to quit his court without his permission. Ogier accepted these terms, and was allowed to retain all the freedom he had before enjoyed. The emperor would have immediately taken arms to reduce his disobedient vassal, if he had not been called off in another direction by a message from Pope Leo, imploring his assistance. The Saracens had landed in the neighborhood of Rome, and prepared to carry fire and sword to the capital of the Christian world. Charlemagne speedily assembled an army, crossed the Alps, traversed Italy, and arrived at Spoleto, a strong place to which the Pope had retired. He stopped but 2 days at Spoleto, and learning that the infidels were besieging the capital, marched promptly to attack them. The advanced posts of the army were commanded by Duke Nemo, on whom Ogier waited as his squire. He did not yet bear arms, not having received the order of knighthood. The oriflamme, the royal standard, was borne by a knight named Alory, who showed himself unworthy of the honor. Duke Nemo, seeing a strong body of the infidels advancing to attack him, gave the word to charge them. Ogier remained in the rear, with the other youths, grieving much that he was not permitted to fight. Very soon he saw Alory lower the oriflamme and turn his horse in flight. Ogier pointed him out to the young men, and seizing a club, rushed upon Alory and struck him from his horse. Then with his companions he disarmed him, clothed himself in his armor, raised the oriflamme, and mounting the horse of the unworthy knight, flew to the front rank, where he joined Duke Nemo, drove back the infidels, and carried the oriflamme quite through their broken ranks. The Duke, thinking it was Alory, whom he had not held in high esteem, was astonished at his strength and valor. Ogier's young companions imitated him, supplying themselves with armor from the bodies of the slain. They followed Ogier and carried death into the ranks of the Saracens, who fell back in confusion upon their main body. Duke Nemo now ordered a retreat, and Ogier obeyed with reluctance, when they perceived Charlemagne advancing to their assistance. The combat now became general, and was more terrible than ever. Charlemagne had overthrown Percivale, the commander of the Saracens, and had drawn his famous sword, Joyeuse, to cut off his head, when 2 Saracen knights set upon him at once, one of whom slew his horse, and the other overthrew the emperor on the sand. Perceiving by the eagle on his casque who he was, they dismounted in haste to give him his death blow. Never was the life of the emperor in such peril. But Ogier, who saw him fall, flew to his rescue. Though embarrassed with the oriflamme, he pushed his horse against one of the Saracens and knocked him down, and with his sword dealt the other so vigorous a blow that he fell stunned to the earth. Then, helping the emperor to rise, he remounted him on the horse of one of the fallen knights. "Brave and generous Alory," Charles exclaimed, "I owe to you my honor and my life." Ogier made no answer, but leaving Charlemagne surrounded by a great many of the knights who had flown to his succor, he plunged into the thickest ranks of the enemy, and carried the oriflamme, followed by a gallant train of youthful warriors, till the standard of Mahomet turned in retreat, and the infidels sought safety in their entrenchments. As the good Archbishop Turpin took his mitre and his crozier, and intoned Te Deum, Ogier, covered with blood and dust, came to lay the oriflamme at the feet of the emperor. He knelt at the feet of Charlemagne, who embraced him, calling him Alory, while Turpin, from the height of the altar, blessed him with all his might. Then young Orlando, son of the Count Malone, and nephew of Charlemagne, no longer able to endure this misapprehension, threw down his helmet, and ran to unlace Ogier's, while the other young men laid aside theirs. It would be difficult to express the surprise, the admiration, and the tenderness of the emperor and his peers. Charlemagne folded Ogier in his arms, and the happy fathers of those brave youths embraced them with tears of joy. "My dear Ogier, I owe you my life. My sword leaps to touch your shoulder, and those of your brave young friends." At these words he drew that famous sword Joyeuse, and while Ogier and the rest knelt before him, conferred on them the order of knighthood. The young Orlando and his cousin Oliver could not refrain from falling upon Ogier's neck, and pledging with him that brotherhood in arms, so dear and so sacred to the knights of old times. But Charlotte, the emperor's son, at the sight of the glory with which Ogier had covered himself, conceived the blackest jealousy and hate. The rest of the day and the next were spent in the rejoicings of the army. Duke Namo presented them with golden spurs. Charlemagne himself girded on their swords. But what was his astonishment when he examined that intended for Ogier? The loving fairy Morgana had had the art to change it, and to substitute one of her own procuring, and when Charlemagne drew it out of the scabbard, these words appeared written on the steel: "My name is Cortana, of the same steel and temper as Joyeuse and Durindana." The emperor saw that a superior power watched over the destiny of Ogier. He vowed to love him as a father would, and Ogier promised him the devotion of a son. The Saracen army had hardly recovered from its dismay when Carahue, king of Mauritania, who was one of the knights overthrown by Ogier, determined to challenge him to single combat. With that view he assumed the dress of a herald, resolved to carry his own message. He began by passing the warmest eulogium upon the knight who bore the oriflamme on the day of the battle, and concluded by saying that Carahue, king of Mauritania, respected that knight so much that he challenged him to the combat. Ogier had risen to reply, when he was interrupted by Charlotte, who said that the gage of the king of Mauritania could not fitly be received by a vassal living in captivity, by which he meant Ogier, who was at that time serving as hostage for his father. Fire flashed from the eyes of Ogier, but the presence of the emperor restrained his speech, and he was calmed by the kind looks of Charlemagne, who said with an angry voice, "Silence, Charlotte! By the life of Bertha, my queen, he who has saved my life is as dear to me as yourself. Ogier," he continued, "you are no longer a hostage. Herald, report my answer to your master, that never does knight of my court refuse a challenge on equal terms. Ogier the Dane accepts of his, and I myself am his security." Carahue, profoundly bowing, replied, "My lord, I was sure that the sentiments of so great a sovereign as yourself would be worthy of your high and brilliant fame. I shall report your answer to my master, who I know admires you, and unwillingly takes arms against you." Then turning to Charlotte, whom he did not know as the son of the emperor, he continued, "As for you, Sir Knight, if the desire of battle inflames you, I have it in charge from Sadon, cousin of the king of Mauritania, to give the like defiance to any French knights who will grant him the honour of the combat." Charlotte, inflamed with rage and vexation at the public reproof which he had just received, hesitated not to deliver his gage. Carahue received it with ogiers, and it was agreed that the combat should be on the next day, in a meadow environed by the woods, and equally distant from both armies. During the night Charlotte collected some knights unworthy of the name. He made them swear to avenge his injuries, armed them in black armour, and sent them to lie in ambush in the wood, with orders to make a pretended attack upon the whole party, but in fact to lay heavy hands upon Ogier and the two Saracens. At the dawn of day, Sadin and Carahue, attended only by 2 pages to carry their spears, took their way to the appointed meadow, and Charlotte and Ogier repaired thither also, but by different paths. Ogier advanced with a calm air, saluted courteously the 2 Saracen knights, and joined them in arranging the terms of combat. While this was going on, the perfidious Charlotte remained behind, and gave his men the signal to advance. That cowardly troop issued from the wood, and encompassed the 3 knights. All 3 were equally surprised at the attack, but neither of them suspected the other to have any hand in the treason. Seeing the attack made equally upon them all, they united their efforts to resist it, and made the most forward of the assailants bite the dust. Cortana fell on no one without inflicting a mortal wound, but the sword of Carahue was not of equal temper, and broke in his hands. At the same instant his horse was slain, and Carahue fell, without a weapon and entangled with his prostrate horse. Ogier, who saw it, ran to his defence, and leaping to the ground, covered the prince with his shield, supplied him with the sword of one of the fallen ruffians, and would have had him mount his own horse. At that moment Charlotte, inflamed with rage, pushed his horse upon Ogier, knocked him down, and would have run him through with his lance if Sadin, who saw the treason, had not sprung upon him and thrust him back. Carahue leapt lightly upon the horse which Ogier presented him, and had time only to exclaim, "Brave Ogier, I am no longer your enemy. I pledge to you an eternal friendship," while numerous Saracen knights were seen approaching, having discovered the treachery, and Charlotte with his followers took refuge in the wood. The troop which advanced was commanded by Danamont, the exiled king of Denmark, whom Geoffroy, Ogier's father, had driven from his throne, and compelled to take refuge with the Saracens. Learning who Ogier was, he instantly declared him his prisoner, in spite of the urgent remonstrances, and even threats of Carahue and Sadin, and carried him, under a strong guard, to the Saracen camp. Here he was at first subjected to the most rigorous captivity, but Carahue and Sadin insisted so vehemently on his release, threatening to turn their arms against their own party if it was not granted, while Danamont as eagerly opposed the measure, that Corsabal, the Saracen commander, consented to a middle course, and allowed Ogier the freedom of his camp, upon his promise not to leave it without permission. Carahue was not satisfied with this partial concession. He left the city next morning, proceeded to the camp of Charlemagne, and demanded to be led to the emperor. When he reached his presence he dismounted from his horse, took off his helmet, drew his sword, and holding it by the blade, presented it to Charlemagne as he knelt before him. "Illustrious prince," he said, "behold before you the herald who brought the challenge to your knights from the king of Mauritania. The cowardly old King Danamont has made the brave Ogier prisoner, and has prevailed on our general to refuse to give him up. I come to make amends for this ungenerous conduct by yielding myself, Carahue, king of Mauritania, your prisoner." Charlemagne, with all his peers, admired the magnanimity of Carahue. He raised him, embraced him, and restored to him his sword. "Prince," he said, "your presence and the bright example you afford my knights consoles me for the loss of Ogier. Would to God you might receive our holy faith, and be wholly united with us." All the lords of the court, led by Duke Nemo, paid their respects to the king of Mauritania. Charlotte only failed to appear, fearing to be recognized as a traitor, but the heart of Carahue was too noble to pierce that of Charlemagne by telling him the treachery of his son. Meanwhile the Saracen army was rent by discord. The troops of Carahue clamored against the commander-in-chief because their king was left in captivity. They even threatened to desert the cause and turn their arms against their allies. Charlemagne pressed the siege vigorously, till at length the Saracen leaders found themselves compelled to abandon the city and betake themselves to their ships. A truce was made, Ogier was exchanged for Carahue, and the two friends embraced one another with vows of perpetual brotherhood. The Pope was re-established in his dominions, and Italy being tranquil, Charlemagne returned, with his peers and their followers, to France. End of section 38. Section 39 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales from French and Italian Chronicles, Part 2, A Roland for an Oliver, by Thomas Bulfinch. Guerin de Montglaive held the lordship of Vienna, subject to Charlemagne. He had quarrelled with his sovereign, and Charles laid siege to his city, having ravaged the neighbouring country. Guerin was an aged warrior, but relied for his defence upon his 4 sons and 2 grandsons, who were among the bravest knights of the age. After the siege had continued 2 months, Charlemagne received tidings that Marsilius, king of Spain, had invaded France, and finding himself unopposed, was advancing rapidly in the southern provinces. At this intelligence, Charles listened to the counsel of his peers, and consented to put the quarrel with Guerin to the decision of heaven, by single combat between 2 knights, one of each party, selected by lot. The proposal was acceptable to Guerin and his sons. The names of the 4, together with Guerin's sons, who would not be excused, and of the 2 grandsons, who claimed their lot, being put into a helmet, Oliver's was drawn forth, and to him, the youngest of the grandsons, was assigned the honour and the peril of the combat. He accepted the award with delight, exulting in being thought worthy to maintain the cause of his family. On Charlemagne's side, Roland was the designated champion, and neither he nor Oliver knew who his antagonist was to be. They met on an island in the river Rhone, and the warriors of both camps were ranged on either shore, spectators of the battle. At the first encounter, both lances were shivered, but both riders kept their seats, immovable. They dismounted and drew their swords. Then ensued a combat which seemed so equal that the spectators could not form an opinion as to the probable result. 2 hours and more the knights continued to strike and parry, to thrust and ward, neither showing any sign of weariness, nor ever being taken at unawares. At length Roland struck furiously upon Oliver's shield, burying Durindana at its edge so deeply that he could not draw it back, and Oliver, almost at the same moment, thrust so vigorously upon Roland's breastplate that his sword snapped off at the handle. Thus were the 2 warriors left weaponless. Scarcely pausing a moment, they rushed upon one another, each striving to throw his adversary to the ground, and failing in that, each snatched at the other's helmet to tear it away. Both succeeded, and at the same moment they stood bareheaded face to face, and Roland recognized Oliver, and Oliver Roland. For a moment they stood still, and the next, with open arms, rushed into one another's embrace. "I am conquered," said Roland. "I yield me," said Oliver. The people on the shore knew not what to make of all this. Presently they saw the 2 late antagonists standing hand in hand, and it was evident that the battle was at an end. The knights crowded round them, and with one voice hailed them as equals in glory. If there were any who felt disposed to murmur that the battle was left undecided, they were silenced by the voice of Ogier the Dane, who proclaimed aloud that all had been done that honour required, and declared that he would maintain that award against all gainsayers. The quarrel with Guerin and his sons being left undecided, a truce was made for 4 days, and in that time, by the efforts of Duke Namo on the one side, and of Oliver on the other, a reconciliation was effected. Charlemagne, accompanied by Guerin and his valiant family, marched to meet Marsilius, who hastened to retreat across the frontier. End of section 39. Section 40 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tales from French and Italian Chronicles, Part 3. The Treason of Ganelon, by Sir George W. Cox. Charles the Great King had tarried with his hosts 7 years in Spain, until he conquered all the land down to the sea, and his banners were riddled through with battle marks. There remained neither burg nor castle, the walls whereof he brake not down, save only Zaragoz, a fortress on a rugged mountain top, so steep and strong that he could not take it. There dwelt the pagan king Marsilius, who feared not God. King Marsilius caused his throne to be set in his garden beneath an olive tree, and thither he summoned his lords and nobles to council. 20,000 of his warriors being gathered about him, he spake to his dukes and counts, saying, What shall we do? Lo, these 7 years the great Charles has been winning all our lands till only Zaragoz remains to us. We are too few to give him battle, and were it not so, man for man we are no match for his warriors. What shall we do to save our lands? Then up and spake Blancandrin, wily counsellor. It is plain we must be rid of this proud Charles. Spain must be rid of him. And since he is too strong to drive out with the sword, let us try what promises will do. Send an embassage, and say we will give him great treasure in gold and cattle, hawk and hound. Say we will be his vassals, and do him service at his call. Say we will be baptized, forsake our gods, and call upon his God. Say anything, so long as it will persuade him to rise up with his host and quit our land. And all the pagans said, It is well spoken. Charles the Emperor held festival before Cordova, and rejoiced, he and his host, because they had taken the city. They had overthrown its walls, they had gotten much booty, both of gold and of silver, and rich raiment. They had put cables round about its towers and dragged them down. Not a pagan remained in the city, for they were all either slain or turned Christian. The Emperor sat among his knights in the green pleasance. Round about him were Roland his nephew, captain of his host, and Oliver, and Duke Sampson, proud Ancius, Geoffrey of Anjou the king's standard-bearer, and 15,000 of the noblest born of gentle France. Beneath the pine tree, where a rose-briar twined, sat Charles the Great, ruler of France, upon a chair of gold. White and long was his beard. Huge of limb and hale of body was the king, and of noble countenance. It needed not that any man should ask his fellow, saying, Which is the king? For all might plainly know him for the ruler of his people. When the messengers of King Marsilius came into his presence, they knew him straightway, and lighted quickly down upon their mules, and came meekly bending at his feet. Then said Blancandrin, God save the king, the glorious king, whom all men ought to worship. My master King Marsilius sends greetings to the great Charles, whose power no man can withstand, and he prays thee make peace with him. Marsilius offers gifts of bears and lions and leashed hounds, 700 camels, and 1,000 moulted falcons, of gold and silver so much as 400 mules harnessed to 50 chariots can draw, with all his treasures of jewels. Only make the peace and get thee to Aachin, and my master will meet thee there at the feast of St. Michael, and he will be thy man henceforth in service and worship, and hold Spain of thee. Thou shalt be his lord, and thy God shall be his God. The emperor bowed his head the while he thought upon the purport of the message, for he never spake a hasty word, and never went back from a word once spoken. Having mused a while, he raised his head and answered, The king Marsilius is greatly my enemy. In what manner shall I be assured that he will keep his covenant? The messengers said, Great king, we offer as hostages of good faith the children of our noblest. Take 10 or 20 as it seemeth good to thee, but treat them tenderly. For verily at the feast of St. Michael our king will redeem his pledge, and come to Aachin to be baptized, and pay his homage and his tribute. Then the king commanded a pavilion to be spread wherein to lodge them for the night. On the morrow, after they had taken their journey home, he called his barons to him and showed them after what manner the messengers had spoken, and asked their counsel. With one voice the Franks answered, Beware of King Marsilius. Then spake Roland and said, Parley not with him, trust him not. Remember how he took and slew Count Basant and Count Basil, the messengers whom we sent to him aforetime on a peaceful errand. 7 years have we been in Spain, and now only Zaragoz holds out against us. Finish what has been so long a-doing, and is well nigh done. Gather the host, lay siege to Zaragoz with all thy might, and conquer the last stronghold of the pagans. So win Spain, and end this long and weary war. But Ganelon drew near to the king and spake, Heed not the counsel of any babbler, unless it be to thine own profit. What has Marsilius promised? Will he not give up his gods, himself, his service, and his treasure? Could men ask more? Could we get more by fighting him? How glorious would it be to go to war with a beaten man who offers thee his all! How wise to wage a war to win what one can get without! Roland is wholly puffed up with the pride of fools. He counsels battle for his glory's sake. What careth he how many of us be slain in a causeless fight, if he can win renown? Roland is a brave man, brave enough and strong enough to save his skin, and so is reckless of our lives. Then said Duke Naimes, A better vassal never stood before a king. Ganelon has spoken well, albeit bitterly. Marsilius is altogether vanquished, and there is no more glory in fighting him. Spurn not him who sues at thy feet for pity. Make peace, and let this long war end. And all the Franks answered, The counsel is good. So Charles said, Who will go up to Zaragoza to King Marsilius, and bear my glove and staff, and make the covenant with him? Duke Naimes said straightway, I will go. But the king answered, Nay, thou shalt not go. Thou art my right hand in council, and I cannot spare thee. Then said Roland, Send me. But Count Oliver, his dear companion, said, What? Send thee upon a peaceful errand? Hot-blooded as thou art, impatient of all parleying. Nay, good Roland, thou wouldst spoil any truce. Let the king send me. Charles stroked his long white beard and said, Hold your peace, both of you, neither shall go. Then arose Archbishop Turpin and said, Let me go. I am eager to see this pagan Marsilius and his heathen band. I long to baptize them all, and make their everlasting peace. The king answered, All in good time, zealous Turpin, but first let them make their peace with me. Take thy seat. Noble Franks, choose me a right worthy man to bear my message to Marsilius. Roland answered, Send Ganelon, my stepfather. And the Franks said, Ganelon is the man, for there is none more cunning of speech than he. Now when the coward Ganelon heard these words, he feared greatly, well knowing the fate of them which had gone aforetime as messengers to Marsilius. And his anger was kindled against Roland, insomuch that the expression of his countenance changed in the sight of all. He arose from the ground, and throwing the mantle of sable fur from his neck, said fiercely to Roland, Men know full well that I am thy stepfather, and that there is no love between us, but thou art a fool thus openly to show thy malice. If God but give me to return alive, I will requite thee. Then he came bending to King Charles. Rightful Emperor, I am ready to go up to Zaragoza, albeit no messenger ever returned thence alive. But I pray thee for my boy Baldwin, who is yet young, that thou wilt care for him. Is he not the son of thy sister whom I wedded? Let him have my lands and honours, and train him up among thy knights if I return no more. Charles answered, Be not so faint-hearted. Take the glove and baton, since the Franks have awarded it to thee, and go, do my bidding. Ganelon said, Sire, this is Roland's doing. All my life have I hated him, and I like no better his companion Oliver. And as for the 12 champion peers of France, who stand by him in all he does, and in whose eyes Roland can do no wrong, I defy them all, here and now. Charles smoothed his snowy beard and said, Verily, Count Ganelon, thou hast an ill humour. Wert thou as valiant of fight as thou art of speech, the 12 peers perchance might tremble. But they laugh. Let them. Thy tongue may prove a better service to us upon this mission than their swords. Then the king drew off the glove from his right hand, and held it forth. But Ganelon, when he went to take it, let it fall upon the ground. Thereat the Franks murmured, and said one to another, This is an evil omen, and bodes ill for the message. But Ganelon picked it up quickly, saying, Fear not, you shall all hear tidings of it. And Ganelon said to the king, Dismiss me, I pray thee. So the king gave him a letter signed with his hand and seal, and delivered to him the staff, saying, Go, in God's name and mine. Many of his good vassals would fain have accompanied him upon his journey. But Ganelon answered, Nay, 'tis better one should die than many. Then Ganelon leaped to horse, and rode on until he overtook the pagan messengers who had halted beneath an olive tree to rest. There Blancandrin talked with Ganelon of the great Charles, and of the countries he had conquered, and of the riches and the splendour of his court. Ganelon also spake bitterly of Roland and his eagerness for war, and how he continually drove the king to battle, and was the fiercest of all the Franks against the pagans. And Blancandrin said to Ganelon, Shall we have peace? Ganelon said, He that sueth for peace often seeketh opportunity for war. Blancandrin answered, He that beareth peace to his master's enemies often desireth to be avenged of his own. Then each of the two men knew each other to be a rogue, and they made friends, and opened their hearts to each other, and each spake of what was in his mind, and they laid their plans. So it befell that when they came to Zaragoza, Blancandrin took Ganelon by the hand and led him to King Marsilius, saying, O king, we have borne thy message to the haughty Charles, but he answered never a word. He only raised his hand on high to his God, and held his peace. But he has sent the noble Count Ganelon, at whose mouth we shall hear whether we may have peace or no. Then Ganelon, who had well considered beforehand what he should say, began, God save the worthy King Marsilius. Thus saith the mighty Charles through me his messenger. So thou wilt become a Christian, I will give thee the half of Spain to hold of me, and thou shalt pay me tribute and be my servant. Otherwise I will come suddenly and take the land away by force, and will bring thee to Aechen to my court, and will there put thee to death. When King Marsilius heard this, the colour went from his face, and he snatched a javelin by the shaft, and poised it in his hand. Ganelon watched him, his fingers playing the while, with the sword hilt underneath his mantle, and he said, Great king, I have given him my message, and have freed me of my burden. Let the bearer of such a message die, if it so seemeth good to thee. What shall it profit thee to slay the messenger? Will that wipe out the message, or bring a gentler one? Or thinkest thou Charles careth not for his barons? Read now the writing of King Charles the Great. Therewith he gave into the king's hand a parchment he had made ready in the likeness of his master's writing. And Marsilius brake the seal, and read, Before I will make the peace, I command thee send hither to me thine uncle, the Caliph, that sitteth next thee on the throne, that I may do with him as I will. Then the king's son drew his scimitar and ran on Ganelon, saying, Give him to me, it is not fit this man should live. But Ganelon turned, brandished his sword, and set his back against a pine trunk. Then cried Blancandrin, Do the Frank no harm, for he has pledged himself to be our spy, and work for our profit. So Blancandrin went and fetched Ganelon, and led him by the hand and brought him against the king. And the king said, Good Sir Ganelon, I was wrong to be angry, but I will make amends. I will give thee 500 pieces of gold in token of my favour. Ganelon answered, He that taketh not counsel to his own profit is a fool. God forbid I should so ill requite thy bounty as to say thee nay. Marsilius said, Charles is very old. For years and years he has fought and conquered, and put down kings and taken their lands, and heaped up riches more than can be counted. Is he not yet weary of war, nor tired of conquest, nor satisfied with his riches? Ganelon answered, Charles has long been tired of war, but Roland his captain is a covetous man, and greedy of possessions. He and his companion Oliver, and the 12 peers of France, continually do stir up the king to war. Were these but slain, the world would be at peace, but they have under them full 20,000 men, the pick of all the host of France, and they are very terrible in war. Marsilius spake to him again, saying, Tell me, I have 400,000 warriors, better men were never seen. Would not these suffice to fight with Charles? Ganelon answered, Nay, what folly is this? Heed wiser counsel. Send back the hostages to Charles with me. Then will Charles gather his host together, and depart out of Spain, and go to Aechen, there to wait the fulfilment of thy covenant. But he will leave his rear guard of 20,000, together with Roland and Oliver and the 12, to follow after him. Fall thou on these with all thy warriors, let not one escape. Destroy them, and thou mayest choose thy terms of peace, for Charles will fight no more. The rear guard will take their journey by the pass of Caesar, along the narrow valley of Roncesvalles. Wherefore surround the valley with thy host, and lie in wait for them. They will fight hard, but in vain. Then Marsilius made him swear upon the book of the law of Mohammed, and upon his sword handle, that all should happen as he had said. Thus Ganelon did the treason. And Marsilius gave Ganelon rich presents of gold and precious stones, and bracelets of great worth. He gave him also the keys of his city of Zaragoza, that he should rule it after these things had come to pass, and promised him 10 mules' burden of fine gold of Arabia. So he sent Ganelon again to Charles, and with him 20 hostages of good faith. When Ganelon came before Charles, he told him King Marsilius would perform all the oaths which he sware, and was even now set out upon his journey to do his fealty, and pay the price of peace, and be baptized. Then Charles lifted up his hands towards heaven, and thanked God for the prosperous ending of the war in Spain. End of section 40. Section 41 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. Tales from French and Italian Chronicles, Part 4, The Great Battle of Roncesvalles, by Sir George W. Cox. In the morning the king arose and gathered to him his host, to go away to keep the feast of St. Michael at Aechin, and to meet Marsilius there. And Ogier the Dane made he captain of the vanguard of his army, which should go with him. Then said the king to Ganelon, Whom shall I make captain of the rear guard which I leave behind? Ganelon answered, Roland, for there is none like him in all the host. So Charles made Roland captain of the rear guard. With Roland there remained there behind Oliver his dear comrade, and the 12 peers, and Turpin the archbishop, who for love of Roland would fain go with him, and 20,000 proven warriors. Then said the king to his nephew, Good Roland, behold, the half of my army have I given thee in charge. See thou keep them safely. Roland answered, Fear nothing, I shall render good account of them. So they took leave of one another, and the king and his host marched forward till they reached the borders of Spain. And ever as the king thought upon his nephew whom he left behind, his heart grew heavy with an ill foreboding. So they came into Gascoigne and saw their own lands again. But Charles would not be comforted, for being come into France he would sit with his face wrapped in his mantle, and he often spake to Duke Naimes, saying he feared that Ganelon had wrought some treason. Now Marsilius had sent in haste to all his emirs and his barons to assemble a mighty army, and in 3 days he gathered 400,000 men to Roncesvalles, and there lay in wait for the rear guard of King Charles. Now when the rear guard had toiled up the rocky pass and climbed the mountain ridge, way-wearied, they looked down upon Roncesvalles, whither their journey lay. And behold, all the valley bristled with spears, and the valley sides were overspread with them, for multitude like blades of grass upon a pasture. And the murmur of the pagan host rose to them on the mountain as the murmur of a sea. Then when they saw that Ganelon had played them false, Oliver spake to Roland, What shall we now do because of this treason? For this is a greater multitude of pagans than has ever been gathered together in the world before, and they will certainly give us battle. Roland answered, God grant it, for sweet it is to do our duty for our king. This will we do. When we have rested we will go forward. Then said Oliver, We are but a handful. These are in number as the sands of the sea. Be wise, take now your horn, good comrade, and sound it. Peradventure Charles may hear, and come back with his host to succour us. But Roland answered, The greater the number, the more glory. God forbid I should sound my horn, and bring Charles back with his barons, and lose my good name, and bring disgrace upon us all. Fear not the numbers of the host. I promise you they shall repent of coming here. They are as good as dead already in my mind. 3 times Oliver urged him to sound his horn, but he would not. For he said, God and his angels are on our side. Yet again Oliver pleaded, for he had mounted up into a pine tree, and seen more of the multitude that came against them. Far as the eye could see they reached, and he prayed Roland to come and see also, but he would not. Time enough, he said, to know their numbers when we come to count the slain. We will make ready for battle. Then Archbishop Turpin gathered the band of warriors about him, and said, It is a right good thing to die for king and faith, and verily this day we all shall do it. But have no fear of death, for we shall meet tonight in paradise, and wear the martyr's crown. Kneel now, confess your sins, and pray God's mercy. Then the Franks kneeled on the ground, while the Archbishop shrived them clean, and blessed them in the name of God. And after that he bade them rise, and for penance go scourge the pagans. Roland ranged his trusty warriors, and went to and fro among them, riding upon his battle-horse Veillantif, by his side his good sword Durendal. Small need had he to exhort them in extremity. There was not a man but loved him unto death, and cheerfully would follow where he led. He looked upon the pagan host, and his countenance waxed fierce and terrible. He looked upon his band, and his face was mild and gentle. He said, Good comrades, lords and barons, let no man grudge his life today, but only see he sells it dear. A score of pagans is a poor price for one of us. I have promised to render good account of you. I have no fear. The battlefield will tell if we cannot. Then he gave the word, Go forward, and with his golden spurs pricked Veillantif. So foremost he led the rear guard down the mountain-side, down through the pass of Caesar into the valley of death called Roncesvalles. Close following came Oliver, Archbishop Turpin, and the valiant 12, the guard pressing forward with the shout of Montjoy, and bearing the snow-white banner of their king aloft. Marvellous and fierce was the battle. That was a good spear Roland bare, for it crashed through 15 pagan bodies, through brass and hide and bone, before the trusty ash brake in his hand, wherever he was fain to draw a Durendal from his sheath. The 12 did wondrously. Nay, every man of the 20,000 fought with lion-like courage, neither counted any man his life dear to him. Archbishop Turpin, resting for a moment to get fresh breath, cried out, Thank God to see the rearguard fight today, then spurred in again among them. Roland saw Oliver still fighting with the truncheon of his spear, and said, Comrade, draw thy sword. But he answered, Not while a handful of stump remains. Weapons are precious today. For hours they fought, and not a Frank gave way. Wheresoever a man planted his foot, he kept the ground or died. The guard hewed down the pagans by crowds, till the earth was heaped with full 200,000 heathen dead. Of those kings which banded together by oath to fight him, Roland gave good account, for he laid them all dead about him in a ring. But many thousands of the Franks were slain, and of the 12 there now remained but 2. Marsilius looked upon his shattered host and saw them fall back in panic, for they were dismayed because of the Franks. But Marsilius heard the sound of trumpets from the mountain top, and a glad man was he, for 20 strong battalions of Saracens were come to his help, and these poured down the valley side. Seeing this, the rest of the pagans took heart again, and they all massed about the remnant of the guard, and shut them in on every hand. Nevertheless, Roland and his fast lessening band were not dismayed. So marvellously they fought, so many thousand pagans hurled they down, making grim jests the while, as though they played at war for sport, that their enemies were in mortal fear, and doubted greatly if numbers would suffice to overwhelm these men, for it misgave them whether God's angels were not come down to the battle. But the brave rearguard dwindled away, and Roland scarce dared turn his eyes to see the handful that remained. Then Roland spake to Oliver, Comrade, I will sound my horn, and peradventure Charles may hear and come to us. But Oliver was angry, and answered, It is now too late. Hadst thou but heeded me in time, much weeping might have been spared the women of France. Charles should not have lost his guard, nor France her valiant Roland. Talk not of what might have been, said Archbishop Turpin, but blow thy horn. Charles cannot come in time to save our lives, but he will certainly come and avenge them. Then Roland put the horn to his mouth, and blew a great blast. Far up the valley went the sound, and smote against the mountain tops. These flapped it on from ridge to ridge for 30 leagues. Charles heard it in his hall, and said, Listen, what is that? Surely our men do fight today. But Ganelon answered the king, What folly is this? It is only the sighing of the wind among the trees. Weary with battle, Roland took his horn again, and winded it with all his strength. So long and mighty was the blast, the veins stood out upon his forehead in great cords. He blew on till with the strain his brain-pan brake asunder at the temples. Charles heard it in his palace, and cried, Hark, I hear Roland's horn. He is in battle, or he would not sound it. Ganelon answered, Too proud is he to sound it in battle. My lord the king groweth old and childish in his fears. What if it be Roland's horn? He hunteth perchance in the woods. In sore pain and heaviness Roland lifted the horn to his mouth, and feebly wended it again. Charles heard it in his palace, and started from his seat. The salt tears gathered in his eyes, and dropped upon his snowy beard, and he said, O Roland, my brave captain, too long have I delayed. Thou art in evil need. I know it by the wailing of the horn. Quick now to arms. Make ready every man, for straightway we will go and help him. Then he thrust Ganelon away, and said to his servants, Take this man and bind him fast with chains. Keep him in ward till I return in peace and know if he have wrought us treason." So they bound Ganelon and flung him into a dungeon, and Charles the Great and his host set out with all speed. Fierce with the cruel throbbing of his brain, and well nigh blinded, Roland fought on, and with his good sword Durendal slew the pagan prince Faldrin, and 23 redoubtable champions. The little company that was left of the brave rearguard cut down great masses of the pagans, and reaped among them as the reapers reap at harvest time. But one by one the reapers fell ere yet the harvest could be gathered in. Yet where each Frank lay, beside him there lay for a sheaf his pile of slain, so any man might see how dear he had sold his life. Marganises, the pagan king, espied where Oliver was fighting 7 abreast, and spurred his horse and rode, and smote him through the back a mortal wound. But Oliver turned and swung his sword clear, and before he could triumph, clove him through the helmet to his teeth. Yet even when the pains of death gat hold on Oliver, so that his eyes grew dim and he knew no man, he never ceased striking out on every side with his sword and calling Montjoy. Then Roland hasted to his help, and cutting the pagans down for a wide space about, came to his old companion to lift him from his horse. But Oliver struck him a blow that brake the helm to shivers on his throbbing head. Nevertheless, Roland for all his pain took him tenderly down, and spake with much gentleness, saying, "Dear comrade, I fear me thou art in an evil case." Oliver said, "Thy voice is like Roland's voice, but I cannot see thee." Roland answered, "It is I, thy comrade." Then he said, "Forgive me that I smote thee. It is so dark I cannot see thy face. Give me thy hand. God bless thee, Roland. God bless Charles and France." So saying, he fell upon his face and died. A heavy-hearted man was Roland. Little recked he for his life, since Oliver his good comrade was parted from him. Then he turned and looked for the famous rearguard of King Charles the Great. Only 2 men were left beside himself. Turpin the Archbishop, Count Galter, and Roland set themselves together with the fixed intent to sell their lives as dearly as they might. And when the pagans ran upon them in the multitude with shouts and cries, Roland slew 20, Count Galter 6, and Turpin 5. Then the pagans drew back, and gathered together all the remnant of their army, 40,000 horsemen and 1,000 footmen, with spears and javelins, and charged upon the 3. Count Galter fell at the first shock. The Archbishop's horse was killed, and he being brought to earth lay there a-dying, with 4 wounds in his forehead, and 4 in his breast. Yet gat Roland neither a wound in all that fight, albeit the pain in his temples was very sore. Then Roland took the horn and sought to wind it yet again. Very feeble was the sound, yet Charles heard it away beyond the mountains, where he marched fast to help his guard. And the king said, "Good barons, great is Roland's distress. I know it by the sighing of the horn. Spare neither spur nor steed for Roland's sake." Then he commanded to sound all the clarions long and loud, and the mountains tossed the sound from peak to peak, so it was plainly heard down in the valley of Roncesvalles. The pagans heard the clarions ringing behind the mountains, and they said, "These are the clarions of Charles the Great. Behold, Charles cometh upon us with his host, and we shall have to fight the battle again if we remain. Let us rise up and depart quickly. There is but 1 man more to slay." Then 400 of the bravest rode at Roland, and he, spurring his weary horse against them, strove still to shout Montjoy, but could not, for voice failed him. And when he was come within spear cast, every pagan flung a spear at him, for they feared to go nigh him, and said, "There is none born of woman can slay this man." Stricken with 20 spears, the faithful steed Veillantif dropped down dead. Roland fell under him, his armor pierced everywhere with spear points, yet not so much as a scratch upon his body. Stunned with the fall, he lay there in a swoon. The pagans came and looked on him, and gave him up for dead. Then they left him and made all speed to flee before Charles should come. Roland lifted his eyes and beheld the pagans filing up the mountain passes, and he was left alone among the dead. In great pain he drew his limbs from underneath his horse, and gat upon his feet, but scarce could he stand for the anguish of his brain beating against his temples. He dragged himself about the valley, and looked upon his dear friends and comrades, and Roland said, "Charles will see that the guard has done its duty." He came to where Oliver lay, and lifted the body tenderly in his arms, saying, "Dear comrade, thou wast ever a good and gentle friend to me. Better warrior brake never a spear, nor wielded sword. Wise wert thou of counsel, and I repent me that once only I hearkened not to thy voice. God rest thy soul. A sweeter friend and truer comrade no man ever had than thou." Then Roland heard a feeble voice, and turned and was ware of Archbishop Turpin. Upon the ground he lay a-dying, a piteous sight to see, howbeit he raised his trembling hands and blessed the brave dead about him in the dear name of God. And when Turpin beheld Roland, his eyes were satisfied. He said, "Dear Roland, thank God that the field is thine and mine. We have fought a good fight." Then joined he his hands as though he fain would pray. And Roland, seeing the Archbishop like to faint for the sharpness of his distress, took and dragged himself to a running stream that he espied pass through the valley. And he dipped up water in his horn to bring to him, but could not, for he fell upon the bank and swooned. And when he came to himself, and crawled to where the Archbishop lay, he found him with his hands still clasped, but having neither thirst nor any pain, for he was at rest. A lonesome man in the valley of death, Roland wept for the last of his friends. And Roland, when he found death coming on him, took his sword Durendal in one hand, and his horn in the other, and crawled away about a bow-shot to a green hillock whereupon 4 diverse marble steps were built beneath the trees. Then he took Durendal into his hands, and prayed that it might not fall into the power of his enemies. He said, "O Durendal, how keen of edge, how bright of blade thou art! God sent thee by his angel to King Charles, to be his captain's sword. Charles girt thee at my side. How many countries thou hast conquered for him in my hands! O Durendal, though it grieves me sore, I had rather break thee than that pagan hands should wield thee against France." Then he besought that God would now eke out his strength to break the sword. And lifting it in his hands, he smote mightily upon the topmost marble step. The grey stone chipped and splintered, but the good blade brake not, neither was its edge turned. He smote the second step, which was of sardonyx. The blade bit it, and leapt back, but blunted not nor brake. The third step was of grey adamant. He smote it with all his might. The adamant powdered where he struck, but the sword brake not, nor lost its edge. And when he could no more lift the sword, his heart smote him that he had tried to break the holy blade, and he said, "O Durendal, I am to blame. The angels gave thee. They will keep thee safe for Charles and France." Then Roland lay down and set his face towards Spain and towards his enemies, that men should plainly see he fell a conqueror. Beneath him he put the sword and horn. Then having made his peace with God, he lay a-thinking. He thought of his master Charles. He thought of France and his home that was so dear. He thought of his dear maid Hilda, who would weep and cry for him. Then lifted he his weary hands to heaven and closed his eyes in death. Gloom fell, the mist went up, and there was only death and silence in the valley. The low red sun was setting in the west. End of section 41. Section 42 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales from French and Italian Chronicles, Part 5. Charlemagne revenges Roland. Charles and his host rode hard, and drew not rein until they reached the mountain top, and looked down on the valley of Roncesvalles. They blew the clarions, but there was no sound, neither any that answered save the ringing mountain sides. Then down through gloom and mist they rode, and saw the field. Saw Roland dead, and Oliver, the Archbishop and the 12 valiant peers, and every man of the 20,000 chosen guard, saw how fiercely they had fought, how hard they had died. There was not one in all the king's host but lifted up his voice and wept for pity at the sight they saw. But Charles the king is fallen on his face on Roland's body, with a great and exceeding bitter cry. No word he spake, but only lay and moaned upon the dead that was so passing dear to him. Charles was an old man when he took the babe Roland from his mother's arms. He had brought him up and nourished him, had taught him war, and watched him grow the bravest knight and staunchest captain of his host. Right gladly would he have given Spain and the fruits of all the 7 years' war to have Roland back again. Tears came but brought no words, and God sent sleep to comfort him for his heaviness. Then having watered and pastured their horses, the king left 4 good knights in Roncesvalles to guard the dead, and set out in chase of the pagans. In the Vale of Tenebris, the Franks overtook them, hard by the broad, swift river Ebro. There being hemmed in, the river in front and the fierce Franks behind, the pagans were cut to pieces. Not one escaped, save Marsilius and a little band who had taken another way and got safe to Zaragoza. Thence Marsilius sent letters to Balagant, king of Babylon, who ruled 40 kingdoms, praying him to come over and help him. And Balagant gathered a mighty great army, and put off to sea to come to Marsilius. But King Charles went straightway back to Roncesvalles to bury the dead. He summoned thither his bishops and abbots and canons to say mass for the souls of his guard, and to burn incense of myrrh and antimony round about. But he would by no means lay Roland and Oliver and Turpin in the earth. Wherefore he caused their bodies to be embalmed, that he might have them ever before his eyes, and he arrayed them in stuffs of great price, and laid them in 3 coffins of white marble, and chose out the 3 richest chariots that he had, and placed the coffins in them, that they might go with him whithersoever he went. Now after this Marsilius and Balagant came out to battle with the King Charles before the walls of Zaragoza. But the king utterly destroyed the pagans there, and slew King Balagant and King Marsilius, and brake down the gates of Zaragoza and took the city. So he conquered Spain, and avenged himself for Roland and his guard. But when King Charles would go back again to France, his heart grew exceeding heavy. He said, O Roland, my good friend, I have no more pleasure in this land which we have conquered. When I come again to Leon, to my palace, and men ask tidings, they will hear how many cities and kingdoms we have taken, but no man will rejoice. They will say, Count Roland our good captain is dead, and great sadness will fall on all the realm. O Roland, my friend, when I come again to Aachen, to my chapel, and men ask tidings, they will hear that we have won a land, and lost the best captain in all France, and they will weep and mourn, and say the war has been in vain. O Roland, my friend, would God that I had died for thee. Now when the people of France heard how King Charles the Great returned victorious, they gathered together in great multitudes to welcome him. And when Hilda, the fair maid whom Roland loved, heard it, she arrayed herself in her richest apparel, and proudly decked herself with her jewels. For she said, I would be pleasing in the eyes of my brave true captain, who comes home to wed with me. There is no gladder heart in France than mine. Then she hasted to the palace. The king's guards all drew back for fear, and let her pass, for they dared not speak to her. Right proudly walked she through them, and proudly came she to the king, saying, Roland, the captain of the host, where is he? And Charles feared exceedingly, and scarce could see for tears. He said, Dear sister, sweet friend, and my God that I can bring back the dead. Roland my nephew is dead. Roland my captain and my friend is dead. Nay, take time and mourn with us all, and when thy heart is healed, I will give thee Louis mine own son, who will sit after me upon the throne. Take Louis in his stead. Hilda cried not, nor uttered sound. The colour faded from her face, and straightway she fell dead at the king's feet. End of section 42. Section 43 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, by William Patten. Tales from French and Italian Chronicles, Part 6. How Theory Vanquished Ganelon, by Sir George W. Cox. It is written in the old chronicle that after these things Charles sent and summoned many men from many lands to come and try if Ganelon had done him treason or no. For the 20,000 who were betrayed being dead, and the pagans utterly destroyed, there was none left to bear witness against him. So the king sent and fetched Ganelon up out of prison, and set him on his trial. Howbeit Ganelon contrived to get 30 of his kinsfolk chosen among his judges, and chief of them Pinabel, a man of great stature and strength. Moreover, Pinabel was a ready man to pick a quarrel with any, a man cunning of tongue and very rich and powerful, so that people feared him greatly. These 30 Ganelon bribed, with part of the price he took from King Marsilius for the treason, to give judgment for him. Then Pinabel and the others went to and fro among the judges and persuaded them, saying, We have no witnesses, only Ganelon himself, and what saith he? He owns he hated Roland, and for that cause he challenged Roland in the presence of the king and all his court, to fight when he returned from his mission. The open challenger is not the betrayer in secret. Moreover, had he done this thing, would Ganelon have come back again to King Charles? Besides, would any man betray an enemy of his friends to rid himself of a single enemy? Blood enough has been shed. Slaying Ganelon will not bring Roland back. The Franks are angry since they have lost their captain, and blindly clamor for a victim. Heed not their foolish cry, for Ganelon has done no treason. To this the others all agreed, save Thierry, the son of Duke Geoffrey, and he would not. The judges came to King Charles and said, "We find that Ganelon has done nothing worthy of death. Let him live and take anew the oath of fealty to France and the king." Then the king was grieved and said, "It misgives me you have played me false. In my esteem the judgment is not just. Nevertheless it is judgment, only God can alter it." Then stepped forth the youth Thierry, Geoffrey's son. He was but a lad, very little and slender of body, and slight of limb. And he said, "Let not the king be sad. I, Thierry, do impeach Ganelon as a felon and a traitor, who betrayed Roland in the rear guard to the pagans. And I also say that 30 of Ganelon's kinsfolk have wrought treason and corrupted judgment. And this will I maintain with my sword, and prove upon the body of any man who will come to defend him or them." Thereto, to pledge himself, he drew off his right glove and gave it to the king for a gage. Pinabel strode forward, a giant among the throng. He looked down upon the lad Thierry and despised him. He came to the king and gave his glove, saying, "I will fight this battle to the death." The Franks pitied Thierry and feared for him, for they had hoped that Naimes or Olga or some mighty champion would have overtaken the cause, and not a stripling. But Charles the king said, "God will show the right." So they made ready the lists, and the king commanded Ganelon and his 30 kinsmen to be held in pledge against the issue. The battle was done in a green meadow near to Aachin, in presence of the king and his barons, and a great multitude of people. First the men rode together and tilted till their spears brake, and the saddle girths gave way. Then they left their steeds and fought on foot. Thierry was wondrous quick and agile, and wearied Pinabel at the outset by his swift sword play. But Thierry's hand was weak against his sturdy adversary, and a sword point pierced not mail nor shield. Pinabel clave his helm and hewed great pieces off his mail, but could not slay him. Then said Pinabel, "Fool, why should I kill thee? Give up the battle and the cause, and I will be thy man henceforth in faith and fealty. It shall prove greatly for thy profit to reconcile Ganelon and the king." Thierry answered, "I will not parley. God will surely show whether of us twain be right. Guard thyself." So they fell to again, and all men saw that nothing would now part them till one was dead. And straightway they gave the lad Thierry up for lost. Pinabel's sword was heavy, and great the strength of his arm. He smote Thierry a blow upon the helm that sliced off visor and ventails. But Thierry lifted up his sword, and struck the brown steel helm of Pinabel. God put his might into the young man's arm, for the blade cleft steel and skull, and entered Pinabel's brain, so that he reeled and dropped down dead. Then all the people shouted, "God hath spoken! Away with Ganelon and his fellows!" Then King Charles raised up his hands to heaven and gave thanks, and taking Thierry in his arms embraced him for joy, and with his own hands took off his armour, and he set the noblest in the land to tend his wounds. King Charles sat in judgment in his place at Aachin. He said, "Take the 30 kinsmen of Ganelon, perverters of justice. Let not one escape, and hang them." Blithely the Franks obeyed his word. But Ganelon he caused to be drawn and quartered, and thus did Charles the king make an end of his vengeance for his guard. This is the song which Turold used to sing. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Junior Classics Volume 4, Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry by William Patten. The Story of King Arthur, Part 44, Rinaldo and Bayard, by Thomas Bulfinch. Charlemagne was overwhelmed with grief at the loss of so many of his bravest warriors at the disaster of Roncesvalles, and bitterly reproached himself for his credulity in resigning himself so completely to the counsels of the treacherous Count Ganelon. Yet he soon fell into a similar snare, when he suffered his unworthy son Charlotte to acquire such an influence over him that he constantly led him into acts of cruelty and injustice that in his right mind he would have scorned to commit. Rinaldo and his brothers, for some slight offense to the imperious young prince, were forced to fly from Paris and to take shelter in their castle of Montalban, for Charles had publicly said if he could take them, he would hang them all. He sent numbers of his bravest knights to arrest them, but all without success. Either Rinaldo foiled their efforts and sent them back, stripped of their armor and of their glory, or, after meeting and conferring with him, they came back and told the king they could not be his instruments for such a work. At last, Charles himself raised a great army, and went in person to compel the paladin to submit. He ravaged all the country round about Montalban, so that supplies of food should be cut off, and he threatened death to any who should attempt to issue forth, hoping to compel the garrison to submit for want of food. Rinaldo's resources had been brought so low that it seemed useless to contend any longer. His brothers had been taken prisoners in a skirmish, and his only hope of saving their lives was in making terms with the king. So he sent a messenger, offering to yield himself and his castle if the king would spare his and his brothers' lives. While the messenger was gone, Rinaldo, impatient to learn what tidings he might bring, rode out to meet him. When he had ridden as far as he thought prudent, he stopped in a wood, and, alighting, tied Bayard to a tree. Then he sat down, and as he waited, he fell asleep. Bayard, meanwhile, got loose, and strayed away where the grass tempted him. Just then came along some country people, who said to one another, "Look, is not that the great horse Bayard that Rinaldo rides? Let us take him and carry him to King Charles, who will pay us well for our trouble." They did so, and the king was delighted with his prize, and gave them a present that made them rich to their dying day. When Rinaldo woke, he looked round for his horse, and finding him not, he groaned and said, "Oh, unlucky hour that I was born! How fortune persecutes me!" So desperate was he, that he took off his armor and his spurs, saying, "What need have I of these, since Bayard is lost?" While he stood thus lamenting, a man came from the thicket, seemingly bent with age. He had a long beard hanging over his breast, and eyebrows that almost covered his eyes. He bade Rinaldo good day. Rinaldo thanked him and said, "A good day I have hardly had since I was born." Then said the old man, "Signor Rinaldo, you must not despair, for God will make all things turn to the best." Rinaldo answered, "My trouble is too heavy for me to hope relief. The king has taken my brothers, and means to put them to death. I thought to rescue them by means of my horse, Bayard, but while I slept, some thief has stolen him." The old man replied, "I will remember you and your brothers in my prayers. I am a poor man. Have you not something to give me?" Rinaldo said, "I have nothing to give," but then he recollected his spurs. He gave them to the beggar and said, "Here, take my spurs. They are the first present my mother gave me, when my father, Count Aymon, dubbed me knight. They ought to bring you 10 pounds." The old man took the spurs and put them into his sack, and said, "Noble sir, have you nothing else you can give me?" Rinaldo replied, "Are you making sport of me? I tell you truly, if it were not for shame to beat one so hopeless, I would teach you better manners." The old man said, "Of a truth, sir, if you did so, you would do a great sin. If all had beaten me of whom I have begged, I should have been killed long ago, for I ask alms in churches and convents and wherever I can." "You say true," replied Rinaldo. "If you did not ask, none would relieve you." The old man said, "True, noble sir. Therefore, I pray, if you have anything more to spare, give it me." Rinaldo gave him his mantle and said, "Take it, pilgrim. I give it you for the love of Christ, that God would save my brothers from a shameful death, and help me to escape out of King Charles's power." The pilgrim took the mantle, folded it up, and put it into his bag. Then a third time he said to Rinaldo, "Sir, have you nothing left to give me, that I may remember you in my prayers?" "Wretch!" exclaimed Rinaldo. "Do you make me your sport?" And he drew his sword and struck at him, but the old man warded off the blow with his staff and said, "Rinaldo, would you slay your cousin Malagigi?" When Rinaldo heard that, he stayed his hand and gazed doubtingly on the old man, who now threw aside his disguise and appeared to be indeed Malagigi. "Dear cousin," said Rinaldo, "pray forgive me. I did not know you. Next to God, my trust is in you. Help my brothers to escape out of prison, I entreat you. I have lost my horse, and therefore cannot render them any assistance." Malagigi answered, "Cousin Rinaldo, I will enable you to recover your horse. Meanwhile, you must do as I say." Then Malagigi took from his sack a gown and gave it to Rinaldo to put on over his armor, and a hat that was full of holes, and an old pair of shoes to put on. They looked like two pilgrims, very old and poor. Then they went forth from the wood, and after a little while saw 4 monks riding along the road. Malagigi said to Rinaldo, "I will go meet the monks and see what news I can learn." Malagigi learned from the monks that on the approaching festival there would be a great crowd of people at court, for the prince was going to show the ladies the famous horse Bayard that used to belong to Rinaldo. "What?" said the pilgrim. "Is Bayard there?" "Yes," answered the monks. "The king has given him to Charlotte, and after the prince has ridden him, the king means to pass sentence on the brothers of Rinaldo and have them hanged." Then Malagigi asked alms of the monks, but they would give him none till he threw aside his pilgrim garb and let them see his armor, when, partly for charity and partly for terror, they gave him a golden cup adorned with precious stones that sparkled in the sunshine. Malagigi then hastened back to Rinaldo and told him what he had learned. The morning of the feast day, Rinaldo and Malagigi came to the place where the sports were to be held. Malagigi gave Rinaldo his spurs back again and said, "Cousin, put on your spurs, for you will need them." "How shall I need them?" said Rinaldo, "since I have lost my horse." Yet he did as Malagigi directed him. When the two had taken their stand on the border of the field among the crowd, the princes and ladies of the court began to assemble. When they were all assembled, the king came also, and Charlotte with him, near whom the horse Bayard was led in the charge of grooms, who were expressly enjoined to guard him safely. The king, looking round on the circle of spectators, saw Malagigi and Rinaldo, and observed the splendid cup that they had, and said to Charlotte, "See, my son, what a brilliant cup those 2 pilgrims have got. It seems to be worth 100 ducats." "That is true," said Charlotte. "Let us go and ask where they got it." So they rode to the place where the pilgrims stood, and Charlotte stopped Bayard close to them. The horse snuffed at the pilgrims, knew Rinaldo, and caressed his master. The king said to Malagigi, "Friend, where did you get that beautiful cup?" Malagigi replied, "Honorable sir, I paid for it all the money I have saved from 11 years begging in churches and convents. The Pope himself has blessed it." Then said the king to Charlotte, "My son, these are right holy men. See how the dumb beast worships them." Then the king said to Malagigi, "Give me a morsel from your cup, that I may be cleared of my sins." Malagigi answered, Illustrious lord, I dare not do it, unless you will forgive all who have at any time offended you. You know that Christ forgave all those who had betrayed and crucified him." The king replied, "Friend, that is true. But Rinaldo has so grievously offended me that I cannot forgive him, nor that other man, Malagigi, the magician. These two shall never live in my kingdom again. If I catch them, I will certainly have them hanged. But tell me, pilgrim, who is that man who stands beside you?" "He is deaf, dumb, and blind," said Malagigi. Then the king said again, "Give me to drink of your cup, to take away my sins." Malagigi answered, "My lord king, here is my poor brother, who for 50 days has not heard, spoken, nor seen. This misfortune befell him in a house where we found shelter. And the day before yesterday we met with a wise woman, who told him the only hope of a cure for him was to come to some place where Bayard was to be ridden, and to mount and ride him. That would do him more good than anything else." Then said the king, "Friend, you have come to the right place, for Bayard is to be ridden here today. Give me a draught from your cup, and your companion shall ride upon Bayard." Malagigi, hearing these words, said, "Be it so." Then the king, with great devotion, took a spoon and dipped a portion from the pilgrim's cup, believing that his sins should be thereby forgiven. When this was done, the king said to Charlotte, "Son, I request that you will let this sick pilgrim sit on your horse and ride if he can, for by so doing he will be healed of all his infirmities." Charlotte replied, "That will I gladly do." So saying, he dismounted, and the servants took the pilgrim in their arms and helped him on the horse. When Rinaldo was mounted, he put his feet in the stirrups and said, "I would like to ride a little." Malagigi, hearing him speak, seemed delighted, and asked him whether he could see and hear also. "Yes," said Rinaldo, "I am healed of my infirmities." When the king heard it, he said to Bishop Turpin, "My lord bishop, we must celebrate this with a procession, with crosses and banners, for it is a great miracle." When Rinaldo remarked that he was not carefully watched, he spoke to the horse and touched him with the spurs. Bayard knew that his master was upon him, and he started off upon a rapid pace, and in a few moments was a good way off. Malagigi pretended to be in great alarm. "Oh, noble king and master," he cried, "my poor companion is run away with. He will fall and break his neck." The king ordered his knights to ride after the pilgrim and bring him back, or help him if need were. They did so, but it was in vain. Rinaldo left them all behind him and kept on his way till he reached Montalban. Malagigi was suffered to depart unsuspected, and he went his way making sad lamentation for the fate of his comrade, who he pretended to think must surely be dashed to pieces. Malagigi did not go far, but having changed his disguise, returned to where the king was, and employed his best art in getting the brothers of Rinaldo out of prison. He succeeded, and all three got safely to Montalban, where Rinaldo's joy at the rescue of his brothers and the recovery of Bayard was more than tongue can tell. End of section 44. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.